With his newfound power, this young man can shatter a massive boulder just by swinging a dry branch casually. He's more than capable of making bullies, or even high-level demons, kneel and beg for mercy in an instant. The blade slices through everything before the target even realizes what's happening. It turns out he is Damien, the embodiment of the demon who once brought the apocalypse to his kind, now returned to the past. Hellish undead creatures have completely overrun the Empire. The only hope rests on our hero, who is struggling to hold back the brutal onslaught. As for the final outcome, he had to sacrifice half his face just to break the Demon King's lieutenant's protective seal. Beneath that iron mask is Hassan Damien. As his consciousness returns, Damien is consumed by overwhelming guilt. By his own hand, he destroyed his family and caused the entire empire to crumble into ashes. Meanwhile, the Demon King Dogo is busy basking in his victory. Without a shred of suspicion, he orders Demon to present the Emperor's crown to him. "Oh, my most loyal knight, you have played the greatest role in placing me on this throne. How should I reward such incredible devotion?" However, he immediately flips the script with utter contempt. "What a stupid question. You are my slave. Serving me is your greatest reward." Suddenly, the crown is sent flying into the air. A sharp, lethal sword strike follows. It all happens so fast that the surrounding monsters can only gasp in pure shock. Ashley Dogo doesn't even have time to react as a massive surge of energy erupts. He clutches the wound on his chest, groaning in pain. What are you doing? I've equipped my defenses. How could he possibly hurt me?" Through the swirling dust, the Death Knight, with his long hair and scarred face, coldly declares, "Finally, I can move as I please." All that time, trapped under their control, my soul still lingered, burning with a will to resist from within this slave's shell. Dogo could only stand there, frozen in disbelief. "You've been lurking for years, and you're only showing your face now?" The skeletal sorcerer quickly regains his arrogance and sneers. "You really are my greatest masterpiece. For your achievements, I'll allow you to vent your anger just this once, until I find a way to control you again." Immediately, the Death Knight swings his sword, creating a violet explosion that rips through space, wiping out the monsters in his path in the blink of an eye. The terrifying power from that strike makes even Dogo shudder. He realizes in a panic that the situation is turning against him. My demon lords were defeated in a single blow. With no other choice, Dogo raises both hands to cast his ultimate dark magic. If that's the case, from the mountains of corpses, an army of white skeletons and red-eyed zombies rises at the command of their leader. Dogo points his finger, ordering his thousands of troops forward. The undead army screams and charges, clashing with the massive sea of savage zombies and giant specters that block out the sky. Facing this, the Death Knight radiates a chilling purple aura. The overwhelming pressure from his power makes the surrounding monsters wail in agony. Their bodies are crushed and disintegrate. In an instant before Ashley Dogo's eyes, he realizes he has accidentally created a monster with power equal to the gods. Realizing that running away is the best strategy, he desperately tries to flee, but it is already too late. A colossal sword strike tears through the sky, swallowing the Dark Demon King whole. Seeing his skull rolling on the ground, Damien crushes it underfoot, feeling only emptiness. Even though he has taken his revenge, regret still tears at his mind. "Let me do one final thing. I must apologize to them, even if I have to meet them in the afterlife." The horrific memories of being forced to kill his own family flash vividly in his mind. He longs to say sorry one last time, even if it costs him his life. Without a hint of hesitation, Damien drives his sword through his own chest to end it all. As his consciousness fades into darkness, voices calling his name suddenly ring out. "Damien!" he asks in surprise. "Louis?" A brilliant light suddenly bursts forth, banishing the darkness, and Louis' gentle face appears with a soft inquiry. "Damien, why are you sleeping out here? Have my family members been waiting for me is at the gates of hell already?" But then he notices something strange and asks, "Wait, why do you look so young?" Louis laughs and teases, "Oh my, aren't you being sweet today? Trying to get on my good side before father scolds you." She tells him to pull himself together and urges him to go inside because it's about to rain. Watching Louis' back as she walks toward the mansion, Damien is stunned. His eyes shudder violently because he clearly remembers destroying this very mansion with his own hands. Damien looks at his trembling hands, wondering if this is a dream or if all those terrifying memories of being the Death Knight were the illusion. To test it, he picks up a dry branch and tells himself, "I'll know soon enough." Standing before a large rock, Damien feels that everything around him is incredibly real. He suddenly channels his strength and swings the rotten branch, striking the rock as if he were holding a great sword. The impact leaves him stunned. After a brief moment of silence, he laughs bitterly. This is madness. Yet the next moment, cracks begin to spread, and the rock shatters into 100 pieces in a violent explosion. The power of the Death Knight is gone. Damien pants heavily, exhausted. Then he inadvertently bursts into laughter. His laughter echoes across the area. But then, he collapses, his body trembling amidst the rubble, just as the first drops of rain begin to fall. Damien clutches his chest, groaning in pain as the emotions he had suppressed for so long burst forth in the pouring rain. He realizes this is absolutely not a dream. Damien sheds tears, but a happy smile spreads across his face because he knows for certain that he has truly returned to the past. He has been reborn. I have a special kind of talent, Damien thinks to himself, recalling those dark memories. His father, Viscount Pao, cannot hide, his fury roaring, "You've truly lost your mind, causing trouble in a tavern and getting thrown out. How much more must you tarnish our family's honor?" That was his cursed talent, dragging his own family's reputation through the mud. Just then, Aben rushes into the room, his face filled with shock. "Brother, why did you strike the young master of the Leon Bloom region?" Because of him, disaster struck when Lewis was forced to marry a crude, low-life man to compensate for his mistakes. Damien bitterly realizes that he also has a talent for crushing the future of the people he loves. His mother, Lady Mary Ada, collapses, clutching her son's legs, tears streaming down her face in despair. "Damien, why did you use our ancestral land as collateral to borrow money? Why would you do that?" All of the family's assets were seized, leaving nothing behind. Facing his wayward son, Viscount Pao grinds his teeth and screams, "Get out!" Damien walks silently out of the room, leaving his father, who has collapsed in helplessness, behind. As he walks along, Lewis's voice suddenly calls out from behind him, "Damien!" She stands there, gently handing him a small bag of money and instructing him, "At least take this money. Please, you must live happily." She's too kind to him. If it were me, he'd be getting a beating for sure. Looking at her forgiving smile, Damien, with a sharp, stinging pain in his chest, even though his own life had been completely destroyed by the man he once was, he gave his last few coins and a heartfelt blessing to his brother. Damien took the money pouch with trembling hands, then turned his back and walked away, resolute. He bolted out of the mansion, running for his life as if trying to escape the very presence of his own family. In the heavy silence, Damien clutched the money pouch tight, feeling the raw, tearing pain deep within his soul. It was the first time in his life he truly understood the meaning of guilt and humiliation. He sobbed as he ran, consumed by late-blooming remorse. Kneeling on the green grass, Damien remained in a state of utter shock. He wondered to himself, how could he have returned to the past? Deep down, he had always craved a chance to apologize to his family, but the reality unfolding before his eyes still left him, filled with doubt. Was it true? Did he really just want to apologize to his family, or had he truly traveled back in time? Looking up at the brilliant sky, he whispered to himself, could this be a divine grace? A heaven-sent chance at redemption? Out there are those who have done wrong but never get a second chance. Damien held up his hand, feeling the trembling of his current body, and realized this was happening right now. Even basic techniques felt like a massive strain. He reminisced about the Earth Crusher, a move that amplified strike force many times over, a technique he had once mastered to perfection. Memories of the destructive power he possessed as a Death Knight came back crystal clear. A place where he once used a single blow to shatter the earth and send every enemy flying. He remembered who he was. He had obtained this ultimate technique after finishing off a powerful knight known as the Wallbreaker. As he was lost in the river of memories of past battles, a sudden frantic cry cut through his thoughts. "Oh my God, young master!" Damien turned his head and caught sight of a young boy rushing toward him in a panic. He was sprinting toward him, breathless. Looking closely at the person approaching, Damien tried to search his memory. Victor, the young servant, stopped, struggling to catch his breath, and asked anxiously, "Yes, young master. Why are you still here? Miss Lewis told you to return, so why haven't you left yet?" He reported frantically. "The master is furious." Seeing Damien's calm expression, he asked back, What did I do?" That nonchalant question made Victor freeze, sweat pouring down his face, unable to believe his young master could ask something as if he had no clue. "You damn brat!" Viscount Bao's enraged roar shook the entire Hassan mansion. He swung his sword fiercely toward his son, forcing Damien to barely dodge in a state of shock. The powerful slash slammed into the floor, creating threatening cracks. Merida and Lewis had to use all their strength to restrain the man, who had completely lost control. "Brother, please calm down. Father, please stop it." Bao gritted his teeth, shouting in a rage, "You've truly gone insane. First you cause trouble at the tavern, then you get kicked out. How much more do you intend to tarnish the family's honor before you're satisfied?" Standing before that fury, Damien suddenly realized he had returned to this exact moment. Even though his father was still screaming, threatening to crush his own son's head, and Lewis was desperately begging their father to keep his composure, Damien just watched silently. How long had it been since he had heard these insults? Seeing the worried faces of his mother and sister, his chest tightened with emotion. He truly missed the warmth of his family. The silence and the tears rolling down Damien's cheeks stunned Bao. "Is he crying?" Lewis quickly intervened. "Yes, because father has been too harsh on him." "I think you're mistaken, sister. I think he's crying out of happiness." Bao sheathed his sword but remained livid, snapping sharply, "And what other excuses do you have? If you still have a mouth, then speak." Contrary to his usual tendency to argue, Damien bowed his head and replied shortly, "None, father." That flat, calm response left Bao frozen in astonishment. What, no excuses? He couldn't believe his son, who always had an excuse ready, was now silently accepting the blame. Damien continued with a sincere tone, "I acknowledge my mistakes, but hearing you say that, I still feel heartbroken. I have stained the Hassan family name because of my own errors. It is all my fault, so I have no excuses left." Bao scoffed, assuming his son was still just using sweet talk to avoid punishment. But suddenly, Damien looked up and declared firmly, "I will make amends for my mistakes. I will fix everything that I, Osrisiwi, have caused." Bao could only gasp in surprise as he saw his son turn his back and walk away. Before leaving the room, Damien left behind a solemn promise. "After that, I will return to accept whatever punishment I deserve." With a confident smile on his lips, he stepped out into the sunlight, leaving his father, mother, and sister standing there in silence, watching his back. A back that seemed so strange to them. Surprise, surprise, everyone! The young master isn't a spoiled brat anymore. Meanwhile, Damien and Victor had arrived in Landwork, a bustling commercial city with buildings crowded side by side. Standing before a mansion guarded by strict sentries, Victor trembled as he reported, "Young master, we've arrived." The boy asked anxiously once more, "Do you really want to go in? Rumor has it there's a powerful force behind them. I'm afraid something bad might happen." Seeing the servant's pale face, Damien replied nonchalantly, "If you're scared, just go back first." Victor panicked and protested. Even though he secretly thought it would be better if they both just ran away, he didn't dare flee while his master was still staying. Damien smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I'm sincerely apologizing to the owner, so what could possibly happen? I'm going to fix my mistakes properly." Looking at Damien's sturdy back as he walked forward, he silently made a resolution. Even though he didn't know why he had been sent back, if the gods had given him a second chance, he would absolutely not let this disaster ruin his future, or hurt his family ever again. Just as he stepped into the courtyard, Damien was blocked by two burly thugs. One wearing a red scarf was brandishing a sharp knife. The other crossed his arms defiantly. "Hey, you aristocrat, why are you back here?" They growled, threatening him and reminding him they had already warned him not to show his face a second time. Damien observed them silently. He felt their faces were familiar, but because so much time had passed, he couldn't quite remember who they were. He spoke calmly. "I want to apologize to the boss for what I did last time." Damien's suggestion made the two thugs freeze for a moment before they burst into mocking, scornful laughter. "You came all this way just to apologize? That's hilarious," the knife wielder sneered, saying he would put in a good word with the boss. He thought to himself that this young master was more sensible than he expected, even though he was still trying to maintain his aristocratic air. But then filthy words started spewing out. "Hey, I heard his sister is a rare beauty." "Oh really? Is there still some good merchandise in that house?" As he spoke, the leader grabbed Damien's face with his rough hand and laughed sinisterly. "Hey, young master, suddenly I feel like accepting that apology." The man with the red scarf continued with a lewd suggestion. "If you're willing to introduce your beautiful sister to me, I'll forgive you." His accomplices thought he was more sensible than expected, even while still trying to put on that aristocratic act. But then the dirty remarks began. "I heard his sister is a rare beauty." "Oh really? Is there still some good merchandise in that house?" As he spoke, the leader grabbed Damien's face with his rough hand and laughed sinisterly. "Hey, Young master, suddenly I feel like accepting that apology. The man with the red scarf continued with his vile suggestion. If you agree to introduce your beautiful sister to me, I'll forgive you. His accomplices joined in. Standing nearby, they laughed and cheered along, but Damien just calmly replied. He watched them cry, then sighed in disappointment. Well, that makes things difficult. The moment the thug stood there, stunned, Damien quickly snatched the knife right out of his hand. He thought to himself, I thought I could handle this. Just apologize and walk away, but I guess I overestimated myself. The thug screamed in a rage, This bastard's lost his mind. What kind of nonsense are you mumbling? Before he could finish, Damien swung the blade with such force that the lackey standing beside him fell to the ground, critically wounded. Not stopping there, Damien struck again, leaving the man in the red scarf to share the same fate. Screams of agony echoed throughout the mansion courtyard as both thugs were left completely unable to fight back. Standing amidst the gruesome scene, Damien looked down coldly. You want to see something? Fine, I'll show you. A terrifying, dark killing intent radiated, manifesting as a giant, demonic shadow behind him with eyes glowing in pure fury. Damien roared, Let me show you exactly what a son of the Hassan Viscountcy is made of. Watching the entire horrific scene from behind the wall, Victor was so terrified that the color drained completely from his face. He trembled, sobbing, Young master, I thought you came here to apologize. The boy could only wail in despair, seeing the young master who claimed to be here for an apology acting with such cruelty toward his opponents. The heart-wrenching screams echoing from inside the mansion drew a curious crowd. While the onlookers whispered about a brawl, Victor hid behind the wall, worried sick for his master's safety. Inside the courtyard, the gang leader, with long hair and a sword in his hand, roared. Furiously, You bastard, do you have any idea who we are? Responding to the threat, Damien replied nonchalantly, I don't care who you are. If you want to do something, just do it. The boss pulled back his sleeve to reveal a snake tattoo coiled around his arm and growled, Listen here. No one has ever crossed the black snake and lived to tell the tale. Seeing the symbol, Damien smirked as old memories flooded his mind. So, the Black Snake was a criminal organization, expanding its power in Landwood, specifically targeting taverns to stir up trouble. Damien recalled his past life when he was a debauched wastrel, and how he had been beaten mercilessly in the middle of a tavern just for complaining about the high food prices. Back then, all he could do was curl up, cover his face, and beg for mercy while the crowd mocked him. Those lashes and the humiliation were still etched deep in his mind to this day. A bitter taste lingers long. A deep wound leaves a permanent mark. Even after 1,000 years, he would never forget this debt. The boss regained his composure and lunged forward with his sword. Don't think I'll go easy on you just because you're a noble. Get ready, he bellowed and put all his strength into a strike aimed straight at Damien. But with the reflexes of a death knight, Damien easily dodged the razor-sharp blade by a hair's breadth, leaving his enemy in shock. He quickly closed the distance and unleashed a powerful leg sweep. The boss was sent flying, hitting the ground face first in a pathetic heap, groaning in pain and coughing up blood. Damien coldly walked over, grabbed him by the hair, and growled, Honestly, killing all of you right here still isn't enough. His eyes were now filled with dark killing intent, but he reminded himself to show restraint for the sake of his family's reputation. Despite the enemy's weak pleas for mercy, Damien struck decisively, turning the scene into a total bloodbath. Watching the two henchmen groaning at his feet, Damien stood there quietly until a man with long hair and a fur-lined cloak appeared. He was shocked and stammered, Hey, who the hell is that? Damien sighed slightly as he saw another group of thugs approaching. More of them. The leader wondered suspiciously if he was from a rival gang, and then barked, Where did you come from? He waved his hand, ordering his men to seize him immediately. 3 aggressive lackeys lunged forward with swords. Damien clicked his tongue in annoyance. What a pain! He focused his energy and struck with terrifying speed. His razor-sharp attacks tore through the air, leaving the thugs no time to react as they collapsed in agony. Witnessing such overwhelming strength, the leader froze in terror. Damien exhaled, exhausted, silently cursing his current body for being so weak. Damn it, am I already panting just from this? Looking at the lackeys who were heavily injured and screaming nonstop, he asked coldly, Do you want to continue? The boss had completely lost his arrogance by now, trembling and waving his hands in a desperate plea. No, I'm sorry. If you just spare us, then. But Damien only replied with a cold, humph, and lunged forward. A powerful thunderous punch echoed out, causing the leader to shriek in agony. After the brawl, the tavern returned to its noisy, bustling self as if nothing had happened. Sitting among the crowd, the leader of the Black Snake now appeared with a bruised, swollen face from his heavy injuries. The cruelty of the young master of the Hassan house had thrown the whole tavern into chaos. The servants and guests who witnessed the horrific scene could only scream, "Oh my God," before frantically fleeing the scene. Standing amidst the wreckage, Damien casually used his hand to wipe off the blood splattered on his face. His eyes were void of emotion, showing only death. Seeing that the last of the obstacles had vanished, he strolled deep into the tavern, where a chilling silence began to settle. Just then, on the second-floor balcony, a bald old man with a long mustache and a luxurious red cloak appeared. He furiously shouted, "What's all this noise? Where are the guards?" Seeing the real mastermind, Damien calmly looked up and replied, "Ah, I assume you're the owner. If you're talking about those guys outside, I've already taken care of them." The nonchalant answer left the tavern owner, Anderson Home, frozen in place. He was shocked to realize that the young man before him had single-handedly defeated the entire Black Snake gang. He growled, "Who are you to cause such a mess at someone else's place of business, huh?" He replied coldly, "Damien Hassan." Hearing that name, Anderson frowned suspiciously. "Hassan? You mean the Viscountcy?" It was definitely that family. There was no mistaking it. Damien confirmed his identity and stated that his purpose for coming here wasn't to stir up trouble, but simply to receive a sincere apology. Faced with the owner's arrogance, he brought up the old debt. "The prices here were way too high. I complained about it, but your men beat me and threw me out." That very incident had ruined his reputation, turning him into a drunkard who constantly caused trouble in everyone's eyes. Damien's gaze sharpened and turned dark as he remembered the days his family had to endure such humiliation. "And because of that, my family and I lost so many things." However, Anderson just scoffed in contempt. He mocked that he was too old to understand this so-called honor the boy was talking about. The owner sneered, spitting out bitter insults. "From what I know, that house of Hassan doesn't have any honor left to lose anyway." The old man's smug smile made the atmosphere even more tense. He called Damien a foolish noble and challenged him. "You actually think that just because you said that? I'll apologize. Stop these cheap tricks and pay for the mess you've made." Seeing the man's stubbornness, Damien curled his lips into a smirk. "Dangerous, I see. I would have forgiven you if you'd just apologized, but if this is how you want it, then fine." In a flash, he launched himself toward the balcony with terrifying speed, catching Anderson completely off guard. Damien swung his blade head-on, letting out a roar. Full of resentment, "It's time you paid for what you said." But just as the blade was about to hit, a mysterious dark figure suddenly appeared to block his attack. A massive collision echoed through the room. A burst of deep blue energy erupted, forcing Damien to gasp in surprise. "What is this aura?" He quickly backflipped. To gain some distance, his eyes locked on the stranger who intervened. Anderson breathed a sigh of relief and smugly shouted to his savior, "Oh Lord Tet, perfect timing." The man called Tet, hidden beneath a black cloak, coldly remarked that Damien didn't seem like the type of person who belonged in such a lowly place. Standing in the hall, Damien squinted, observing the warrior radiating such intense pressure from above. He muttered to himself, "Why is a knight doing in a place like this?" Hidden beneath the hood was a man with piercing red eyes, filled with killing intent, silently looking down at the young master of the Hassan family. In this world, knights are those who spend their entire lives walking the path of martial arts. Based on their skill, they are clearly ranked, from recruits and apprentices to the peak of official knights. Official knights are transcendent beings. They can freely use aura to perform miracles, like splitting a mountain in half with a single strike, or cutting through fortress walls as if they were paper. These are dangerous individuals, way beyond any modern machinery. Ha ha. The old tavern owner, Anderson, laughed arrogantly. "That's right, Tet here is an apprentice knight, basically my big boss." "You're dead for sure, kid." Faced with the threat, Damien remained calm and analyzed. "So, he's an apprentice knight? That explains why I can sense his aura." On the other hand, Tet couldn't help but be shocked as he stared down at the young man before him. He wondered to himself, how could he sense me when I wasn't leaking a single drop of aura? Damien brought a hand to his chin, deep in thought. He realized why someone with that level of skill would settle for working in such a dump. He sneered to himself, probably because he got kicked out as an apprentice for not being good enough to become an official knight. Seeing his bodyguard ready to strike, Anderson hurriedly asked, "Lord Tet, How much did it cost to deal with this guy? Tet gritted his teeth in anger, waving the old man off. Old man? We'll talk about that later. The feeling of humiliation made him lose his composure. His head was ringing with jabs about his apprentice status. He stomped his foot and lunged, straight from the balcony with a furious scream. I'm going to tear your mouth apart. Going crazy with rage. It was the truth, but he didn't want to hear it. Young master, take this. A sword strike carrying. A wave of blue energy tore through the air, heading straight for Demian with terrifying speed. Demian calmly observed the incoming blade and commented to himself, as an apprentice knight, he's actually not bad. The powerful impact shattered the wooden floor, sending shockwaves through the room. Demian nimbly dodged the rapid-fire attacks. He realized that his opponent had an incredibly wild fighting style, yet each strike was razor-sharp. Tet lunged forward with his sword glowing with blue energy, but Demian effortlessly glided away to evade. Even so, he started to feel his current body reaching its limit. I'm hitting my limit. I can't push this body too far. Fine, I need to focus on physical enhancement first. Tet roared in a frenzy. You bastard! Let's see if you can dodge this! He poured all his energy into the next attack, forcing Demian to stay on guard. Tet unleashed a secret technique with a downward strike from the air, creating a massive wave of energy that threatened to swallow his opponent whole. Facing the danger, Demian thought to himself, in that case, I should respond with a technique of equal caliber. It wouldn't be polite to the guest, right everyone? Right then, memories of the distant past flashed back into his mind. It was the image of a legendary murderer, the master of the Karma Sword, known as the Shadow Assassin. He spoke coldly. If I killed everyone, there would be no joy left in this world. Standing in the middle of a gruesome scene, the Shadow Assassin growled a threat to the armored knight standing in his way. So shut your mouth and get out of here if you don't want to die. Seeing his opponent still being stubborn, he let out a sinister smile. So, you still don't understand? I guess I'm going to kill one more person then, since you want to die so badly. I'll show you my secret technique. He explained that most of the human body is water, and once you reach the pinnacle of skill, you can easily manipulate that substance. A deep blue aura engulfed his body, creating an overwhelming pressure. He unleashed his Karma ultimate technique, slicing the massive entity in front of him. In an instant, he casually declared that he could cut through a person even with just a wooden sword. Watching his enemy fall, he mocked him. You should have run when I gave you the chance. Suddenly, a mass of dark blood-red substance surrounded Demian, leaving him only enough time to gasp. In complete shock from the impact of the move, the dark entity screamed in pain. But I already cut you in half. The enemy couldn't believe his eyes, witnessing such absurd resilience from his opponent. A pair of red eyes filled with killing intent glowed behind the mask, followed by a cold warning. Don't tell me you're immortal. A burst of blue energy exploded, covering the mysterious knight. As he prepared to deliver the finishing blow, he moved with lightning speed, tearing through space, leaving his opponent only enough time to gasp. What? In total disbelief before being swallowed by the sharp blade. Tet, the apprentice knight, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, was now kneeling, blood pouring from his mouth, his eyes wide with horror. He wheezed with his final breath. You how? How can you use my secret technique? Ultimate fear was plain to see on his distorted face before he completely lost consciousness. Tet collapsed onto the floor, lying motionless in a pool of blood as Demian watched. Looking at his defeated enemy, Demian casually thought to himself, it's always like this. My enemies never even know what killed them. He remembered that after becoming the Death Knight, he gained a marvelous ability, the power to absorb the skills and strength of his enemies and make them his own. Demian silently looked at the blade in his hand, feeling the power newly flowing through his veins. Making their strength my own if I take what's theirs for myself. Does that count as stealing? Watching the horrifying scene from the balcony, the tavern owner, Anderson, was scared out of his wits. He let out a whimper of pure terror, his whole body trembling, sweat pouring off him, like rain as he realized he had just offended a true monster. Gone was his previous arrogance. He scrambled down to kneel at Demian's feet, bowing repeatedly and begging for forgiveness. Please! My apologies for mocking you, great Lord Hassan. To save my life, I offer this chest full of gold, silver, and jewels as compensation, and I beg for your mercy. Is this enough to make up for my insolence, sir? Demian looked at the chest of gold and thought to himself. At first, he only wanted an apology, but perhaps taking this compensation isn't so bad either. Not quite enough, but I suppose it'll do. he declared coldly, making old Anderson exhale in relief as if he'd just returned from the dead. He sheathed his sword. Demian turned toward the door and called out, "What are you doing? Hurry up and pack this stuff, Victor." The young servant peeked out timidly, trembling as he replied, Yes, young master." As Victor packed the gold, he couldn't help but be shocked. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he never would have believed that the young master, who only knew how to play around, could actually learn such terrifying swordsmanship. And he even knew how to bring money home for his mother. The tavern owner, Anderson, bowed respectfully as he saw them off, wishing them a safe journey. Victor felt exhilarated while carrying the heavy bag of gold on his shoulder. He blurted out, "I've never seen so much money in my whole life." But as soon as Demian turned his back, Anderson's cunning face reappeared. He gritted his teeth in hatred. "I'll find a way to take that money back from you bastards. I'm going to talk to the boss of the Black Snake." Suddenly, Demian stopped and spun around, unleashing a lightning-fast strike. It stung, making the old man shriek in agony. Demian declared coldly, "The money made me forget about the punishment," and dealt a blow that left the tavern owner barely able to scream in pain, "My ear!" Demian grabbed him tightly, his sharp gaze filled with menace as he threatened, "Tell the Black Snake if you dare touch even a single hair on my family, I won't let it slide." Ignoring the futile threats behind him, Demian and Victor quietly left under the brilliant sunset blanketing the city. At his own shadow stretching across the ground, Demian mused to himself, "I know full well that doing this won't erase the sins of the past, but in this new life, I won't let my family down anymore. One shouldn't beat someone who's already turning back." "Keep it up, young man," Demian called out. "Let's go home, Victor." The young servant eagerly replied, "Yes, young master." Meanwhile, at the magnificent Leon Groom estate, Erwin was standing beside his brother, murmuring cryptically, "Brother, have you ever heard this saying? Love always leaves behind suffering." The brother looked at Erwin's strange expression and wondered, "What are you babbling about? With that serious look on your face, are you about to head to the battlefield?" Erwin smirked slightly. A sinister, mysterious smile appeared on his face as he replied, "No, brother, I'm going to find love." Demian strolled through the halls of the Hassan estate. He stretched. Refreshingly, "It's been a while since I've had such a good sleep." In contrast to his relaxed demeanor, Victor trailed behind with dark circles under his eyes from lack of sleep, grumbling enviously, "I'm so jealous. I was so worried about yesterday that I couldn't sleep a wink." In his mind, he was still haunted by yesterday's terrifying scene, where those thugs were beaten until they were incapable of resisting. Seeing his servant so on edge, Demian calmly asked, "Isn't everything fine now?" He told himself that even though he acted a bit more aggressively than intended, the family had gained a significant profit. More importantly, rumors about the eldest son of the Hassan family crushing those who dared to provoke him would spread quickly, ensuring no one would dare look down on the family's honor ever again. Only by being capable and stronger than others can a family be proud, right? Right? Demian smiled confidently. He knew that from now on, the public's perception of the Viscount's useless son would surely change. Victor looked at his master's back, realizing the young master had undergone a powerful shift in mindset. However, he still couldn't hide his anxiety. "Everything sounds fine, but what worries me is the Black Snake. You didn't just beat their men, you even touched the apprentice knight they hired." Facing the servant's fear, Demian calmly reassured him, "No matter how bold they are, they wouldn't dare touch a noble. And even if they did, I would stop them. Don't worry." Hearing that, Victor's eyes suddenly lit up with admiration for his extraordinary swordsmanship, and he curiously asked, "By the way, young master, since when did you know how to use a sword?" Demian broke into a cold sweat, forcing an awkward laugh to brush it off. "Oh, that? I just practiced a bit of this and that in my spare time." "Enough!" Just then, an enraged roar echoed through the hallway. Viscount Paul, with a face full of murderous intent, rushed over like a whirlwind. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "You brat! Where have you been? All day yesterday?" Paul lunged forward, grabbing his son's shoulders and bellowing in a fit of rage, "Don't tell me you were causing trouble again!" Amidst his father's fury and his mother's worried arrival behind them, Demian kept an unusually calm expression. He gently removed his father's hands and replied soothingly, "Don't worry, father. As I said, I've already taken care of everything I caused." Seeing his father still bewildered, he turned and ordered, "Victor, show him." Immediately, Victor opened the luggage bag, revealing stacks of brilliant gold coins and precious land deeds. Witnessing this unimaginable sight, both Paul and Marietta were so shocked they froze in place. They exclaimed in unison, "Oh my God, money!" Marietta was so shaken she fainted on the spot, while Paul could only stutter, incoherently. Demian calmly fabricated a logical reason. "I went to the tavern where I was kicked out to resolve the misunderstanding and discovered they had miscalculated. With this money, we can pay off all our overdue wages." He asserted that the tavern owner had provided this compensation as a sincere apology. To bolster his father's trust, Demian turned and insisted that "Father, if you don't believe me, ask Victor. He was with me." Called upon suddenly, Victor jumped in fear. Demian winked to signal him and asked slyly, "Victor, I'm telling the truth, aren't I?" Under the pressure from the young master, the boy could only break into a cold sweat and stutter, "Why, yes, that's right." Only then did Viscount Paul truly believe him and nod. Marietta was overjoyed. She hugged her son and choked up. "So it's true, dear husband. I'm so proud of you, son." Seeing his mother's happy smile, Demian felt his heart lighten, while Victor just looked at the young master with an uneasy expression, thinking, "He's not used to lying like this, is he?" Witnessing the perfect performance, Victor thought to himself, "You've become quite the liar, haven't you?" Soon after, Demian left the estate and headed deep into the forest to begin his training process. He ran for his life through the trees, his heavy breathing echoing through the empty space. After only a short distance, Demian had to stop and lean against a tree, gasping in exhaustion. He bitterly realized his own weakness. "I haven't moved much, yet I'm already out of breath. My body is too slow and weak. I have to do so many things, but I can't do anything in this state. Yet." A smug smile suddenly appeared on his lips, "But thank heavens I was still able to get this." Demian pulled from his pocket. Demian takes out a small vial that glows with a brilliant pink light. It's a precious medicine concocted by the Alchemist Academy, known for its ability to drastically boost physical strength and energy. It's miraculous. He recalls that the Alchemist Academy is a prestigious group of alchemists famous for their potions. Their vials were once traded at prices as high as top-tier gemstones. Demian secretly feels incredibly lucky to have such a treasure in his hands. He wastes no time and pops the cap open. He gulps down the divine medicine right there in the deep forest. After swallowing the surge of precious energy, he lets out a refreshing sigh. That hit the spot. He was exhausted, but now he feels fully revitalized. A deep purple aura envelops Demian's body. He feels the power surging within him in astonishment. This stuff is seriously strong. He tells himself that if he wants to get stronger quickly, he must prioritize rebuilding his physical foundation and train hard to return to his former strength from his past life. In Demian's mind, the image of the great demon Dogo appears, haunting him like a nightmare on the high peak. In just a few years, that cursed, immortal creature will officially appear and rain disaster upon the entire world. Demian grits his teeth in silent hatred. He makes a firm resolution. He must have the power to kill that guy before then. His eyes gaze fixedly at the family estate from above because he understands that only by destroying Dogo can he fully protect the happiness of his loved ones. Standing on the windy cliff, Demian lets out a breath and dashes off with terrifying speed, leaving behind a fierce declaration of war. "This time, I will definitely kill you." Meanwhile, at the Black Snake Gang's base in Land City, the atmosphere is incredibly tense. Under the hazy moonlight, the fat leader is casually gnawing on meat while hurling insults at the sight of Tess lying motionless on the floor. He's useless. He considers the defeat of the strongest person they hired an unacceptable loss to the organization. The henchmen look anxiously at their severely injured comrade and timidly ask their boss if they should get Tess medical help. But Cedric Walker, the leader of the Black Snakes, just tosses his bone onto the ground and coldly orders, "No, throw him away." Despite his minions asking again in confusion, fearing their ruthless boss, he remains determined to discard the loser immediately, believing he has no more value to exploit. As Cedric walks away, he asserts that as long as he has enough money, he can buy any other powerhouse to replace him. However, while smugly contemplating the current situation, Cedric suddenly freezes and turns his head back with a look full of terror. Cedric is shocked to see Tess still has enough strength to pull himself up. He changes his mind, deciding to treat and continue hiring the defeated knight, but Tess suddenly draws his sword and charges with utter hatred. "Die, you scum!" A cyan aura erupts from his sword, aimed straight at the fat leader's head. However, the attack suddenly stops in mid-air. Deep purple energy tentacles appear out of nowhere and pierce through Tess's body, leaving him stunned. What? A mysterious figure, face completely covered, steps quietly out of the shadows. He asks Cedric if this is the first target to fulfill their contract. Money really can buy anything. Now he's even buying a bunch of demons. Cedric smugly orders him to strike to test his power. Tess screams in agony, demanding that bastard let him go immediately. The stranger starts muttering incantations in a strange, ancient language. Instantly, dark entities with sharp teeth and glowing red eyes rise from the void and rush in to tear Tess apart. He screams in terror at the sight of the monsters devouring his body. The surrounding henchmen stand frozen in fear. Tess trembles, begging with his dying breath, "Spare me!" But a giant mouth full of sharp teeth suddenly opens wide, swallowing the apprentice knight completely into the darkness. A desperate scream echoes through the base before being cut short, leaving behind a devastated scene with only a single boot left on the ground. Witnessing the horrific scene, Cedric covers his nose in disgust. So gross. The mysterious figure coldly asks if he is satisfied with the result. Cedric nods in confirmation, but doesn't forget to remind the other party, "Next time, do the job a bit cleaner, will you? Geez, you ate him whole and left only a boot, and you still want to complain. Oh, you fat pig." Demian works hard training, sweat dripping as he pants heavily. He braces himself under heavy sacks, every muscle straining under the intense pressure. Setting the load down, Demian is secretly satisfied. The medicine works quite well. His endurance has improved significantly in just a few days. He reaches for his water bottle, but his mind is still worried about upcoming events. A few days have passed in peaceful silence, but Demian has remained vigilant, as nothing has happened yet. "I am sure that the black snakes will come looking for me." Suddenly, rustling from the bushes makes him startle in surprise, concluding that the enemy has revealed themselves. He whispers to himself, "Just as I thought." No hesitation at all, Demian lunges like a whirlwind and roars, "You damn black snakes!" He grabs the person hiding and slams them hard to the ground, making them scream in agony. However, as soon as he sees the intruder's face clearly, Demian's eyes flicker violently. He stammers in shock, "Abin!" His younger brother Abin, struggling as his neck is gripped, only manages to gasp in pain. Brother Demian hurriedly lets go, causing Abin to collapse to the ground, clutching his neck and panting. As he tries to sit up, Abin remarks sarcastically, "In the time I was away, you have gotten significantly stronger, haven't you? I thought you were actually going to snap my neck." Demian is stunned for a moment, then guiltily reaches out to help his brother up. "I didn't mean to. I'm sorry." But Abin coldly brushes off the concern and stands up. "I didn't come here to hear you apologize." He stares straight into his brother's eyes with suspicion. "Father told me that you were apologized to by the tavern owner, but I heard there was a brawl there, and many people were hurt." Abin adjusts his glasses, his sharp gaze as if trying to see through the truth behind what Demian is hiding. Abin looks straight into Demian's eyes with doubt. "There's no way you did that. Are you still planning to lie to the family?" Faced with his brother's suspicion, Demian just smiles casually and confirms, "No, it's true. I did that." The firm answer makes Abin jump in surprise. "You don't even know how to fight. Did you hire someone?" When Demian insists he did it all himself, his younger brother shouts angrily, "Don't you dare lie to me. You might be able to fool others, but there's no way you can fool me." Abin points his finger directly at his brother, sternly reminding him, "Don't do anything that ruins the family's reputation." He reminds him how the whole family had to struggle to clean up the mess he caused. Faced with his brother's rage, Demian suddenly reaches out and ruffles his hair. "Abin," he continues gently, "that's right. You've always been so meticulous, and you always want the best for our family." Abin flusteredly tries to push his hand away. "Stop it. What are you doing? Why are your hands so hard?" Demian can only laugh at his brother's reaction. "Ha ha. Don't worry. There won't be any more trouble from now on." But the peaceful atmosphere didn't last long before Victor's frantic voice rang out. "Young masters! Bad news, there's bad news!" The two brothers looked in shock at the servant running toward them with a panicked expression. Sensing something was wrong, Demian hurriedly strode down the hallway and pushed open the door to the drawing room. Inside, Viscount Paul and Lady Mary Ada were entertaining a stranger. Seeing his son appear, Paul exclaimed anxiously, "Damian's son, the guest is sitting. Right across from us is Eugene Leon Bloom," who calmly set his teacup down and looked up. "Oh, you've arrived, have you?" He flashed a knowing smile and continued, "I was just telling the Viscount about what happened at the banquet last time. My apologies for the sudden appearance. I couldn't do much, since my father has already found out about it." Seeing the look on his face, Damian thought to himself, this is a disaster. He realized he didn't remember the details clearly, but he had definitely done something wrong to this guy in the past. Crime upon crime, and now so many offenses, he didn't even know what he had done to him. Eugene smirked sinisterly and asked, "You remember exactly what happened too, don't you?" Memories of the last banquet began, flooding back, where Damien, in a drunken stupor, had uttered insults, causing Eugene to exclaim in feigned shock, "What did you say?" Although Damien had apologized at the time, pleading that he hadn't meant it, the buzzing gossip of the crowd around them showed that things weren't that simple. The memory of that banquet returned vividly as Damien angrily shouted, You didn't just insult me, you insulted my sister's honor too. How was that not on purpose?" Replying to that fury, Eugene just laughed nonchalantly. "You're a bit drunk, aren't you? I didn't say anything." He leaned close to Damien's ear, whispering a malicious provocation. "So what if I actually did say it? What are you going to do about it, you moron?" Damien was stunned, his eyes burning with rage as he realized he had fallen into his enemy's trap. Unable to suppress his humiliation, Damien threw a powerful punch, sending Eugene crashing to the floor. But even when getting hit, the man from the Leon Bloom family still wore a smug smile, as if everything were going according to his calculations. Returning to the present, Damien looked at the person sitting arrogantly in the living room and felt suspicious. The fact that someone about to become a knight was defeated by him was already strange. It seemed this guy was just a piece of trash, right everyone? Anyway, Eugene sipped his tea and suddenly brought it up. "So, what should we do now?" "It's a bit embarrassing to say, but I have always admired Lady Louise." That statement left Viscount Paul stunned, and he asked, "What do you mean?" Without a second's hesitation, Eugene bowed and made a shocking proposal. "Please grant your approval for the marriage between me and Louise." The entire Hassan family was struck dumb, unable to believe their ears at such a rude proposal. Damien gritted his teeth as he realized the script from his past life was repeating itself, with Eugene once again taking advantage of his family's predicament for his own gain. He continued to persuade them in a crafty tone, "If you do this, it will just be a small internal matter for the family. We can pretend like nothing ever happened." However, Viscount Paul firmly refused. "We cannot do that. Louise already has a fiancé." Eugene's face immediately hardened, and he growled in a threatening tone, "And what about the insult I had to endure? Can the Hassan family really handle the rage of my family all by themselves?" He looked directly at them, delivering a brutal ultimatum. "Choose. Either pay the price for insulting me, or marry Louise to me. Better to stay home and raise pigs than marry a guy like him. It would be a wasted life for a daughter." Viscount Paul broke into a cold sweat, feeling conflicted because the Leon Blooms were an incredibly powerful family, but he could not just stand by and watch that famous lecher steal his daughter. In the midst of the extreme tension, footsteps rang out and Louise suddenly appeared. She coldly declared, "Fine, I accept." The statement left the whole family in shock. Paul shouted in pain, "Louise, what do you mean?" Aben couldn't keep his composure either. He urgently begged his sister to reconsider and snapped, "Why do you have to sacrifice yourself to make up for Damien's mistakes?" Damien stood frozen, his eyes dark, only able to choke out the word, "sister," in a choked voice. But Louise just smiled gently, affirming that she would go with Eugene and told everyone not to worry too much. Looking at that tolerant smile, Damien bitterly realized that because of his own mistake, once again, she had to trade her entire life away. Witnessing everything go exactly as he planned, Eugene wore a sinister smile. "That's it." He stood up triumphantly, not forgetting to leave behind a sarcastic remark. "Lady Louise, you are so wise. I will send an official marriage proposal soon. We will discuss the details later." He turned and walked away smugly, but Damien suddenly stepped forward to block his path, forcing Eugene to stop. He sneered mockingly, "Damien, do you have something you want to say? Or should I be calling you brother-in-law now?" As he spoke, he reached out and patted Damien's chest with disdain. The anger in Damien's heart flared up when he thought about how this grotesque bastard had ruined his sister's life once and was planning to do it again. He muttered something that made Louise call out his name in worry, while Eugene continued to nonchalantly provoke him. "What was that? I didn't hear a thing." Immediately, Damien threw a lightning-fast punch directly into the Leon Bloom man's face. The massive punch sent Eugene flying, blood spurting from his mouth. Damien told himself he shouldn't have fallen for his trap, but for his sister and his family, he could no longer hold back. Seeing his enemy collapse in such a pathetic way, he gritted his teeth and roared, "No, that bastard can't get away with it." Damien stood tall with his fists clenched, his eyes full of determination. I will never let this tragedy repeat itself. What was the point of being reborn? To wipe out these pests? What else? Hit him a few more times. Damien rushed down the mansion hallway when he heard a servant announce that Louise and Eugene's carriage had arrived. He excitedly thought, "How long has it been since you visited? My heart is overflowing with joy. Sister, I missed you so much." But just as he cracked open the door and looked inside, the smile on Damien's face died instantly. It was replaced by a look of absolute shock at the horrific scene unfolding inside the room. Eugene was crazily grabbing Louise's hair and yanking it, causing her to scream in pain. He growled in humiliation, "You're just merchandise sold off by a family of pests," and then threw her onto the floor, standing without a shred of pity over his trembling, weeping wife. Eugene wore a disgusting smile. "My love, Louise, I will educate you properly, so you will never, ever say that again." Witnessing the cruel scene through the door gap, Damien gritted his teeth, his fists clenched so tightly they were shaking with fury. His heart tightened as he realized his own mistake in his past life had pushed his sister into this living hell. "It's my fault. It's because of me that Louise was married off." His eyes burst into a flame of ultimate hatred, staring at the evil enemy, Owen Leon Bloom. "This time, you're dead, you bastard!" The rage erupted, Damien roaring, "You bastard! I will never forgive you!" He stepped forward, swinging his fist with overwhelming force, declaring, "Too bad for you, you piece of trash." A thunderous punch caught Owen square in the face, sending him flying and crashing down instantly, leaving Louis and Eben in complete shock. Hearing the commotion, Viscount Pow rushed over with his guards. Charging into the room, he shouted, "What is the meaning of this?" Standing amidst the chaos, Damien coldly gazed down at the defeated foe lying motionless at his feet. Owen's two guards immediately drew their swords, growling, "How dare you? You're the one who struck our young master?" While Damien's parents stood frozen, still trying to process the scene, Owen struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth before breaking into a crazed laugh. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Damien with eyes burning with rage. "You dared to hit my face, not once, but twice." He drew his noble blade from its sheath, emitting such a heavy, suffocating pressure that the very air in the room seemed to freeze. Owen declared icily, "You must be itching for death, brother-in-law." Seeing their master losing control, the two guards scrambled to intervene. "Please, calm down, second young master. We will handle this." They were worried because there were so many witnesses, but Owen just roared with fury, "Move aside!" Ignoring his subordinates' pleas that this lowly scum wasn't worth his own hands, Owen suddenly unleashed a burst of blue spiritual energy. It was incredibly powerful. The intense shockwave sent both guards flying into the wall, kicking up a cloud of dust. With his face contorted in hatred, he growled, "I said move!" Witnessing Owen's madness, Aben and Louis trembled in terror. Owen, holding his blood-stained sword, slowly stalked toward Damien and asked with a challenge, "Let's see how you plan to handle this situation." "How will you?" Louis began to sob uncontrollably. She thought to herself that Eugene would never forgive her younger brother. Unable to overcome her fear, she rushed out to shield him, desperately begging, "Please stop!" But a steady hand suddenly landed on Louis' shoulder, holding her back. Damien smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, sister. I'll handle this myself. Don't sacrifice yourself. For me. You play, you pay. Let the guy clean up his own mess. Let's finish this." Damien stepped forward with pride, standing between Louis and the villain. He looked Owen straight in the eyes and made a shocking offer. "Let's duel!" The words left Owen stunned for a moment before he burst into mocking laughter. "What? A duel?" Damien calmly set the terms. "That's right. If you win this sword fight, I will do whatever you want. But if I win, forget everything that has happened up until now." Owen smirked and refused, thinking there was no benefit in such terms, especially since Louis had already agreed to be married off. Contrary to everyone's anxiety, Damien flashed a provocative smile. "Why are you twisting the truth? Are you afraid of losing to me?" The taunt hit home, and Owen was so furious his face became distorted. He thought to himself that this was the perfect opportunity to officially settle the debt of humiliation he had just suffered. Owen sneered, with a sinister grin, raising his noble sword. "I'll use this to cripple you and take your sister. Fine. I accept your challenge." The duel would take place right in the mansion courtyard under the fiery sunset. Witnessing this scene, Viscount Pow worriedly whispered to his wife, "Damien is speaking so confidently. Surely he must have a plan. Otherwise, we can only pray for a miracle. Poor things. We'll just have to wait and see how this turns out." But Aben immediately crushed that hope. "Father, you're wrong. Don't put your faith in miracles." Owen Leon Bloom. His swordsmanship is likely at the level of a formal knight now. How could Damien possibly defeat him? Standing across from his opponent, Owen arrogantly asked, "Well then, shall we begin? But how do you intend to fight me without a sword?" Damien calmly stepped forward, a smile full of mystery on his face. "Don't worry, this is enough." Instantly, he held up a dinner fork, leaving everyone frozen in disbelief. Owen stuttered, a fork?" Viscount Pao could only bury his face in his hands in defeat. He scolded his son for being an idiot, while Lady Mariota and Louis stood speechless. After a moment of silence, Owen erupted into scornful laughter. "You must be so scared that you've lost your mind. I won't go easy on you." He slammed his foot down and lunged like lightning, his sword glowing. However, Damien nimbly dodged the first strike by a hair's breadth. "See? Who's the idiot now? Don't be so quick to brag." Owen was stunned. He dodged it? Feeling humiliated, he gritted his teeth and poured all of his spiritual power into his blade. If that's how it is. A fierce red aura erupted, forming a massive, powerful lion enveloping his body. Owen roared, unleashing his ultimate technique. Crimson Lion Sword. A catastrophic energy blast swept forward, swallowing Damien's position. As the dust settled, Damien was still standing tall in the crater, without even a single scratch. Witnessing this absurd sight, Owen gasped. How is he still unharmed? What is happening? He couldn't believe it. In that brief moment, Damien had gracefully dodged every basic move of his Crimson Lion Sword technique. Damien smiled mysteriously. He had completely understood and analyzed the Leon Bloom family's swordsmanship through his intense training over the past few days. He recalled Michael Leon Bloom, Owen's stronger brother, whom he had faced in his previous life, and silently judged that Owen was far weaker than him. Pride wounded, Owen crazily poured all his aura into his sword and roared, "You only dodged that by luck, but let's see if you can dodge this one." A terrifying pressure radiated from the crimson aura. Damien realized this was an attack that would be hard to dodge. "This is going to be tight," he thought. "I hope he can handle it." Immediately, Damien planted his feet firmly and decided to use a sword saint technique to counter it head-on. A massive energy explosion erupted in the middle of the courtyard. The clash left Louis and Aben frozen in horror. Amidst the swirling dust, Damien used the tiny fork to precisely block the edge of Owen's blade, leaving him just enough breath to gasp in shock. "What? No." To keep his opponent off balance, Damien quickly swatted the sword away and unleashed his secret technique, 10,000 flowing deaths, with a cold, final farewell. He lunged forward and drove the fork straight into Owen's neck, leaving the young master Leon Bloom frozen in shock. Without a hint of hesitation, Damien charged with terrifying speed, his cold goodbye hanging in the air. Goodbye. The fork in his hand struck directly toward Owen's throat, making the air feel as if it had frozen solid. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Louis and Aben were paralyzed with astonishment. Meanwhile, Viscount Paul and his wife could only gape in sheer terror. Owen's bodyguard screamed in a panic, "Stop it, second young master!" Owen, drenched in sweat, was completely stunned as he felt the sharp tip of the fork pressing against his jugular. The young master of the Leon Bloom house collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck and screaming in agony. Looking down at the defeated foe from above, Damien thought to himself that even killing him 1,000 times over wouldn't be enough to make up for what he had done, but for the safety of his family, he would spare him this once. He coldly declared that the outcome was clear and there was nothing left to discuss. Seeing Owen trembling and unable to utter a word, Damien firmly commanded, "Now, just as you promised, get lost." After the shocking battle, the Hassan mansion sank into a tense silence. During the meal, Damien nonchalantly set his plate down and politely thanked them for the meal. He stood up and announced he was going for his morning training, making Viscount Paul, who was sitting opposite him, jump in surprise. Damien walked out of the room, leaving his parents and siblings sitting in silence at the table, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Lady Marita nervously broke the atmosphere, urging Paul to ask Damien about the strange events that happened yesterday. Aben, still unable to shake his shock, muttered unconsciously about how his once weak older brother had suddenly become strong enough to defeat even Owen, as if he had turned into a completely different person overnight. Seeing his wife and son losing their composure, Paul firmly stopped them. "Stop. We shouldn't force the boy to answer. When the time comes, he will tell us." Even though he was burning with curiosity inside, his instincts told him not to press the issue right now. Recalling the sight of Damien with his glowing red eyes, and the terrifying killing intent during the fight. Paul trembled, telling himself that even though it was his own son, the boy was truly too scary. If he changed like this naturally, I'd think he was possessed. Seriously, no joke. In the quiet room, Damien was preparing for a new training session. He carefully tied 10-kilogram sandbags to his legs to build endurance and told himself it was time to get moving. Just as he was about to leave, Louis's voice rang out, "Damien!" He startled and turned back. Sister Louis let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, thank goodness you're still here." She hesitated, looking at her brother with confusion. About what happened yesterday." Damien immediately realized he should apologize to her right then. Without a second of hesitation, Damien bowed his head low and sincerely said, "I am so sorry. Sister, I acted rashly and put everyone in a difficult spot. I should have apologized to you yesterday. I promise that it will never happen again." However, Louis interrupted in a panic. No, that's not it." She gently placed a hand on Damien's shoulder, her eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you, little brother." Louis bowed her head, her voice choking up as she confessed her long-held feelings. "You know, back then, I was really scared. It's true that I said I would follow Owen, but my heart didn't want to at all. Really, you'd have to be crazy to like a brute like him." Hearing his sister's heartfelt words, Damien stood still, feeling a pang of sorrow. "Sister, so that's what you were thinking all along." Louis continued to pour out her heart. As the memory of the moment Damien bravely stood up to punch the jerk Owen to protect her came back vividly, she confessed that at that moment she felt both guilty but also overjoyed, which was why she wanted to tell him the truth. Louis wiped away her tears and flashed a radiant smile. "Thank you, Damien." Her sincerity left Damien stunned. His heart tightened with emotion. He smiled gently. "I'm the one who should be saying that. Thank you for everything you've done, sister." Just as he turned to leave, Damien was suddenly called back by Louis. "Wait, Damien, take this." He turned his head, suspicious. Before him, Louis was hugging a large sword. Damien was stunned to realize it was the item Father treasured most in the world. Louis smiled, confirming, "Yeah, Father told me to give this to you. Use it for your training." Oh, he had finally earned his family's trust. Damien was taken aback as he took the sword from his sister's hands. "For me?" Louis gently explained that Father wasn't good at expressing his feelings, but in truth, he cared for him a great deal. She also relayed a strict yet humorous piece of advice from their father. "You come from a Viscount's family, so don't ever use a fork in place of a sword ever again." Looking at Louis's firm expression, Damien thought to himself that he could see the shadow of his father in every one of her features. He firmly drew the sword from its sheath, feeling the sharp spiritual power radiating under the light, then smiled slightly. "Yes, thank you, Father." Back in his room, Viscount Paul suddenly sneezed quite loudly. He rubbed his nose, puzzled. Who could be talking about me? As night fell, a full moon hung suspended in the sky. The Hassan mansion was dead silent. Amidst the void, a strange purple smoke began to creep and crawl along the grass like a living creature. At the main gate, 2 guards were still slacking off. One yawned widely, causing his partner to remind him to stop. They were completely unaware that a deadly shadow was silently creeping right beneath their feet. A pair of sinister, glowing purple eyes flashed from within the threatening dark smoke. In the blink of an eye, the shadow erupted into energy tentacles, causing the 2 guards to collapse to the ground without a chance to make a sound. The iron gate creaked with a dry, harsh noise as the intruder slipped inside. He wore a tattered black cloak, his entire body radiating a dark, evil purple aura as he shuffled toward the mansion. Inside, candlelight reflected the shadow gliding silently down the hallway. Abin was still fast asleep, completely unaware of the danger that was drawing near. Viscount Paul and his wife were also fast asleep, the sound of Paul's snoring echoing steadily through the silent night. The shadow stopped in front of a door and gently slipped inside. It was Louis's room. She was sleeping very peacefully under the dim moonlight filtering through the window. That wretched demon, it had ill intentions toward this beautiful girl. The intruder stood towering by the bed, revealing a face covered in scars with a disgusting smile, licking his lips greedily. "Not bad at all, are you?" He reached a bony hand toward Louis, telling himself he came here on behalf of the Black Snake Gang, but didn't expect to get this lucky. However, just as he was about to strike, a cold voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Hey!" The assassin jumped in terror. He spun around and caught sight of Damien leaning against the door with his sword on his shoulder, his eyes glowing red in the dark as he stared at the evil enemy. "What are you doing?" He stated that he had come because he sensed a strange energy and sure enough, had caught the suspicious intruder red-handed. The assassin was stunned. He didn't. I can't believe it. My sleep magic had zero effect on Demian. Even more terrifying was how he got so close without me even noticing. The man in the black cloak immediately unleashed a flash of deep purple energy. It was incredibly powerful. Demian swung his sword, agilely blocking the attack, creating a small explosion that tore through the space in the room. The assassin stumbled back, teeth gritted, cursing. "Damn it! Who the hell are you?" Demian pointed his sword at him coldly. "That's my line. Do you even know whose house you're in?" Seeing his opponent's skill, the man in black was stunned, guessing. "Could you be Demian Hassan?" "Spot on. 10 points for you, hee. Demian confirmed, then pressed him for his identity and his intentions toward his sister. Just then, shouts and barking dogs echoed from outside. The servants had been woken by the explosion. Realizing the situation was turning against him with so many people approaching, the assassin decided to retreat. He transformed into a swirl of dark purple smoke and bolted toward the window, leaving Demian completely stunned. He shouted for him to stop, but the stranger had already slipped away. Demian lunged to the window, watching the smoke dissolve into the quiet night, and clicked his tongue, in frustration that he'd gotten away. But right at that moment, he spotted something strange and muttered suspiciously. Demian was shocked as he looked at the trace left behind on the windowsill. This energy signature. The next morning at the stables, the staff started screaming in panic. "This is bad! What do we do?" A prized horse had died suddenly, leaving them in a panic. They didn't know how to explain it to the Viscount, knowing for sure he'd be furious. "It must be that bastard thief," they thought. But how would mere mortals like us even know? They couldn't understand how it was fine yesterday, but had suffered this tragedy today. Amid the chaos, Demian suddenly appeared. "I have a bad feeling about this." The staff jumped at the sight of the young master. "Young master!" Demian calmed them down. "No need to panic. I just came to confirm one thing. I won't hold anyone responsible. Just lend me this room for a moment." Demian placed his hand on the horse's carcass, secretly detecting the same energy signature he'd lost track of last night, which led him here. The chilling energy flowing from it left him in no doubt. This terrifying energy is definitely dark mana. He realized the intruder from last night was a dark mage. Seeing his parents still sleeping soundly, Demian told himself there was no need to worry them. With this, following the trail of purple dark mana creeping along the ground, Demian crossed the fields and headed deep into the forest. That trail of death led him to a dark, gloomy cave hidden deep in the mountains. He sure knows how to pick a hideout. I've been searching forever. Inside the dim cave, filled with bottles of potions, the dark mage laughed sinisterly. "Heh. The leader of the Black Snakes is such a fool. He actually gathered everything I asked for." He felt smug about tricking them with lies about casting spells, when he really just wanted the ingredients for his dark experiments. Even so, he couldn't help but feel humiliated that someone once so renowned now had to take low-level jobs for pocket money just because he was being hunted by the church. He told himself he had to lay low for a while, but then frowned at the foul air in the cave. Just then, a voice dripping with sarcasm rang out from behind him. "Living all cooped up like this when you're old. How about opening a window for some fresh air?" The mage spun around in shock, realizing the intruder was the eldest son of the Hassan family he'd clashed with last night. He started, trembling, asking how Demian found this place, only to receive a cold reply. "I followed the stench you left behind. It's what you get for being a filthy, unwashed slob. Now you're leaving a trail everywhere you go. That should teach you." Ha. The mage regained his arrogance, mocking Demian as just a reckless brat, even if he had dared to stand up to the Black Snake Gang. Demian calmly placed a hand on his sword hilt to confirm. "You're the one the Black Snakes hired, aren't you?" He coolly admitted it, his goal to cause maximum damage to the family. That made Demian curl his lip in contempt. How pathetic, taking a job like this just to die for it. Fury flared up. The mage laughed loudly and gathered dark spirit energy in a deep purple glow on his hands, threatening to turn him into a pet for his own twisted entertainment. Demian calmly replied that would never happen. He declared that while he promised not to kill anyone in this life unless truly necessary, filthy dark mages were always the sole exception he had to wipe out. Demian's eyes blazed as he drew his sword from its sheath, making the mage realize his opponent possessed far more than ordinary strength. Feeling the threat, he roared, "Then die!" and frantically launched a series of magic circles in a direct attack, ignoring the purple spirit explosions surrounding them. Demian bravely charged forward, swinging his sword in a powerful slash that tore through the air. This time, "Beat him to a pulp, you dirty, unwashed freak! Bigger, bigger, bigger!" The dark mage shrieked in terror. "He's too fast!" As Demian closed the distance with impossible speed, a sharp, shimmering blade cut through space, leaving a trail of purple energy and forcing his enemy to groan in pain. But immediately after, Demian was shocked to realize his body was regenerating magically. He thought to himself that this was the same power he'd seen at the mansion. Watching his opponent's twisted grin, Demian realized this guy was much stronger than what he'd imagined for someone working a cheap gig. The mage laughed haughtily. "Ha ha ha! That attack didn't even scratch me." Man's eyes flared with killing intent. He stated coldly, "Then I'll just keep slicing you until there isn't a single piece left." Immediately, he unleashed a flurry of slashes, creating silver rays of light that tore through the dark smoke surrounding his enemy. Despite the heavy blows, the mage kept his composure and admitted, "Not bad. I see your reputation recently wasn't for nothing, but regardless," he gritted his teeth, "the moment you walked in here, you were already dead. You've got guts to threaten me like that. Let's see who dies first." Suddenly, dark tentacles erupted from the ground, wrapping tightly around Demian's arms, making him only able to gasp in surprise. A giant phantom with razor-sharp teeth and glowing purple eyes rose from behind. The mage shrieked in horror, laughing sinisterly as he revealed he had set magic traps all over this cave. To deal with the church's pursuit, Demian had accidentally walked right into the trap. Sensing the terrifying pressure from the dark surroundings, Demian muttered, "This is getting a bit dangerous." Then the mage roared, threatening that Demian would regret daring to oppose a high-ranking member of the Yuland organization. Dark tentacles surged madly to bind his limbs, while the villain declared that his whole body would rot and die in agony. A surge of dark spirit energy exploded violently from the phantom's giant eye, swallowing the surrounding space. The purple spirit energy engulfed Demian. The dark mage laughed sinisterly, full of smug satisfaction. "You arrogant brat, you're just shortening your own life." He gloated, convinced that the more pain he inflicted, the greater his reward would be, then shouted with excitement now that no one was left to stop him from hunting down Lewis. Amidst the circle of dark magic, Demian remained completely calm. He mused to himself, "A disintegration curse, huh? Well, isn't that a surprise? You rotten old man." But the next moment, the mage's face twisted in pure shock as he saw Demian boldly walking out of the dark energy flow. "Dark magic?" he stammered in terror. How are you unaffected? Just how much do you know about dark arts?" Demian smirked, challenging him. "Guess for yourself." Deep down, however, even Demian couldn't help but be stunned as he looked at the mark glowing brilliantly on the back of his hand. He wondered why he still retained the power from his past life in his current body. Painful memories of the past suddenly came rushing back, where Dogo stood before a giant container radiating a deep purple spiritual energy. He said passionately, "This is power, also known as the strength of the gods." The skeletal wizard looked down at the knight kneeling at his feet and called him, with pride, "My death knight." Dogo declared that he had given Demian the strongest body and infused him with the most potent magic, but even that was not enough to satisfy him. He was ambitious, wanting him to become the sword and the ultimate embodiment of evil he had ever possessed. With burning red eyes full of malice, Dogo channeled the dark, spiritual energy into his palm and declared he would grant Demian this supreme power, to turn him into an unstoppable weapon of destruction. "So it followed me through reincarnation, huh? Looks like I got a pretty good deal." A brilliant purple light erupted violently. Dogo roared in triumph, "This is power!" He poured all his magical might into his palm, causing the surrounding space to shake intensely. Demian groaned in pain as he had to take the overload of energy. Even Dogo had to admit in astonishment, what terrifying strength. The skeletal wizard placed his glowing hand on Demian's head, forcing him to endure the brutal assimilation process. Demian screamed agonizingly, his eyes glowing stark white as the dark force tore through his body and created an energy blast that shook the very heavens. Witnessing his masterpiece take shape, Dogo said with satisfaction, "Finally, I have obtained it." That is the power of the gods, the ultimate strength that helped Demian transform into an invincible war god. He stood tall amidst the ancient magic circle. It was glowing brightly. His body was covered in war scars but radiated the terrifying pressure of a true Death Knight. After all the pain, the Death Knight finally emerged. Back in the present, Damien looked at the glowing mark on his hand and affirmed to himself, no doubt about it. This is the power of greed, the very strength I possessed when I was a Death Knight. He had thought he'd lost this power after regressing, but never expected it to reappear right at the most critical moment. Without a second of hesitation, Damien channeled his power and unleashed a thunderous kick that shattered all the dark chains. The powerful blow sent the dark mage flying back, leaving him collapsed in a pathetic state. Damien walked up coldly, pressed the tip of his sword against him, and ordered, "Now, answer me." The mage trembled in utter terror, stammering, and asking, "How did you survive my spell?" Damien rested his sword on his shoulder and replied nonchalantly, "Well, doesn't everyone have a trump card or two up their sleeve?" Faced with the dark mage's shock, he narrowed his eyes, recalling, "Oh, and that guy said he was a high-ranking member of Yuland, right?" Damien combed through his memories of Yuland, an organization specializing in assassinations using vicious dark magic that he had heard of. He realized that was why his opponent possessed such formidable strength. So that's it. They're mercenaries hired to kill. The mage gritted his teeth, anxious. A trump card, huh? He sensed something was wrong and told himself he had to finish this fight quickly before things took a turn for the worse. He growled, "I was planning to save this technique for when I face the church, but I guess I have to use it now." Damien sarcastically retorted, "Does he have a trump card too?" Immediately, the bracelet on the mage's arm emitted a blue, spiritual energy. His body began to mutate and radiate a terrifying pressure. Damien was shocked to feel the massive amount of dark mana pouring out. Quite a lot of dark mana. There. That bracelet is definitely for storing and concealing mana. From behind the mage, a giant demonic entity with dozens of glowing eyes rose up and shrieked horrifyingly. He roared triumphantly, "Even if you manage to break my magic somehow, there's no way you can withstand this power. Just be burned and die in eternal hell." A giant blue flame erupted, engulfing Damien in an instant. This time, it didn't just smoke him, it was trying to roast him alive. Seeing his attack hit home, the mage laughed insanely. "It's over. He's been burned by the hellfire that consumes forever, even after death." However, from within the sea of fire, Damien's voice suddenly rang out coldly. "You've misunderstood one very serious thing." The mage looked on in horror as Damien remained unharmed amidst the ferocious flames. He said in a low voice, "The power of greed isn't meant to negate magic. The power of greed is not meant to negate magic, but to absorb all dark mana." Damien's declaration caused the dark mage to completely fall apart. He trembled and muttered in extreme fear, "The power of greed. Why does someone like you have such terrifying strength?" Faced with his opponent's shock, Damien only replied coldly, "That's none of your business. Let's just say I have better gear." Stepping forward decisively with overwhelming killing intent, a sense of deep annoyance welled up inside Damien. It's so annoying to have to use power gifted by the one I hate the most. However, to take down the enemy in front of him quickly, he knew he had no other choice but to unleash the skills of a Death Knight. Witnessing the spiritual energy covering the sword, the mage realized in terror, "Is that Aura Blade? That's a sword technique that only those who have reached the level of a swordmaster can execute. How?" He shrieked in desperation. "Wait!" But Damien didn't hesitate, swinging his sword and unleashing the soul-severing technique. The strike carried a destructive force that tore through space itself, swallowing the dark mage and leaving him only enough time for one heart-wrenching scream before being completely defeated. The earth-shattering impact created a massive explosion that shook the entire cave, causing rocks to crumble and fall apart. Amidst the thick dust and wreckage, Damien walked up coldly, pressed the tip of his sword to the loser's face, and gave one final choice. "If you tell me what I want to know before you die, I'll make your end less painful." With purple eyes full of killing intent, he growled, "Give the order, then tell me where the black serpent hides. Move!" The carriage rolled over the stone bridge, carrying Damien and Victor back into the bustling commercial city of Landrock. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Victor asked, "Young master, what now? Why are you trying to go back to Landrock?" Damien calmly flipped through an illustrated book. On the cover was a grotesque face. He smirked slightly. "My most loyal servant, Victor. If you really want to follow me, then please keep quiet, or shut your mouth. Unless you want your teeth and lips to become one." Seeing his master engrossed in the pages, Victor asked curiously, "What are you reading so intently?" Damien held up the book and nonchalantly explained, "This is a grimoire of dark magic I acquired after killing that dark sorcerer." Even though Victor considered himself an illiterate fool, he still felt a sense of dread. warning that a dark grimoire was incredibly dangerous and difficult to handle, but his attention was suddenly distracted by a foul, overwhelming stench. It began to spread. What is that smell? From the moment they stepped into the city, Damien had been carrying a sack that was leaking a mysterious dark purple liquid. He called his servant over. "Victor, there is something I want you to do for me." Realizing the rotting smell was coming from that very bag, Victor asked with a tremor, "What's inside?" Damien answered nonchalantly, with a sentence that would make anyone's blood run cold. "A human head." Victor tried to believe this was just another one of his young master's cruel pranks, but as soon as he saw the black smoke rising from the bag, his face turned gray. Ash-faced with horror. "Oh my God, and you waited until now to tell me? I'm going to faint." Seeing his servant on the verge of losing it, Damien signaled him to be quiet as passers-by were starting to stare. He handed the bag to Victor and instructed, "Explain later. First, you need to do a few things for me. Just get these to the location I've specified." Damien held the dark magic book in his hand, asserting, "Only then will we avoid further trouble." Victor looked at the sack with a shudder and stammered in terror. Trouble. Before Damien stood the headquarters of the Black Serpent Gang, a towering stone structure carved with intertwined snakes, located right in the heart of Landrock. He mentally judged the arrogance of these thugs for building such an obvious base, but told himself that made them easy to find. Approaching the main gate, Damien was blocked by two burly guards. One growled, "Hey you, who are you?" He stared straight at them and calmly introduced himself. "I am Damien Hassan of the Hassan Viscountcy. Did you hear that clearly, or do you need me to repeat it?" Hearing the name Hassan, the one-eyed guard and his cohorts scoffed, mocking the name as pathetic and cheap. But right after that, the one-eyed guard froze. He narrowed his eyes, remembering something. "Wait, this name, it sounds like the one the boss mentioned." Damien coolly added, "So, you know who I am now." "Huh, I have business with your leader, so you'd better step aside quietly." Contrary to expectations, the two guards easily agreed. "Oh, is that so? Go right ahead." This unexpected cooperation made Damien suspicious. "You don't even need the reason?" At that very moment, the guard secretly pulled out a signal flare and pulled the trigger. A streak of brilliant red light tore through the sky right behind Damien, alerting the entire base to the arrival of an intruder. Damien turned, shocked, to look at the flare glowing in the air. The one-eyed guard now revealed his sinister face, laughing manically. "You thought we'd just say that?" "Huh?" Damien asked in a low voice what he had just done. The answer came instantly as mysterious hooded shadows began to appear, crowding the surrounding rooftops. Damien quickly shifted to dodge as the assassins dove down to attack, looking like vultures swooping in for a corpse. He walked right into their lair. How reckless. Looking at the assassins surrounding him from all sides, Damien asked coldly, "What else?" The guard declared triumphantly, "This is the special gift our leader prepared to welcome you." Immediately, a barrage of shadows from the rooftops dove down in unison, wielding swords in a direct attack. Facing the closing circle, Damien didn't flinch, but smirked slightly. He scoffed. He decisively drew his sword from its scabbard and left them with a threatening warning, "Don't go regretting this." Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion, the governor of Landrock, Sebastian Baker, was drowning in alcohol and the service of beautiful women. He enthusiastically thanked Cedric for organizing such an enjoyable party. Sitting at the table was Robert, a knight of Landrock. He was also dead drunk and kept demanding more wine. Cedric buttered him up, saying serving the two of them was his greatest honor. Sebastian began talking about seizing the commercial districts of other organizations and suggested that the Black Serpent should take them over soon, always egging people on to do dirty work. "You'll end up in an early grave one day, buddy." He insisted that even the red light district should be under the complete control of the Black Serpent. When Cedric expressed concern about those who might stand up to oppose them, Sebastian just laughed sinisterly and declared his power was enough to ensure those people were no longer a problem. Robert also promised to help as much as he could, within the scope of a knight's authority to protect the gang's operations. On the surface, Cedric respectfully thanked the two officials for their support, but deep inside, he clearly showed his contempt. The Black Serpent leader told himself he didn't want to continue bowing to these greedy pieces of trash any longer. He harbored the ambition that soon, the power of the Black Serpent would expand and conquer this entire city. Cedric Walker wore an ambitious smile, smugly telling himself that soon, all those high and mighty people would have to bow down to him in return. However, the hedonistic atmosphere was abruptly broken when a subordinate rushed into the room in a panic. "Oh, boss," Cedric, annoyed, roared, What is it? Can't you see I have guests? Just when things were getting good, they had to go and ruin it. The subordinate apologized profusely but insisted there was an urgent matter that needed to be reported immediately. Cedric walked out into the hallway and asked in a low voice, "What is it?" The subordinate leaned close to Cedric's ear and whispered something that shocked him, to the point where his eyes widened and he blurted out, "What? Damien Hassan?" While the honored guests inside were still busy drinking and feasting, Cedric gritted his teeth, thinking of the dark sorcerer and the list of bizarre ingredients he demanded to perform the curse. He told himself it was a good thing he had instructed his men beforehand to prevent any unexpected issues. Cedric waved his hand, ordering, "His trusted man, I understand. Go." The subordinate hesitated, worriedly asking if it was all right to leave him like that, but Cedric just smirked confidently. "What are you worried about?" he asserted. He was absolutely certain he was walking into his own death. Outside, Damien stood surrounded by dozens of ruthless thugs from the Black Serpent gang. He calmly observed his opponents, then suddenly erupted with a surge of deep purple spiritual energy that engulfed his body, his eyes glowing with intimidating power. Damien dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. His razor-sharp strikes left the minions falling in heaps before they could even react. If you're looking for a beating, come and get it. Who wants to be the first to lose their head? In the middle of the Land Kingdom streets, a mysterious group of people in gray cloaks appeared silently, radiating a chilling pressure that seemed to freeze the very air, their eyes glowing a piercing blue. Quietly observing the scene from beneath his hood, the leader smirked with a knowing look. "A few of them owe me a favor, so why should I worry?" Siri stood on the tower balcony. Cal was sweating buckets as he witnessed the horrific scene below. Dozens of Black Serpent henchmen lay strewn about, moaning in agony across the battlefield. Devastation. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could this happen? Did that kid take them all down by himself? Standing amidst the wreckage, Damien remained perfectly composed. Damien. Strangely enough, he radiated the pressure of a true conqueror, making Cedric tremble in fear. He grabbed a pale-faced subordinate to confirm what he was seeing. "Is it true? That kid really said he's Damien Hassan?" When the guard stammered in confirmation, Cedric went numb, realizing all the rumors about that useless Viscount's son were completely wrong. He bitterly realized that even the dark mage he had dispatched must have been wiped out. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Cedric panicked and turned. He turned to run inside, seeking rescue from his precious guests. "It's fine, I have to go get help." "Sir, are you guys even capable of doing anything while you're this wasted?" Down below, Damien suddenly stopped as he sensed a surge of intense energy from above. He looked up at the roof, suspicious. "Is that thing made of magic?" Three strangers in cloaks stood towering on the tiled roof. One held a staff tipped with a glowing red orb, channeling power frantically, and roared in fury. "You monster! Let's see if you can handle this!" Instantly, a massive fireball was launched, rushing toward Damien with heat so intense it seemed to burn everything in its path. The mage on the roof laughed arrogantly as he saw Damien, still standing there, taking the hit. "Ha! You idiot! You think you can block our flame with just that sword?" But Damien remained incredibly calm, planting his feet firmly, and decisively unleashed his secret technique, Myriad Flow Annihilation. A razor-sharp sword arc tore through the space, slicing the raging fireball right in half, to the enemy's astonishment. The mage only had time to let out a cry of sheer terror before the entire blast was reflected back, creating a cataclysmic explosion that swallowed his position on the roof. "Playing with fire, huh? Hope you enjoyed the barbecue, mage." Looking at the ruins and the broken staff at his feet, Damien told himself his job here was done. He turned to himself thinking, now it's time to figure out who's really running the Black Serpent gang. But a terrifying pressure suddenly descended, making Damien snap to attention. From above, a figure plummeted like a meteorite, landing a blow so powerful it shattered the ground. Damien agilely backflipped to evade the high-impact collision. The pressure from the thick aura made Damien's skin prickle as if stung by needles. Looking at the dark silhouette looming amidst the dust, he silently judged that the person who just appeared was definitely not just an ordinary thug. With an overwhelming presence and a powerful blue aura, Damien confirmed that the opponent before him was definitely a formal knight. "Found you!" The sound of thundering footsteps echoed as city guards and knights began to surround the scene. Damien was slightly surprised to see that the authorities were getting involved in this as well. They've stuffed their bellies full of bribes, haven't they? Why wouldn't they get involved? From the crowd, a man with a goatee and elegant noble attire stepped forward, roaring in anger. "How dare you cause such chaos?" Right in the center of the city. He introduced himself as Sebastian Baker, the governor of Landwalk, and declared he would punish Damien appropriately. Seeing the gang leader Cedric cowering right next to the governor, Damien thought, the big fish has finally shown itself. Facing the governor's threats, Damien nonchalantly asked why he should be punished. That calm attitude made Sebastian explode with rage. What kind of ridiculous brazen attitude is this? Do you even know the heinous crime you've committed? He twisted the truth, accusing Damien not only of attacking a decent businessman like Cedric, but also slaughtering dozens of innocent employees from his company. Witnessing this shameless play acting, the surrounding citizens could only whisper sarcastically about a thug being called a respectable businessman. Sebastian flatly declared he could not forgive his behavior. Cedric, standing by his side, wore a sinister smile, confident that no matter how ruthless Damien was, he couldn't touch someone under the governor's protection. Damien didn't bother with the governor's nonsense. He stared straight at Cedric and cracked his knuckles. He coldly declared he only came here to give the gang leader a punch. This scene left Cedric wide-eyed in shock at the young man's audacity. This guy is completely out of his mind. Damien smirked, realizing the Black Serpent Gang and the city government were so closely tied they were practically worshiping each other. He didn't hesitate to mock the governor. "You're a funny guy, Governor. A piece of trash like him, and you call him a respectable businessman?" This attitude made Sebastian scream in fury, demanding Damien shut his mouth and kneel to apologize for a lighter sentence. He ordered the guard knight Robert to take action. A hulking knight in heavy armor stepped forward, stomped his foot, and drew a massive halberd radiating terrifying pressure. He coldly declared, "I am Robert, the city's guard knight. Drop your weapon and surrender." Damien just scoffed at the presence of a formal knight. Ugh, why act so tough? It's tiring. "Come on, try putting those handcuffs on me if you can." Robert realized there wasn't a hint of fear in Damien's eyes and wondered if he was genuinely brave or just a fool who didn't know his own limits. Damien confidently asserted he was capable enough, making the knight sneer. "So you're just a fool after all." Instantly, Robert swung his halberd, creating a massive wave of blue spiritual energy that split the ground. Where Damien had been standing, he agilely backflipped to dodge the powerful attack, silently assessing that with his current level, going head-to-head with a formal knight like Robert wasn't going to be easy at all. Damien told himself he just needed to hold out until the right moment. Robert closed the distance with incredible speed, delivering a 1,000-pound punch that sent Damien flying, even though he'd put everything into his defense. The numbing pain spread across his arm, making him marvel at the opponent's strength. While Damien searched the area wondering, is she still not here yet? Robert suddenly appeared right behind him with a cold warning. "Where are you looking? You're too distracted. Getting punched into the air like that now, are you? Speed." Robert's intensity caught Damien off guard. He barely managed to raise his sword to deflect the lightning strike crashing down on him. An explosion of raw energy erupted. Just in the nick of time, a massive weapon fell from the sky, slamming into the ground with such force that the sheer impact brought the entire fight to a halt. The clash, this powerful intervention, left the guards and onlookers gasping in awe. Robert stumbled back, shocked, demanding to know if there were more accomplices and ordering the newcomer to reveal their identity. A woman with silver hair and gleaming white armor descended from above. Her presence radiated such an overwhelming, holy blue aura that the city knight trembled upon recognizing her. She was unmistakably a holy knight. Seeing reinforcements arrive right on time, Damien smirked and teased, "Why are you so late?" Just then, Victor also came sprinting over with two hooded strangers in tow. The kid shouted happily, "Young master, I'm here, I made it." This guy, he kept waving his arms as he ran, thrilled to have finally brought back help for his master. He's actually pretty useful, even if he talks way too much. Sir Drake froze in sheer terror as he realized a holy knight was standing right before his eyes. A holy knight? Here! He broke out in a cold sweat, horrified to realize the church had officially intervened. Utter dread consumed the leader of the Black Serpents as he wondered if his secret dealings with the Dark Mages had been exposed. Meanwhile, Victor rushed to Damien's side, worried. "Oh, young master, are you all right?" Responding to his concern, Damien gripped the servant's face and snapped, "No, I am not. Everything is far from all right. I've been waiting so long, I'm furious. Do you want to get fired?" Glancing at the majestic figure of the holy knight ahead, Damien was secretly satisfied that At least, Victor had executed his mission perfectly. Earlier, Victor had enthusiastically assured his master, "Of course, sir, if there's no problem, just leave all the orders to me. I, Victor, will handle it." Flashback to a few hours ago at a branch of the Grand Holy Church, where priests were piously holding ceremonies beneath the vibrant stained glass windows. In the quiet hall, a nun jumped, turning around as she sensed someone rushing inside. Victor panted, trying to confirm, "This is a branch of the church, right?" Seeing the kid's frantic state, the nun approached him gently. "Yes, is something the matter?" Victor hurriedly explained, following his master's instructions. "My master told me I had to bring this to the church as fast as possible." He trembled as he presented the collected evidence, asserting that it was proof of someone colluding with dark mages. The nun was shaken. She lowered her voice. "May I see that?" As soon as she touched the evidence, she sensed a dark energy. Weak, but undeniably clear. "This is definitely black magic," she confirmed. Yet when she saw the strange lotus symbol carved onto the evidence, her eyes widened in shock as she realized a far more terrifying truth. With a look of deep suspicion, she approached the sack Victor had brought, wondering, could it be? She slightly opened the bag to reveal the remains of the dark mage inside. "Whoa, aren't you scared?" "You're tough. I'm out of here." Victor, looking at Agito's head in the sack, shouted in fear, "Eek!" The nun's eyes flared as she recognized this as one of the leaders of the Yule organization, which the church had been hunting for ages. She gritted her teeth, gripping her robe, and sternly asked Victor where the person who sent him was right now. Back at the scene, the Holy Knight smiled gently at Damien and asked, "Are you Damien Hansen?" Damien immediately shifted his attitude, calmly admitting, "Yes, that's me." This left Victor astounded by his master's lightning-fast change in demeanor. The Holy Knight declared that the church possessed all the evidence and would handle the matter directly. Damien fully agreed with that decision. Witnessing the church's intervention, Governor Sebastian and the Black Serpent leader could only tremble, insisting they would not interfere and would let the church take action. The Holy Knight bowed slightly to thank them for their forced cooperation. Damien was quietly satisfied that everything was going exactly according to plan. With the Holy Knight's protection, in the eyes of the public, the church was a place filled with those who dedicated their lives to serving God, always merciful and kind to the people. Yet when faced with heresy and evil, they became fanatics, willing to sacrifice their very souls to purge the darkness without a moment's hesitation. The vanguards of the church were these powerful Holy Knights. Damien felt confident, knowing these fierce warriors were now on his side. Standing before the crowd, the Holy Knight announced clearly, "Hear me, soldiers and citizens. The church has received reports that someone colluding with a wanted dark mage is currently here in Landwark." The news shocked the citizens. They whispered in disgust about who would dare to do business with those filthy mages. "The people here are pretty sharp, not blindly following the bad guys." The Holy Knight declared firmly, "Therefore, while we investigate those involved, the church will temporarily take control of this city." This earth-shattering decision made Governor Sebastian protest in a panic. "What? What do you mean? Landwark is a city granted autonomy by the kingdom." He couldn't accept that the Holy Church wanted to rule the city while he was still in charge. But the female knight replied coldly, "Governor Sebastian, eradicating heresy is God's will. The church's authority surpasses that of the kingdom." Facing his threats of an official complaint, her gaze turned sharp and even more bloodthirsty. She continued, delivering a fatal blow to the city's leaders. "You and your knights are the prime suspects." Robert broke out in a cold sweat, stammering to ask why they would work with a dark mage. The Holy Knight pointed directly at Cedric and asserted, "That man is the one who hid and abetted the dark mage. Just harboring someone like that is suspicious enough." Her cold eyes made both of them tremble in fear. Sebastian turned to Cedric in a panic. "Lord Cedric, is this true?" The Black Serpent leader was sweating bullets, desperately trying to deny it. "That's completely absurd. Keep denying it. Go ahead. But once we show the evidence, you'll be speechless." "And you old windbag, we have the evidence right here, yet you're still denying it?" The Holy Knight held up the black magic ledger Damien had collected and declared, "Everything is written right here. What Cedric Walker bought, where he bought it for that dark mage. Not a single item is missing." She asserted that simply cross-referencing this with the shop ledgers would prove it immediately. "Who's lying?" Cedric gritted his teeth, seething at that damn mage for recording everything in the book. Even so, he kept trying to argue that it was all a misunderstanding, swearing he had nothing to do with him. That mage, perhaps, the female knight said firmly, but we'll clarify that during the investigation. She coldly ordered her soldiers to take him away immediately. Governor Sebastian. Cedric, the gang leader, was dragged away in disgrace. Sebastian roared at the guards to get off him, but it was useless. Cedric glanced toward Damien, the man who was standing there with his arms crossed, looking smug alongside Victor. Cedric realized with bitter resentment that the bastard had planned everything from the start. Meanwhile, the governor wouldn't stop. Terrified of what the fanatics from the cathedral would do to him, the old man gritted his teeth, looking for a way out. But the hooded knights had blocked every exit. Escape, there's no escaping. Where are you going? The cunning old man was still trying to run. Better smack him one. Seeing the situation turning sour, Cedric shouted desperately to rally his allies. Sir Robert, are you just going to take this lying down? These bastards are so bold they even dare to frame you. The Black Snake boss's provocation made Robert freeze, his eyes darkening with calculation. A sinister smile appeared on the bodyguard knight's lips. I guess if I just let them capture me like this, he thought to himself, I'll surely die. Instantly, Robert erupted with blue aura, snapped his shackles, and lunged like a wild beast breaking out of a cage. He grabbed his greatsword, roaring like a madman. I'll kill you and escape. The slash, carrying 1,000 pounds of force, tore through the air, heading straight for the Holy Knight. Seeing this, Cedric smirked, thinking he was about to get out of this alive. But Damien kept watching calmly with glowing eyes. He's made a mistake, he thought to himself. What a fool. A massive explosion of energy erupted just as Robert closed the distance, but the female knight stood firm, completely unfazed by the attack. You fool, daring to strike a rock with an egg? Idiot. Robert was shocked to realize his mistake when faced with divine pressure far beyond his imagination. The Holy Knight swung her fist, blazing with blue spiritual power, delivering a thunderous blow directly into the traitorous knight. The earth-shattering impact created a violent shockwave that blasted Robert away in a blink. Witnessing the overwhelming power of the church, Cedric could only gape in horror, sweat pouring off him in terror. Damien smirked in satisfaction, while the female knight coldly declared, anyone who dares defy God's will, no matter who they are. Her fist exploded with holy energy, knocking Robert down, leaving him unable to resist. The city's bodyguard knight collapsed to the ground, lying motionless in a pool of blood right at the feet of the Holy Knight. Standing amidst the majestic blue spiritual energy, she loudly asserted that he would face punishment. That is God's will. The female knight stood tall, her eyes glowing with wrath as she looked down at the sinners trembling under the cathedral's judgment. Sir Drucker, the notorious boss of the Black Snake Gang, was being dragged away by church members like an animal. He struggled wildly, screaming in helplessness. Let me go, you bunch of unreasonable idiots. That old man is truly cunning and slippery, just like the name Black Snake he gave himself. Observing from behind, Damien raised an eyebrow in suspicion. This is the notorious leader of the Black Snakes? Looking at his fat, short, and pathetic appearance, he silently judged that the old man looked like nothing more than a nobody, completely contradicting the terrifying rumors from before. As he was dragged away in disgrace, Cedric gritted his teeth in hatred. He never expected to be brought to such a miserable state by these people. Damien watched the silver-haired Holy Knight and felt grateful that thanks to her, everything had been resolved smoothly. He realized her strength was far beyond what he had guessed. Through the powerful holy aura radiating from her, Damien concluded that she was definitely a disciple of the Brigandized Saint Academy, a master possessing high-level skills, far beyond what he had ever learned. When she asked about his own strength, Damien shared honestly, I only learned the basic skills. Anyway, I requested this just to improve my own skills. This answer stunned the female knight. She couldn't believe he could reach this formidable level just by practicing basic techniques. Perhaps the Holy Knights already consider you a prodigy. She narrowed her eyes at Damien, using her ocular skills to see through his body. The Holy Knight was shocked to see a significant amount of aura surging through the young man's veins. She silently evaluated, if what he said is true, then his talent is truly extraordinary. Furthermore, she highly valued his resolute determination when eliminating a heretic. A sudden idea popped into her mind, and she smiled, with hidden meaning, asking if he was interested, as there was something even better. Before the confused Damien and Victor, she spread her arms and excitedly proposed, Would you like to become a holy knight? Contrary to expectations, Damien coldly replied immediately, I must refuse. The firm rejection shocked the female knight to the point of collapse. She covered her face and wailed, "Oh my God, Victor!" Standing next to them was also astonished, whispering to himself that the young master had just defeated such a powerful person with just a few words. Seeing the other party hadn't given up yet and started radiating terrifying pressure with glowing eyes to convince him of the honor of destroying evil in the name of God, Damien remained unmoved. He stood calmly, arms crossed, even as the knight began to mutter and complain about how hard it was to reach this position. Finally, Damien declared bluntly, "I'm sorry, but I don't have a shred of faith. Besides, I've killed the Demon King before, so faith is pretty redundant for me." Damien thought to himself that he absolutely didn't want to be a puppet for the cathedral, but he couldn't say that out loud, so he had to make up a random reason. He cleared his throat and put on a sincere expression, "I am not yet worthy to receive God's love. For now, I just want to travel across the world and follow the path of the divine as a humble believer." Watching Damien's silhouette as if it were radiating holy light with fake angel wings, Victor could only stay silent, wondering if this blatant lie would actually work. But those words deeply moved the holy knight. She was overwhelmed, exclaiming, "Those words are so holy. My ears feel like they've been enlightened." Excited, she rushed over and grabbed Damien's hand, leaving Victor frozen in shock, never expecting that trick to have such a miraculous effect. The female knight declared she would grant him the mana training manual in place of the reward he requested, and didn't forget to add, "However, if you change your mind, don't hesitate to come to the Saint Cathedral. I will personally welcome you." Damien smiled back politely, but in his heart, he firmly told himself that would definitely never happen. The female knight, at this moment, officially introduced herself. "My name is Agnes, and I am the first disciple of the Saint Academy." Realizing she was the talented person approved by the master, Damien replied politely, "It is a great honor." "Glad I finally met you, Agnes. We've been talking for a while, but I only just caught your name beautiful." After settling things with the church, Damien turned around. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have my own business to finish." "Go ahead," Agnes replied nonchalantly, giving him permission. She didn't mind him doing what he had to, but she was curious to see what he'd do next. Damien walked silently toward the crime boss, Cedric. Cedric was being dragged away in chains. Seeing that terrifying silhouette approaching from behind, he turned around in a panic and screamed, "You little brat!" He tried to spit out one last threat, but Damien was lightning fast. He delivered a gut-wrenching punch, heavy as a mountain, straight into the Black Serpent leader's bloated belly. The impact made Cedric cough up blood and collapse to the ground. Meanwhile, Damien commented flatly, "Man, you're fat. Kicking you is just like kicking a pillow." Cedric gnashed his teeth in pain and cursed, "You bastard!" But before he could finish, Damien followed up with more relentless blows. "No mercy." The boss's pathetic wails echoed through the streets, witnessed silently by Agnes and Victor. After venting all his rage with those brutal, vicious strikes, Damien let out a relieved sigh. He stood tall in the middle of the scene, looking down at his defeated enemy, and whispered to himself, "Now I feel better." "Satisfied yet, young master? I watched you wrestling that piece of meat. You probably turned him into a pile of ground beef, didn't you?" Victor asked quietly. "Young master, it's all over now, right?" Damien smiled slightly, responding with confidence, "Yeah, it's over." But deep down, he couldn't help but wonder if things were truly finished. Was it really that easy? Meanwhile, at the Leon Bloom estate, the atmosphere had turned incredibly tense. Marcus Holland Leon Bloom kicked the door open in a fury and roared, "Eugene!" Inside, Eugene was curled up, trembling uncontrollably under a thick blanket. Seeing his father, he stammered in shock. "Father?" Holland rushed over, grabbing his son's shoulders, asking in anguish, "What happened, son?" Eugene still hadn't shaken off his extreme terror. He stuttered, recounting the events. "That bastard, he tried to kill me. He had a knife. No, wait, he pointed it at me." Seeing the son who was always so cheerful, now reduced to such a pathetic, fearful state, Holland felt his chest ready to explode with rage. Of course, any parent would be heartbroken to see their child hurt. But wait, let's pause for a second and see if your kid was actually a good boy. He spun around and snarled at his subordinates. "What happened? Tell me clearly. Who dared to do this to my son?" Before the Marcus's volcanic wrath, the guard trembled as he reported, "It was Damien of House Hassan, sir." Upon hearing that name, Holland gritted his teeth and roared with disdain. "What? That lowlife Hassan dared to lay a hand on my beloved son?" He was certain that a nobody like Damien must have used some cowardly, dirty tricks to even stand a chance against his son. His fury flared violently, Holland's face distorted, his eyes burning with killing intent. He screamed his order. "Send men to the Hassan territory right now. Drag that dog here." Just as the storm was about to break, Agnes and her night squad suddenly appeared at the Hassan estate. She introduced herself formally. "Greetings, Viscount Hassan. I am Agnes, a holy knight from the cathedral." Faced with the imposing presence of the Yeswembiamete church's forces, both Viscount Paul and Lady Mariota couldn't hide their panic, stammering their greetings in extreme anxiety. Standing behind them, Paul looked at his son with eyes shooting sparks. He gritted his teeth, scolding Damien internally. "This brat, not only is he causing trouble behind my back, but now he's brought a religious zealot home. Just wait until I get my hands on you. You're getting it." Agnes cleared her throat, mentioning that Damien had already informed them they would be staying for a while. Agnes bowed slightly. "Yes, this is to facilitate our investigation into the heretic. We hope for your cooperation." Seeing there was no room to refuse, Paul started whining about the estate being cramped, unsure if there were enough suitable rooms to host them. But the moment Agnes pulled out a heavy bag of gold as a token of appreciation and for his hospitality, the Viscount's attitude did a complete 180. Paul clutched the money bag, his face beaming as he eagerly invited them. "Please make yourselves at home and rest comfortably." Agnes smiled and turned to Damien. "Damien, I want to thank you again for allowing the investigation team to work here." Seeing her enthusiastic expression, Damien thought to himself that although he knew she had another favor to ask, he didn't expect her to track him down to his own home. Agnes mused that the investigation was vital, then suddenly hesitated. "May I ask one more thing?" When Damien asked what it was, she blushed, looked him straight in the eye, and replied, "About you, Damien." Her true motive was to preach to him and recruit him into the church. Witnessing this scene from afar, Paul and Mariota misunderstood, thinking the young couple was getting closer, and couldn't stop signaling their approval, leaving Damien speechless, thinking to himself that things were completely different from what they imagined. "What? The parents already want grandkids." Agnes took out the books she had prepared and handed them to Damien. "These are the mana cultivation books you requested. They have been carefully selected." Damien received them, stunned. He looked at the two books and wondered why there were two. Agnes explained that one of them was a swordsmanship manual because just giving a cultivation book without the skills to go with it wouldn't be ideal. Damien thought to himself that he didn't really need swordsmanship, but having it wouldn't hurt. However, when he looked closely at the titles, Force of Power Breaking, Sword and Force of Power, Qigong, he was shocked to realize these were secret techniques he had never seen in his previous life. Agnes blushed slightly, admitting, "To get these, I had to face a lot of opposition." From the cathedral, Damien was moved. "You must have gone through a lot of trouble." Agnes smiled, saying that in the end, she had to rely on her master's authority, because when he heard about him, he confirmed that Damien was indeed the chosen one the cathedral had been looking for. Agnes still hadn't given up. She grabbed Damien's hands and pleaded earnestly one more time. "Please, consider becoming a holy knight, won't you?" But Damien firmly pulled his hand back and rejected her coldly. "I'm sorry." Sensing the resolve of the other party, Agnes sighed with regret. "I understand. To push any further would be rude of me. But if you change your mind, come find me. This girl is so persistent. If it were me, I might have caved in already." Watching Agnes's back disappear down the hallway, Damien broke into a cold sweat. He mentally evaluated her just as he thought. She really is a zealot. That obsession is truly impressive. The battle with the dark mage had concluded, but the echoes had yet to fade. At the dark cave, which used to be the lair of the criminal Egido, two church investigators were meticulously examining the scene. One of them suddenly called out to his partner, "Hey, what's going on?" Examining the torn scrap of the deceased's clothing, the young investigator asks with suspicion, "Don't you find this a bit fishy?" When his teammates question his intent, he starts to analyze. Think about it. Who is Egido? He was a high-ranking member of Yulin's who escaped the church's pursuit time and time again. He was a curse user and weak in melee combat, sure, but I can't believe a notorious dark mage like that could be so easily killed by some backwater noble. The other investigator admits he has the same questions, but since Agnes hasn't said anything, they don't know what to do. Now the investigator is looking at the issue very closely. Just as they were about to bring it up for a deeper discussion, an imposing voice suddenly rings out from behind, startling them. Both of them. "You can trust Damien Hassan." Agnes steps out from the shadows. She confirms she understands why they are suspicious, but assures them Damien isn't lying. Even though Damien's brief explanation earlier still felt completely absurd to the investigators. He had just casually scratched his head and said, "I just dodged," then sliced his head off. Recalling that deadpan response, the investigator can only wonder, did he really just dodge and kill him like that? Agnes reflectively recalls what she saw and heard that day. When his servant brought back Agido's head, even I doubted his skills. Because of that, she had silently observed instead of intervening directly and witnessed a terrifying scene. Damien fought dozens of enemies alone without a single scratch. He completely overwhelmed them with absolute strength. But what shocked the Saint Knight most was the moment he faced magical fire. If that hit you, you'd be reduced to ash, wouldn't you? Yet Damien stopped a massive fireball with his bare hands. In other words, he had directly neutralized the magic itself. This revelation leaves the two investigators with Agnes stunned, to the point where their expressions contort. Wait, is that for real? Agnes lowers her voice, confirming it is entirely possible, as she's heard that those who reach the level of Swordmaster can block all kinds of attacks, even magic. While she doesn't confirm Damien is a Swordmaster yet, she is certain he is an extraordinary warrior. Agnes's eyes gleam with calculation. Though her main purpose here is to capture the Yulin's organization, she now desperately wants to take Damien Hassan to meet her master. The two soldiers bow their heads. We understand. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the sound of rhythmic hoofbeats thunders across the landscape. An armed troop carrying the lion-crested flag of the Leon Bloom family is aggressively marching toward the Hassan territory. If these guys are easy pickings, let's go get 'em. Truly fearless idiots. Leading the troop is Opie, a squire shouting with excitement because they finally arrived. Lavander, another squire walking beside him, wrinkles his nose in disgust. Hey, Opie! What is that smell? It stinks. Opie sneers mockingly. That's just the smell of cow dung typical of this backwater hole. Lavander grumbles, fearing the stench will stick to him, and asks for perfume, but is immediately cut off by a cold bark from Garrick. Shut up. As a full-fledged knight of the Leon Bloom family, Garrick radiates heavy pressure, with eyes burning with murderous intent. He stares toward the Hassan estate, appearing at the end of the road, and confirms in a low voice. That's the Hassan estate, right? Yes, Lord Garrick, Opie declares. The mission the Marquis entrusted us with is to capture him without fail. Damien Hassan. Hearing this, Garrick smirks contemptuously. He thinks capturing a piece of trash like Damien is far too easy. But that still isn't enough to wash away the humiliation that Owen and the Marquis have suffered. His cold eyes settle on an old man walking ahead, lost in thought. They must be looking for the road to the castle. Garrick speaks arrogantly. Hey, old man! The old man startles, turning around to ask, Who are you? When the old man confirms he lives on the Hassan estate, Garrick suddenly draws his sword and swings a sharp blade, causing the poor old man to collapse on the spot without understanding what happened. He casually sheathes his sword and declares cruelly, a commoner not bowing when seeing the crest of the Leon Bloom family. That is a grave crime. Despite his subordinates, Lavander and Opie whispering that perhaps the old man was blind, Garrick remains completely indifferent. He breaks into a sinister smile and calls the two squires, announcing that he has a truly vicious plan. At the Hassan estate, Victor is busy sweeping the courtyard when he suddenly senses an overwhelming pressure approaching. Garrick and Aetsont, the Leon Bloom army, appear aggressively like deadly ghosts. He is determined to drag Damien Hassan out and is prepared to slaughter everyone who dares to cross his path. Back at the ruins of the cave, the church investigators report to Agnes that due to the cave-in, they didn't gather as much information as expected. Agnes smiles. Reassuringly, it's fine. Everyone did a great job. However, their attention is suddenly drawn to a strange sight in the distance. What's that? In the middle of an open field, Damien is sitting in meditation on a large boulder. Surrounding him are streams of blue spiritual energy swirling like a storm. Witnessing this, Agnes cannot help but gasp. Oh my God, what is that? She stands frozen, her eyes wide with astonishment. I don't know what that is, but it's incredible. What am I looking at? Agnes realizes Damien is practicing the internal energy technique, the method she had just given him. In theory, only when reaching the highest level does it allow the user to absorb the surrounding mana. Yet, Damien only took a few hours to master it. For that alone, he is truly worthy of being the one she scouted for the cathedral. Damien exhales refreshingly after ending his session, seeing Agnes and the investigation team approaching with faces full of admiration. He casually asks, "Are you guys finished with the investigation?" Agnes is still reeling. She stammers, yes. She looks at the young man with a completely different gaze. "Damien, It seems you have improved quite a bit. Damien responds modestly, just a little. Looking at the secret scroll in his hand, he evaluates to himself. She wasn't exaggerating when she said it was hard to come by. Even though he was a legendary swordmaster in his past life, this method is incredibly useful for compensating for the massive amount of mana consumed when using his signature blade technique. Thanks to it, he can gather mana faster than any other skill, even absorbing it directly from the environment. The two look at each other in silence. For a moment, the atmosphere grows quiet. Ennis suddenly realizes the time has passed quickly and speaks up. It's time for dinner. Just as Damien was about to invite her back to the estate because dinner was being prepared, a sharp, murderous intent strikes, making him freeze. Damien's eyes narrow dangerously as he senses the presence of uninvited guests. What is this killing intent, he thinks to himself. With a cold gaze, Damien murmured, "The pests have arrived." Without a second's hesitation, he turned his back and instructed, "Agnes, I have urgent business to attend to, so if you'll excuse me, please turn back. Head back safely." A vibrant blue aura flared around him once more as he lunged toward the approaching danger. Those bastards were wrecking his home. Time to wipe them all out. Watching the scene unfold, Agnes could only gasp in shock. Whoa, he's fast. The investigators accompanying her were equally stunned by his movement technique. To move that quickly with such a small amount of mana, he must be controlling it with incredible precision. Staring at Damien's back as he vanished in the blink of an eye, they couldn't help but wonder just what the true limits of this young man really were. Meanwhile, at the Hassan estate, a brutal punch landed squarely on Victor, making the boy cry out in pain. The knight from the Leon Bloom family stomped on him aggressively and cursed, "You filthy piece of trash, you dare resist me!" He roared threats while continuing his ruthless assault. "I already told you, hand over Damien Hassan right now." Despite being beaten to the point of helplessness, Victor still tried to shout in defense of his master, "No! You're trying to hurt him." "Hey!" Hearing the loud commotion outside, Viscount Pau rushed out of the mansion with his servants. The moment the knight spotted him, he announced, "Over here, Viscount!" Pau barked angrily, "Stop that right now!" Garrick, sitting atop his horse, coldly assessed, "You must be Viscount Hassan then." Ignoring the threats, Pau rushed over to help his servant and asked Victor worriedly, "Are you all right? He was so kind, yet I turned out to be such a spoiled brat." Heh. Witnessing Victor's miserable state, Pau shouted in fury, "What on earth is going on? What is the meaning of this? Why are knights attacking a commoner?" Responding to the rage, Garrick sneered nonchalantly. "Compared to what your estate did to the Leon Bloom family, this is nothing at all." He sat towering on his horse, his eyes glowing with evil intent, and delivered a ruthless ultimatum. Viscount Pau Hassan, the Marcus Leon Bloom, demands the handover of Damien Hassan. Hand him over obediently, and your territory will remain untouched. Pau gritted his teeth in pain. He knew the Leon Bloom family would definitely retaliate, but he never expected them to act with such barbarity and cruelty. Facing the threats from the Leon Bloom family, Viscount Pau thought to himself, "That's clearly a lie. If I don't hand over my son, they will definitely turn this place into a sea of fire." Even though his heart was filled with fear, his paternal love helped him overcome everything. Pau gritted his teeth and declared firmly, "I will never hand over my son." Garrick immediately ordered his subordinates, "Destroy everything until that bastard Damien appears." Two apprentice knights of the Leon Bloom family ferociously drew their swords in response. "Understood!" Witnessing the cruel scene, Pau shouted in outrage, "You bastards, stop right now!" But he suddenly froze when he saw a shadow slowly walking in from the gate. Two guards were also left in shock, exclaiming, "Have those pests finally lost their minds?" A pitch-black, ominous aura shrouded Damien as he walked slowly toward them. This eerie appearance made Garrick squint in suspicion. Since when did he appear? A soldier blocked his path and barked, "Who the hell are you?" But in the very next moment, he was horrified to realize his entire body had frozen as if encased in ice. "What is this? I can't move at all." The terrifying pressure radiating from Damien made the Leon Bloom Knights only manage a painful gasp. "Ugh!" Damien walked past the immobilized men, heading straight for his father, and asked with concern, "Father, are you all right?" Pau replied weakly, "I'm fine." But Victor, seeing Victor lying motionless on the ground with his face disfigured from the severe injuries, Damien's eyes turned pitch black, radiating a bone-chilling killing intent. "I really feel bad for this loyal servant," Damien said in a low, threatening voice. "I bet you've heard about me. Being quite lucky, haven't you?" He looked down coldly at his enemies. asserting that if Victor didn't have such a sturdy body, he wouldn't have survived that vicious beating. Glancing at the two knights brandishing their weapons in front of him, Damien growled, "If that were the case, I would have smashed all three of you to death right here." His arrogant declaration made them go wild with rage. "What? You bastard!" From atop his horse, Garrick sneered, "So he's just a madman after all. Or do you think you're cool for defeating those pathetic nobles with some cheap tricks?" Hearing the term cheap tricks, Damien's gaze turned dangerous. Not wanting to waste any more time, Garrick ordered his men, "What are you just standing there for? Break his legs and make him kneel before me." Two knights immediately lunged with swords drawn. "Understood," Damien decided, to cast aside all hesitation, rushing forward and blocking the razor-sharp sword with his bare hand. To the knight's absolute shock, Damien thought with satisfaction, "Good, this is the perfect opportunity to test the abundant mana I just accumulated from my martial arts power." He channeled power into his palm, gripping the opponent's arm tightly, making him scream in agony. Without holding back at all, Damien delivered a 1,000-pound punch directly into the enemy's face, thinking, "It's so convenient to have some perfect targets come to my doorstep to entertain myself. Having a place to practice like this feels great." Seeing their comrade taken down in a split second, the remaining knight screamed in panic. He hasn't even had a chance to gather his wits before Damien closed the distance with terrifying speed, leaving him gasping in astonishment. A thunderous kick struck the Leon Bloom knight's head, sending him flying and knocking him unconscious. Damien told himself he would enjoy using this new power to punish the arrogant. Standing on his horse, the official knight Garrick was completely stunned, seeing his entire elite squad defeated so miserably in just a few seconds. Amid the rubble, Victor weakly opened his eyes and gasped, "Young Master Damien." Stopping, he turned, back to look at his loyal servant with a caring gaze. "Victor, are you okay?" Even though his whole body was bruised and in pain, Victor still tried to give a thumbs up to show he was fine, making Damien unable to help but feel amazed at the boy's resilience. He offered a slight, amused smile and thought, "Honestly, you really are interesting." Garrick slowly approached, growling with suspicion. "Were you trapped by the cheap tricks of Lord Eugene?" He stared at Damien, unable to hide his bewilderment. "But I still don't understand how a scoundrel like you could have such skills. Even if I explained it, you wouldn't understand. Anyway, better to take it slow." Facing the interrogation from the official knight, Damien only replied coldly, "You don't need to know." He remained calm despite his father. Worriedly tending to Victor behind him, Garrick's eyes suddenly changed and he muttered, "He is," as if realizing something. The Leon Bloom knight laughed sinisterly. "I see. I understand now. All the pieces have finally clicked together." The opponent's sudden confidence left Damien confused. "What do you mean?" Garrick pointed directly at him and announced loudly, "You are not Damien Hassan." This baseless claim left both Viscount Paul and Victor in a state of utter confusion, filled with dozens of question marks, while Damien just narrowed his eyes and asked back, "What the hell are you talking about?" Garrick screamed frantically, "Don't try to deceive me." He conjured up a terrifying conspiracy, convinced this was a trap set by the hounds from the battlefield to hinder the prosperity of the Leon Bloom house. Garrick insisted firmly, "You are not the real Damien Hassan. You are definitely an imposter, a nobody, hired to defeat Lord Owen and tarnish the reputation of the Leon Bloom family." Witnessing his enemy's ridiculous self-deluded reasoning, Damien could only let out a weary sigh. He must be so terrified he's lost his mind. He's totally frozen now. Damien silently finished his remark about his opponent's stupidity. Meanwhile, Garrick was still burning with killing intent, channeling aura into his sword in preparation for a bloody battle. On the ground, one of the two apprentice knights who had been knocked out earlier had actually regained consciousness, but terrified by Damien's power. He just lay there trembling, thinking to himself, "Damn it, what should I do? For now, I'll just pretend to be knocked out." "Enough!" Viscount Paul called out his son's name anxiously, while Victor, despite being heavily injured, still tried to shout in encouragement, "Damien, win this!" Garrick tightened his grip on the sword hilt, silently admitting his opponent seemed skilled, but asserting his luck had ended here. The Leon Bloom knight began to move calculatingly, telling himself that as soon as Damien came within striking range, he would immediately split him in two. He stomped his feet hard and lunged like a whirlwind. Garrick unleashed a strike with the force of 1,000 pounds from above, roaring with murderous intent, "Split in two! Yet Damien calmly raised his sword, blocking the powerful attack right in front of him. "So, you didn't split me in two. After all, buddy." Watching the sparks fly from the clashing blades in midair, Damien wore a sinister smile. He silently assessed, the Leon Bloom house really did send a capable official knight this time. To face me. Garrick was shocked, unable to believe his eyes, trying to reassure himself that the block just now must have been pure luck. He frantically swung his sword, unleashing a series of slashes, rapidly and at extreme speed to overwhelm his opponent. However, Damien still stood firm. He effortlessly deflected every blow with precision and coldly remarked, "You're too slow." Before Garrick's utter terror, Damien declared it was his turn to strike. His eyes flared with a deep purple energy as he lunged like a bolt of lightning and dealt a thundering blow to his enemy. Garrick groaned in pain, realizing he couldn't even follow his opponent's attack trajectory. Not giving him a chance to recover, Damien landed one more powerful kick straight into his body, sending the Leon Bloom knight flying. Garrick soared through the air and crashed hard into the ground, creating a deep crater amidst a cloud of dust and debris. The official knight lay motionless, coughing up blood under Damien's emotionless gaze. "I wonder if he believes I'm Damien now." Damien looked at the defeated knight with cold eyes and declared, "This one is for Victor!" Garrick tried to struggle up, bracing his sword against the ground to keep his balance, trembling as he gasped, Your fury!" erupted and the knight roared, "You bastard!" He channeled all his crimson aura into his sword, unleashing his strongest technique, the ultimate skill, Lion Tribe Imperial Sword. Facing the massive claws of energy charging toward him, Damien just indifferently remarked, "Too noisy." He raised his blade to stop the attack and mocked, "But is that really all you've got?" The moment Damien's blade touched it, Garrick's energy shield began to crack and vanish completely to his own astonishment. Fast as lightning, Damien swung a razor-sharp strike through the opponent's armor. Garrick screamed in agony before collapsing to the ground. "That'll teach you to be so arrogant and think you're above everyone else." That feels so satisfying. Watching that horrific scene, Viscount Paul and Victor stood frozen in shock. Victor cheered happily. "We won!" Damien turned his head to look at his servant. Meanwhile, Garrick was writhing on the ground, grinding his teeth in pain. "Damn it, it hurts! I need to stop the bleeding!" Damien walked over leisurely, pointing his sword tip at the enemy's throat, causing him to plead in fear. "I don't know who you are, but you won. Please spare me, please." Damien responded coldly, "I am Damien Hassan." "You idiot!" He looked at the person trembling at his feet and continued, "And you should have asked for mercy sooner. Don't you think it's a bit too late?" Damien gritted his teeth, reminding him of his crimes. "You touched my family, and you even made my ugly servant look even uglier. And now you expect me to spare you?" Garrick panicked, bowing his head in remorse. I'm sorry for what happened before." But Damien still didn't intend to stop. "There," he asked back with a cryptic smile, "are you still unaware of who you should be apologizing to? You have to open your mouth to ask properly if you want to keep asking. You know." Garrick was dazed, not understanding what was happening. Right then, heavy footsteps echoed from behind, making him turn his head in a panic. Victor was brandishing a large piece of wood in his hand, along with Viscount Paul, standing tall with eyes blazing with fury. Both radiated a dark pressure that engulfed the knight lying motionless on the ground. Victor still hadn't cooled down from the painful hits. He gripped the wood and looked at the pathetic knight, asking, "Young master, I'm still not satisfied. Can I hit him a few more times?" Damien calmly stopped him. "That's enough. Hit him anymore and he might die." Not wanting to let it go, Victor suggested, "Then what about cutting off his limbs?" Hearing this, Damien smirked to himself. Actually, that doesn't sound too bad. Just then, Viscount Paul placed a hand on his son's shoulder and intervened. "Damien, that's enough. Scare him anymore and he might soil himself right here." Garrick could only kneel on the ground, trembling and begging. "Lord Hassan, I was wrong. I apologize for being disrespectful to you." But Paul looked at him with eyes burning with resentment, his voice harsh. "Do you think a single apology is enough to make up for it?" Paul thought to himself, if Damien weren't strong enough, this territory would surely have been destroyed, and no one would know what my son would have to endure if dragged away by the Marquis family. Garrick frantically slammed his head into the ground to beg, "I beg you, please, please spare my life." Paul looked at the defeated enemy with contempt and shook his head slightly, signaling to Damien. Understanding his father, Damien nodded in confirmation. He silently assessed, that he himself did not intend to kill them here because if he did, the relationship with the Leon Bloom house would be completely shattered. Damien's gaze became sharp. He thought, if it were just me, I wouldn't be afraid to confront the Marquis family, but I can't do that while my family is still here. However, if he let them go too easily, they would surely return, soon to retaliate. Just as he was wondering what to do, Agnes's voice suddenly rang out. Here she was, rushing to the scene and asking anxiously what happened. Once she was done, coming back, she seemed quite relaxed. Damien looked at Agnes approaching, and an idea popped into his head. Wait, surely she can help me this time. Realizing the presence of the Saint Knight was the key to resolving the mess with the Marquis family in the smoothest way possible. Agnes pondered, observing the scene, and nodded slightly. So that's how it is. Understanding the worry, Damien proposed a deal, and Agnes eagerly stepped forward, offering, if you're worried about that, perhaps I can help. Damien was taken aback and asked what she had in mind, to which Agnes smiled softly, confident in her solution. She had a plan. In front of Viscount Paul and his children, she declared that thanks to the immense support of the Hassan family, the church had successfully eliminated one of the high-ranking leaders of the evil organization. She then proposed a groundbreaking idea. We could officially designate the Hassan family as our allies. Damien cheered in relief, knowing that once they became official allies of the cathedral, his family would finally be safe from this political crisis. In the back, naive Victor asked Viscount Paul, is being an ally of the church really that good? Is it really? Paul stood there stunned. He hoped, he prayed this wasn't just a dream. This was better than winning the lottery. Not wanting to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Damien immediately grabbed Agnes's hands, wearing a sincere expression, and asked, if it's not too sudden, would you be willing to accept this proposal? Faced with his initiative and hopeful gaze, Agnes blushed, flustered, and immediately agreed. Of course. But hidden behind that sincere facade was Damien's sinister smirk. He gloated to himself that everything was going exactly according to plan to secure absolute protection from the cathedral. Witnessing this performance, Victor secretly marveled, wondering if his young master had just used his looks to charm the Holy Knight. Viscount Paul could only nod in silent approval. Damien turned to the trembling Leon Bloom knights and demanded, hey, you heard me, right? Seeing the color drain from Garrick's face in pure terror, Damien coldly ordered, go tell the Leon Bloom family. Tell them that the Hassan family is now under the protection of the cathedral. His eyes glowed with intense purple mana, radiating fury as he delivered a final, steely warning. If you dare to use force again, you will face the wrath of the cathedral. If you understand, get lost. Terrified by the church's power and Damien's strength, Garrick and his lackeys scrambled to run for their lives. Thank goodness for Victor, who stood behind them, still waving his cane and shouting to chase off those lucky bastards. Meanwhile, Damien watched them go with an emotionless gaze. I could see Victor herding those idiots like sheep. Heh. Watching the knights retreat, Victor gloated, see that? They ran away with their tails between their legs. Now we can finally breathe a little, right? But Damien replied thoughtfully, not necessarily. Now we have to think about our next move. Viscount Paul crossed his arms, looking stern. He decided it was time for a family meeting. Soon after, all the family members and the Holy Knight, Agnes, gathered together in the meeting room. Paul spoke up. All right, let's begin. The main topic of discussion was how to handle the feud with the Leon Bloom family. Seeing the worried looks on his mother and sister's faces, Aben asked, Father, aren't we protected by the cathedral now? Why do we still have to worry about this feud? Louis explained that the family couldn't expect the cathedral to intervene in everything. Paul nodded in agreement. Louis is right. The cathedral doesn't interfere too deeply in the affairs of the nobility. Besides, the Leon Bloom family's power isn't just in their military. They've likely expanded in many other ways, haven't they? Yes? He explained that if they wanted to, major noble houses could crush a smaller family like the Hassans in countless ways, from economic warfare to hush money. Currently, the most practical solution is to seek protection from a higher-ranking noble. Agnes secretly considered that joining another major house might be the best opportunity for the Hassan family. Suddenly, she spoke up. There is one more way. Damien Hassan could become a holy knight. Damien was stunned, thinking to himself, I didn't expect her to bring that up. Right now, facing the expectant gazes of everyone, Damien coldly declared, I don't want to. Agnes reluctantly let it go. Damien doesn't want to, so let's skip that option. Seeing his father so easily accept the refusal, Aben became so angry his body began to tremble. He suddenly slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Father!" Aben adjusted, his glasses, his gaze piercing as he questioned, "Why? Are you accepting that so easily? If he just became a holy knight, everything would be over." Aben still wouldn't let it go. He pointed directly at his older brother and snapped, "Just tell him he has to accept it." What a valuable younger brother I have. I feel like slapping him right now. Damien looked at his annoying brother with eyes full of killing intent, thinking, it's best if we don't see each other anymore, because this brat is talking as if none of this mess has anything to do with him. Intimidated by his brother's glare, Aben slammed the table again and yelled, "What's with that look? If you think about it, all of this started because of you. It's all your fault." Immediately, Viscount Paul intervened, a wave of dark purple pressure radiating behind Aben. "We have guests. Sit down." As his father spoke softly, Paul sighed as the room fell into a terrifying silence. He somberly admitted, "Aben is right. Damien was the one who started the conflict with Leon Bloom, but we can't blame him either." Looking into his eldest son's eyes, Paul explained that the second son of the Leon Bloom family already had evil intentions toward Louis, and whether Damien stepped in or not, he never would have let her go. He painfully confessed, in truth, Damien has been protecting Louis from the Marquise's second son, doing the job this useless father couldn't. The plum wine I'd been saving for so long, and those bastards wanted to steal it right out from under us. Boo-hoo. Paul stood up, walked over, and unexpectedly placed a steady hand on Damien's shoulder. He smiled with genuine warmth. "So, Damien, you did well today." Damien was stunned, shocked by the sudden change in his father's attitude. Paul continued to praise him. "You stood up to protect the family's honor and retaliated appropriately." Looking into his father's proud eyes, Damien silently felt incredibly surprised that he actually understood his actions so well. He turned away, feeling shy, and muttered, "I only did what had to be done." Paul patted his son's shoulder and affirmed, "Don't worry, from now on, let your father handle this." Seeing Aben about to object, Lady Mariuta gently stopped him and signaled for him to let Paul have the chance to act like a proper father, at least this once. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted the conversation. A servant entered and reported, "My Lord Hassan, apologies for the intrusion. What is the matter?" There is someone here from the Go Pixie family." Paul wondered in surprise why that duke's house would be seeking out his family at a time like this. The servant's expression became extremely tense. He stuttered as he reported the shocking truth. Young Master Damien borrowed money and used the family's wheat fields as collateral. It's past the deadline for repayment now. It's another result of his actions. The smile on Paul's face vanished instantly. The hand he had placed on Damien's shoulder began to tremble violently with rage. Damien broke out in a cold sweat as he felt the killing intent erupting right next to him. Paul gritted his teeth, thinking, "Don't tell me my son sold off the ancestral land too." The storm exploded. Paul let out a heart-wrenching roar. "Damien!" He lunged forward, grabbing his sinful son by the face. The Viscount's furious scream echoed throughout the Hassan mansion. "You damn brat!" "Oh, Damien." "Hello, sir." Just as he stepped out of the tense family meeting, Damien had to face an uninvited guest. Looking at the man with braided hair, facing that cunning smirk, Damien thought to himself, "I remember this guy vaguely." The stranger spoke up casually, "Long time no see. I've come for the debt repayment, as agreed." The man standing there, along with two burly bodyguards, was Olan Demiso, the branch manager of Dust and Cut in the West. Memories of his own stupidity in his past life started to come back clearly. This very Oland had used every sweet-talking trick to convince Damien. "Wouldn't it be better if you used the family estate as collateral? That way, we can lend you the money." "More money." Damien gritted his teeth, blaming himself. "Damn it, past me, why did you hand over the land deeds back then?" Now, standing before his creditor, he tried to stay calm and asked, "Yeah, so, how much do I owe?" Olan splayed 3 fingers, wearing a smug grin. "You borrowed 200 gold, so with interest, it totals 300 gold. The astronomical figure made Damien gasp. "What?" Olan remained as indifferent as ever. "That's the exact amount. Would you like to review the contract?" Damien started, breaking into a cold sweat, his chest tightening with anxiety. He couldn't even remember why he'd taken out such a massive loan, but the cold, hard fact was that the Hassan family couldn't possibly scrape that much money together at this moment. If he didn't find a solution, the prospect of his entire family being kicked out of the mansion, forced to beg on the streets, and being scorned by everyone was inevitable. the family, was going to be thrown out onto the street. Oland let out a threatening hiss and reminded him, "You know, if you don't pay up today, the land you put up as collateral becomes the property of Dust and Cut." Damien roared in indignation, "You said the collateral was just a formality." But the manager only sneered, pulling the name of Duke Go Pixie to exert pressure, asserting that the debt collection order applied to everyone, noble or commoner alike. He gritted his teeth and demanded Damien bring the money, then narrowed his eyes, asking with a sinister tone, "Or do you not have it?" Contrary to his earlier panic, Damien spoke in a low, firm voice. "I haven't prepared the money to pay the debt." Damien's answer left Oland stunned. "Huh?" But immediately, the creditor broke into a calculating, sinister smile. He lazily leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs arrogantly. Right inside the Hassan family mansion, Oland clicked his tongue mockingly. "Then you shouldn't have borrowed the money in the first place." He narrowed, his eyes in relaxation, as if victory was already in his grasp, and suddenly snapped his fingers. Snap. "Hey!" Oland snapped his fingers, signaling the two muscular bodyguards to close in on Damien. He thought triumphantly, "I guess I'll have to collect the debt in my own way. I knew from the start that you wouldn't be able to pay me back." The creditor's eyes gleamed with perversion as he stared at the young master's back. "Honestly, I do like money, but I actually enjoy this moment more, watching arrogant nobles grovel before me. I wonder what kind of look the Hassan family's young master will have on his face right about now." Oland closed his eyes, savoring the extreme pleasure, licking his lips in a disgusting manner. Just imagining it feels so good. What a total pervert. There's no telling what's inside that head of his. Meanwhile, in the Hassan family's living room, Viscount Paul was pacing back and forth with a look full of anxiety. Seeing her husband so tense, Lady Merida sighed softly and urged, "Darling, please just sit down and take a rest. You're going to wear out the floor at this rate." Luis also turned to remind his younger brother, "Aben, you need to calm down too." But Paul couldn't hold back his composure and shouted, "My love, how could I possibly sit still right now? Our family could be ruined." Aben chimed in with his father, looking terrified. "That's right. How can we just sit by when our whole home is being threatened?" Conversely to the two men's chaos, Merida calmly sipped her tea and reassured them. Damien said he would handle it, so let's just trust him and wait. Luis nodded, in agreement with his mother. "That's true. Damien has never let us down whenever he stepped up, right?" Paul gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face from fear. "It's just his swordsmanship is excellent. But combat skills and negotiation are two completely different things." "Exactly. Swordsmanship and earning money aren't the same, are they?" At that very moment, Damien suddenly made his move with terrifying speed. A loud bang echoed as he landed a crushing blow, slamming the bodyguard's head straight into the floorboards, shattering the stone tiles into 100 pieces. Witnessing the horrifying scene right before his eyes, Oland jolted out of the sofa, his eyes bulging in shock. Looking at the wrecked scene, Damien worriedly thought, "Father is going to yell at me again. He just fixed that wall the other day." He coldly grabbed the screaming creditor by the hair, and decisively drew his sword to face the other guy, ignoring his father's voice yelling from behind, "You little brat!" Damien acted in a flash, choking the remaining bodyguard until he could only let out a painful gurgle. He lifted the giant man into the air and coldly declared, "You drew your sword on a noble, so this counts as self-defense, right?" A sinister smile appeared on Damien's face, making Oland so terrified that he lost his wits, only able to choke back sobs of pure dread. Not even in his wildest dreams did he imagine this part. Not a chance. He was scared witless. After cleaning up the lackeys, Damien strolled toward the manager, who was trembling on the floor. He ordered in a low voice, "Hey, relax." Oland hurriedly nodded and stuttered, not daring to utter a single word. Damien calmly admitted, "I can't pay the debt right now," causing Oland to panic and wave his hands. It's fine. But Damien suddenly placed a hand on the creditor's shoulder, flashing a radiant yet menacing smile. "Then can I pay you back in a different way?" Oland broke into a cold sweat, only able to nod, his head repeatedly under duress. The next morning, the atmosphere at the Hassan mansion suddenly became noisy with Aben's complaining. The boy was crying to his father, claiming that justice had been miserably defeated by violence, while Lady Merida and Luis were gently giving Damien advice before his departure. His mother reminded him to eat well, and his sister prayed for him to have a safe journey without any trouble. Damien smiled, reassuring everyone that he would definitely return. Seeing Aben still rambling, Viscount Paul firmly grabbed his second son's head to stop him and told him to cheer for his brother. Even though he had agreed to let Damien go, deep down, Paul couldn't help but worry, wondering if his son's plan would actually work. Leaving the mansion, Damien ran into Agnes waiting for him. She expressed her regret at having to say goodbye so soon. After Damien's sincere thanks, Agnes blushed and said, "The investigation is almost complete, so she'll be leading the team back tomorrow." Agnes smiles gently, wishing Damien a smooth journey. He responds softly, thanking her for all her help lately, though. The paladin doesn't stop hoping, though, reminding him that if later on he changes his mind and wants to join the church, she'll always be ready to welcome him. But Damien firmly cuts her off, refusing immediately. "I told you, no means no. Why do you keep pestering me?" After finishing their goodbyes, Damien turns to Victor and asks if he's ready to hit the road. The young servant eagerly confirms that he's loaded all the luggage. Everything is in the carriage. Stepping inside, both Damien and Victor are amazed by how spacious and comfortable the carriage is. Just then, a trembling voice from the corner of the carriage catches them both by surprise. It's Olan Dimiso, the debt collection branch manager, sitting there cowering. Olan bows respectfully, promising that throughout this trip, he will do his absolute best to ensure Damien doesn't face any inconvenience. Seeing this attitude of awareness and submission, Damien smiles, praising him and generously announcing that with that kind of spirit, everyone will get to enjoy lobster for lunch today. The extravagant offer leaves the manager, completely bewildered, unable to believe his ears. Damien looks ahead and tells Victor it's time to depart. The young servant enthusiastically responds to his master's command and yells to get the horses moving. The mighty horse bolts forward, pulling the carriage out of the territory. The wheels begin to spin rapidly against the road. With a steady gaze and a confident smile, Damien firmly gives the order to set off. His next objective is to head straight to the Go Pixie Dukedom to settle his family's debt once and for all. The carriage speeds off between the two rows of majestic stone pillars, heading toward the glowing horizon. To begin a new journey, standing before the opulent mansion of one of the kingdom's wealthiest families, Damien can't help but gasp, "Whoa, the Go Pixie estate!" It rises up, a testament to absolute power and extravagance. Damien smiles and thanks Oland for the smooth trip, promising not to forget his help if things go well. Oland cowers and fawns, reporting that he's already informed the Duke and invites him inside. However, the moment Damien turns his back, the debt collector's face twists into pure resentment, cursing him as a bastard for making him work harder than a slave. He secretly prays that Damien meets with misfortune and dies inside so he can finally feel satisfied. Contrary to Oland's thoughts, Damien calmly walks into the mansion, promising to return shortly after he finishes his business. Standing in the middle of the luxurious room, he meets the sharp gaze of the Duke of the Apple Kingdom, Adam Go Pixie. The old man narrows his eyes and asks, "The notorious troublemaker from the Hassan family, is that you?" Damien smiles confidently and replies, "Ha ha, I'm honored to be recognized by you." Adam inwardly judges that these nobles are all the same, then lazily asks for the real reason he came here. Damien bluntly admits he borrowed money from the financial institution managed by the Go Pixie family, and the deadline has arrived. Adam coolly states that Damien is his client, but his next answer catches the old man off guard. "Forgive me, but I don't have the money right now, so I'd like to pay in a different way." To the Duke's astonishment, Damien declares boldly, "I want to defeat the Leon Bloom family to clear the debt." This audacious proposal leaves the entire room silent. Even the bodyguard, Gaon Himmlich, is shocked. Adam bursts out laughing, assuming this kid must have heard some gossip. Gaon pensively confirms that the rumor is completely true. Damien silently observes. He knows this story well. Everyone in the Apple Kingdom knows it. Recently, at the border between the Leon Bloom and Go Pixie houses, a valuable gold mine was accidentally discovered. The two families, who already detested each other, are now organizing a duel between low-ranking knights to compete for exclusive mining rights. Damien reflects deeply as he already knows the outcome of this event from his past life. The result is a crushing victory for the Leon Bloom family. They used that massive amount of gold to quickly expand their influence, while the Go Pixie house suffered, their power visibly declining. Damien thinks to himself, "In short, if I help the Duke win, I won't just be able to pay off my debt, but I could even destroy the biggest organization in land work." Duke Adam Go Pixie eyes him suspiciously. "You're quite ambitious. I heard you once defeated the second son of the Leon Bloom family and even destroyed the biggest organization in land work." Damien nonchalantly admits, "Ha ha, the rumors are partly true. This is indeed a case of good news. Traveling fast, isn't it?" Adam narrows his eyes calculatingly. "Is that so? That sounds interesting. I'm looking for a knight to join the duel," Damien asserts firmly. "Who else is more suitable than me? Who else but me can fight the eldest son of the Leon Bloom family?" This declaration causes Earl Horwitz, a mid-tier knight standing nearby, to jump in shock. Adam narrows his eyes and asks, "Are you sure you can beat him? Everyone knows he's a genius." Damien calmly responds, "His skills are indeed formidable, but I also, immediately." Holmes yells, cutting him off, "My lord, please don't believe his words. Those rumors are often grossly exaggerated." Adam nods slightly. You make a good point." Continues fiercely, insisting that Lady Chelsea will bring back the perfect candidate for you. He explains that Chelsea has been gone for a month searching for a knight capable of taking on Michael Leon Bloom. In their minds, the image of a powerful woman appears, the one who always passes the Duke's tests perfectly. Is confident that this time she will certainly bring back the best person possible. Hearing his subordinate's assurances, Adam Go Pixie ponders, "You all make sense, but where have they actually found someone? Why are you being so dismissive?" Damien clicks his tongue, annoyed as the Go Pixie Knights keep gossiping behind his back, ruining his negotiation plan. Seeing Duke Adam silently gauging his reaction, Damien decides to show his cards to assert his position. He declares loudly in front of everyone who doubted him, "You are all dead wrong. If you want to win this fight, you must choose me. Even whoever Chelsea brings back won't be as good as I am." This arrogant statement makes Sir Holmes and the other subordinates furious, thinking he's being incredibly conceited without even knowing who the opponent is. To silence their skepticism, Damien wears a defiant smile. "If you need proof, I'll block your strongest attack." This statement leaves Horace so shocked, his face contorts. Damien nonchalantly adds that just by blocking the strongest attack from this mid-tier knight, his true strength would be clearly proven. Feeling insulted by a low ranker, Horace roars at the Duke, "My lord, please permit me to teach this brat a lesson." Adam Go Pixie takes a sip of tea, wears a meaningful smile, and decisively orders, "Listen. How interesting. Fine. I'll allow it. Go on, fight. Let's see who's stronger. Quibbling is just a waste of tea." Make it quick." They set it up right in the mansion's courtyard. Standing opposite the Hogwarts knight, who was brandishing his weapon, Damien remained eerily calm. Victor panicked, unable to fathom why his young master would pick a fight. Instead of trying to persuade the Duke, Damien just calmly told him to stand back and watch the show, claiming the one in real danger was actually his opponent. "Horace, move." Channeling all his spiritual energy, a blazing aura flame engulfed his body, leaving Victor trembling in fear. After the Duke gave the order to begin, Horace tightened his grip on the great spear and snarled, "If you kneel and beg, I might spare you." Contrary to his opponent's tension, Damien let out a bored yawn. "So tired, let's get this over with." "Come on, such arrogance." It was like pouring oil on fire. Hogris charged forward madly. "You're digging your own grave." The knight poured all his azure spiritual energy into the spearhead and roared, "I'm going to poke a hole right through that smug face of yours." A thrust that seemed to tear through space shot forward at a terrifying speed. Damien calmly observed the trajectory of the attack, secretly thinking that even for an intermediate knight, his targeting was not that difficult. But the moment Damien raised his sword to block, Horace suddenly flashed a sinister grin. A loud explosion echoed, accompanied by a violent shockwave that cracked the ground to pieces. Horace laughed manically, triumphant. "You fool, you fell for it." Before the eyes of the shocked Duke Adam and the royal guard, the spear, carrying a razor-sharp wave of spiritual power, had pierced directly through Damien's shoulder, sending blood splattering everywhere. Witnessing the horrific scene, Victor could only clutch his head and scream in despair. "Young master!" Victor screamed in horror. "Young master!" Seeing his master critically injured. Meanwhile, Chelsea and the guard Gaon stood frozen in disbelief. After the impact, Damien was sent flying. A long distance away, he collapsed, clutching his chest under his opponent's stunned gaze. Yet the intermediate knight, Horace, suddenly broke into a cold sweat. He gritted his teeth. "No way did he just block my surprise attack." Amidst the tense atmosphere, the guard Gaon exhaled and spoke up. "Ha, my lord, to report on the situation." Towards the Duke, Damien scrambled to his feet. Even though a bloodstain was clearly visible on his shirt, he flashed a sinister smile and asked, "So, am I the representative now?" Victor immediately rushed over to hug him, sobbing, "Young master." The young servant blubbered while crying, "You're okay. I really thought something happened to you." Damien winced and groaned. "That hurts, you idiot." Seeing the performance just now, Duke Adam Go Pixie and Gaon didn't hold back their praise. To actually block Hogwarts' slow attack, impressive. Adam privately concluded that while he had been skeptical at first, Damien truly possessed extraordinary ability. The old man stood up and declared loudly, "To the entire mansion, everyone listen. Damien Hassan has proven his ability brilliantly. As promised, I appoint Damien Hassan as our representative." Even though Hogwarts tried to object, Adam just glared threateningly. "Enough. I'm in a good mood today. Don't annoy me." Damien smirked and bowed. "As you wish, my lord." On the other side, Hogwarts was left stunned, wondering how. The attack clearly landed, yet the outcome was like this. He had no idea he was just a pawn in his opponent's play. In reality, Damien's skill level had long since surpassed the beginner rank, but since the duel rules were restricted to beginner knights, he had to put on a grand act to deceive everyone. Damien had proactively used his sword to intercept the spear at the very last second, creating a performance excellent enough to fool anyone. Damien thought to himself, in that moment, if I hadn't used my mana in time to block, I would have really been in danger. Damien thanked Father Instinct. His red health bar hadn't vanished yet. Seeing his injury, Chelsea stepped closer, saying that with internal damage like that, he couldn't just leave it be. He gently touched the ring on his finger, activating a spatial artifact that left Damien extremely surprised. From that magical black hole, Chelsea retrieved a small wooden box. He handed the box to Damien and said, "This is a gift for you." Inside were pills emitting a brilliant golden light called balance pills. Chelsea explained that he had spent quite a bit of money at the Alchemy Academy to acquire them, and they were effective at boosting physical strength and healing internal injuries extremely well for knights. Damien cheered jackpot in his heart as he accepted the gift and sent his sincere thanks. Chelsea patted his shoulder trustingly. "I hope that later you can contribute even more." Damien smiled and replied, "Yes, sir." Damien recovered his stamina, his health bar full and pristine. The next day, under the brilliant sun covering the Duke's mansion, Damien began his early training session. He could clearly feel the efficacy of the pill as his internal wounds had almost completely healed. Just after one night, looking around the training room, filled with all kinds of high-class weapons and armor, he marveled at the incredible training equipment he hadn't had the time to notice. Yesterday, Damien told himself he could use this gear for long-term training. Two knights appeared, radiating the typical NPC looking for trouble energy from the early game. Suddenly, a voice spoke up from behind, asking if he was Damien Hassan or not. Damien turned around to find two knights standing above, looking down with a probing gaze. When he confirmed his identity, one guy with purple hair wore an arrogant smile. He introduced himself as the beginner knight, Paben Berman. As soon as he finished speaking, his burly sworn brothers also trudged forward right behind Paben Berman, along with two other big cocky guys who announced, "We're also knights participating in the upcoming duel." Damien asked in surprise, "You guys are duelists too?" Paben boasted in explanation. "Since we were busy training outside yesterday, we weren't there." He also mocked Damien, calling him a lucky guy. He growled, asserting that if they had been there, the one teaching him a lesson wouldn't have been Mr. Hogwarts. Paben warned that the match against the Leon Bloom house was a life-or-death matter affecting the fate of the entire Duke's mansion, so he hoped he wouldn't embarrass them with his mediocre skills. He waved his hand, shooing Damien away so he wouldn't hinder their training, leaving Damien to just click his tongue and ignore them. Damien secretly thought this was a good chance to test the strength of the knights in the Duke's mansion. Paben ordered his subordinates to move into position quickly. Immediately, one knight exerted his power to execute the immovable king's starting stance. Another didn't fall behind, leaping into the air with the vermilion bird ascending technique. The powerful collision between their wooden swords created shockwaves. Intense. The sparring session was incredibly heated. The hulking knight gritted his teeth and declared that today marked the 987th match, and this time he would definitely win. Both sides were going all out, stamina dropping fast, yet neither would yield. Paben smirked, mocking his opponent to keep dreaming, while both pushed themselves until their bodies trembled under the sheer pressure. In a fleeting, decisive moment, Paben suddenly delivered a powerful headbutt straight to his opponent's forehead, catching him completely off guard. The giant knight was left stunned because Paben had predicted the attack and recklessly used his own forehead to block it. This tactic caused the combat stat bar to spike abnormally, even as blood streamed down Paben's face. He still wore an excited grin, having learned something new. Both bowed to each other, agreeing to call the match a draw due to the clear progress made by both sides. Just then, another burly knight eagerly charged in, demanding to spar because he was itching for a fight. They all resolved to train hard so that in a month they would have great results, surely defeat Leon Bloom, and bring glory to the Duke's estate. The cheers rang out, all for one, and one for all. The sound echoed throughout the area. The knights, burning with spirit, raised their swords high and roared with the fervor of zealots. Observing this display from afar, this overly theatrical scene, Damien and Victor could only stand there, frozen and speechless. Seeing his master's expression, Victor asked worriedly, "Young master, what is the matter?" Damien was completely devastated by now, his face darkening as he felt the future was bleak. He bitterly told Victor that they were truly doomed in the upcoming match. Facing his servant's confusion, Damien bitterly admitted that he had absolutely no confidence in winning when he had to team up with those idiots who only knew how to use brute force. Chansey laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, this doesn't suit a high-ranking knight, does it?" Gaon Himlik, the old silver-haired knight, calmly replied, "I don't find it unpleasant at all." When pressed by Chansey to tell the truth, he remained composed, insisting he was speaking his honest thoughts. Memories of the previous night surfaced when Damien stood in his office and firmly refused. "Thank you for the offer, but I prefer to train on my own." Although Gaon only claimed he asked out of convenience, deep down he couldn't help but be amazed that a young master would dare refuse training from a knight as legendary as Gaon Himlik. Returning to the present, Chansey smiled and remarked, "Damien Hassan is quite an interesting fellow." He curiously asked for Gaon's assessment of the young man. The old knight pondered before admitting, "He is an extraordinary young man who can pull it off." However, when discussing the win rate for the upcoming match against the Leon Bloom family, Gaon's expression turned serious. He bluntly shared, "That is hard to say right now because the match has 3 participants, and victory goes to the side that secures 2 out of 3 wins, so even if Damien performs well, it might be futile." Chansey could only silently agree with that harsh truth. Gaon emphasized that the other knights must also perform well. "And I hope they are training thoroughly. The current lineup is a carry-me situation. It's hard to win like this." He placed his faith in the mid-level knight Vincenzo, who was in the middle of training, so he felt nothing to worry about. Contrarily, Damien stood outside the field with a fallen leaf on his head, his face full of annoyance. "They are a bigger trouble than I ever expected." Watching the knights shouting while training, he silently judged, "Forget that they're idiots, their stamina is even worse." All looks empty inside. Witnessing Babin and his cronies eagerly demanding to practice the new moves they just learned, Damien let out a weary sigh. "At this level, we're bound to lose." Damien pondered, bringing a hand to his forehead. Tiredly, he told himself, "No other way. I have to intervene." Under Victor's confused gaze, Damien sauntered toward the 3 smug knights and called out, "Hey, you 3 idiots, get over here." His provocative call left them stunned. "What? Did he just call us idiots?" Not letting them react, Damien began to take off his outer coat, revealing toned muscles, and coldly declared, "Let's spar." Babin, Berman, and the brothers smirked, feeling confident that Damien was daring to challenge them after having seen their skills with his own eyes. Babin and Berman stepped up eagerly, declaring, "All right, I'll be the first to accept your challenge." The atmosphere of the training ground instantly shifted to a tense boss fight mode, but Damien, with eyes glowing coldly, extinguished that confidence immediately. "You're mistaken. I don't want to fight just one of you. I want all 3 at once." He casually beckoned for all 3 knights to attack him simultaneously. Even while still wearing heavy sandbags used for training, this arrogance drove Babin and his group into a frenzy. Damien prepared his combat stance. He told himself that although this went against knightly codes, when dealing with mad dogs, beating them into the ground was the best way. The 3 hulking knights simultaneously charged, unleashing punches with the weight of 1,000 pounds toward Damien. The 3 youths rushed in with full killing intent, their combat brains forgetting to defend. Facing the encirclement, he remained expressionless, fully focused on observing every move the opponents made. Everything happened so fast that Babin only managed to let out a surprised gasp before losing consciousness. When he woke up, the purple-haired knight was shocked to find himself lying flat on the floor. What just happened?" He scrambled up, terrified, looking to his side to see his 2 burly comrades had already been knocked out cold and were snoring away. Standing before them, Damien crossed his arms in disappointment. "Finally awake? Pathetic, just as I thought." Just then, Victor came running up, shouting in anxiety, "Young master, what trouble are you causing now?" Damien casually replied to his servant, "I'm not causing trouble. I'm just teaching the Duke's knights a lesson." Baben clutched his head in pain, shocked to know the identity of those who had just been defeated. The knight tried to rack his memory. He clearly remembered all three. Had attacked Damien at the same time, but completely failed to remember the subsequent events. 5 minutes ago, just as the three aggressive knights surrounded him, Damien had easily dodged Baben's punch by a hair's breadth with an incredibly calm face. The guy dodged moves smoother than a low-ping server. He quickly closed the distance, channeling power into his palm, preparing to launch a lightning-fast strike to the opponent's neck. Damien struck fast, landing dangerous blows to their necks before they could react. The three knights' combo chain was completely ruined in an instant. All three giant knights were defeated and lay scattered on the floor in shock. Baben tried to tense up to resist, with a face full of fury, but he couldn't escape a direct 1,000-pound punch. Damien's overwhelming power sent the knight flying far away and completely lost consciousness. Immediately, Baben scrambled awake, shocked to realize that all three brothers had tasted a pathetic defeat against a single opponent. He looked trembling toward Damien, silently terrified, wondering what kind of monster this guy really was. And he can overpower all three of them this easily? Standing before the defeated men cowering on the ground, Damien coldly spoke up, "Hey, you lot, all three of you knights." Shrinking away, they bowed respectfully. "Yes, sir." Damien lowered his voice and asked, "Who trained you?" Baben honestly replied, "We were trained by Sir Sebastian Vincenzo, an intermediate-level knight." Damien frowned slightly, repeating it with doubt. "Intermediate?" Leaving Baben with no choice but to timidly confirm. Looking at the knights before him, Damien thought to himself, a knight at that level letting his students train so lazily is truly troublesome, but he didn't want to get involved in unnecessary complications. He decisively ordered, "When your training session with Vincenzo is over, come find me. From now on, you will spar with me every day." This declaration made Baben lose his soul. He worried that if he got beaten to a pulp, Sir Vincenzo would discover something unusual. But Damien just smiled confidently. "Don't worry, no matter how much I beat you, your body won't have a single scratch on it." Baben checked his body and was shocked to realize that even though he had just been beaten to a pulp, there was truly not a single wound or bruise on his skin. The young man opened his status window. His HP had dropped significantly, but his skin remained intact. Damien wore a mysterious smile, silently recalling a special secret technique he had learned a long time ago. It was the method of a legendary man who had traveled across the continent to discipline sinners, a man known as the personality molder. His way was inherently extremely simple, yet it brought about a pain that reached deep into the soul without leaving any traces. That personality molder would punch his victims for an hour, and if it wasn't effective, he was ready to double that time. According to legend, the longest torture session he ever performed lasted up to 512 hours. Through that process, he gradually began to feel pity for his victims and wondered how he could hit someone without harming their life. Finally, he reached the realm of a true master with a technique called Shadow Strike, a villainous mentor aura turned up to the max. That incredibly tense atmosphere of discipline was exactly what Damien had just used on the three knights, a secret technique that makes the opponent feel bone-deep pain without leaving any marks on their body. Looking at the three cowering on their knees, Damien coldly asked, "So, do you understand now how weak and worthless you are?" Baben and his cronies could only bow their heads in extreme humiliation. Damien raised a finger and reassured them, "But don't worry too much. I still have 1 month left until the match begins." He flashed a sinister smile and declared, "During this time, I will turn you all into worthless but useful insects." That statement terrified the knights to the point of speechlessness. Damien nonchalantly turned his back and walked away, urging everyone to get back to training. Just then, a servant from the Duke's mansion came running frantically, calling out, "Sir Damien, there you are! The Duke is looking for you!" Damien asked in surprise what was going on, and the servant started reporting with hesitation. Amidst the formal atmosphere of the Duke's mansion, a beautiful woman with an extremely confident demeanor suddenly appeared. Her high-class lady aura was overwhelming. The imaginary camera zoomed in on her face as she wore a radiant smile in her gorgeous red and black outfit. Her presence made everyone take notice. The servant announced, "Lady Chelsea has returned." Chelsea knelt before her father and announced loudly, "It has been a long time, father. I have returned." The tension in the noble family was thicker than a stack of books. Duke Adam Go Pixie looked at his eldest daughter pensively. He sighed heavily. It really has been a month. Have you found a knight to represent us in the battle? Chelsea wore a mysterious smile and affirmed, I have. Immediately, a giant of a man carrying 2 massive maces on his back strolled over. He loudly introduced himself. Greetings! I am the Beast, Gillette Mo Breaking. The identity of this low-level knight left everyone around them shocked. The knights whispered about a mercenary, famous for participating in the War of the Aclaran Kingdom, where he had single-handedly slaughtered almost the entire low-level legion of the enemy. The rumors about how no low-level knight could defeat him made Duke Adam very intrigued. Oh ho, I have heard so much about you. You earned that title by going into a berserk beast mode on the battlefield. Gillette Mo burst into hearty laughter, not expecting his reputation to have spread all the way to the Apple Kingdom. Chelsea continued confidently, Father, Gillette Mo has sworn his loyalty to me. He has also promised to join the match. He will be able to defeat Michael Leon Bloom. She asserted that, by comparison, Gillette Mo was even stronger than Michael Leon Bloom, because while his opponent was still reaching for perfection, Gillette Mo had touched that realm long ago. Duke Adam stroked his chin calculatingly. That is good news, but is there some difficulty? The atmosphere in the Grand Hall shifted to a battle of wits, with everyone's brains working at maximum capacity. This vague comment left Chelsea questioning her father's true intentions. Adam strolled toward the door and announced, I haven't introduced him yet, have I? He will be the one representing us in the match. The mansion doors suddenly swung open, and Damian Hassan stepped in with a confident demeanor and an arrogant smile on his lips. Chelsea could not hide her shock, mixed with anger, upon seeing that her father had already chosen a representative. The young lady entered extreme rage mode, her inner self glowing red with anger, and she snapped, Father, what do you mean? I told you to wait for me. Duke Adam, go. Pixie still replied nonchalantly, True, but I never said I would wait. Not accepting this reality, Chelsea curled her lip and suggested, Then change the representative. Seeing his daughter's insistence, the old duke sighed slightly. I will consider that. However, Chelsea kept screaming in fury, You don't need to think about it. I have never heard of him. Watching the argument, Damian thought to himself, She must be his daughter. Chelsea continued to persuade her father in a sharp tone. It's so obvious, Father, that you should choose Sir Gillette Mo rather than some unknown knight like him. Damian felt as if this young lady was treating him like nothing more than an insect. Looking at the giant Gillette Mo standing looming beside him, he narrowed his eyes in suspicion. This guy, but Duke Adam, remained firm. Of course, young Gillette Mo is very famous, but young Damian here is strong enough to block Hogwash's ultimate attack. This statement made Hogwash, standing behind them, tremble in humiliation, while Chelsea could only let out a mocking snort. Ha! Chelsea's anger began to shift into a personal attack. It's just that Father doesn't want to acknowledge my abilities, and this is the perfect opportunity for him to just brush us aside. His actions never match his words, whether with me or with Mother. Those words sting. It hits a nerve, making Adam Gopic glare with rage. How dare you behave like that in front of my guests? Chelsea immediately changes her attitude, flashing a fake smile to make excuses. Oh, do forgive me. I'm just a bit tired from my travels. Damian watches quietly and realizes they don't seem to get along very well. The Duke firmly cuts the argument short. Enough. We'll discuss other matters first and save this for later. Stop bickering. Just then, the beast of a man, Gillette Mo Breaking, suddenly bursts into boisterous laughter. Coo! Ha 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 ha! His laughter echoes through the hall like a final boss entering Phase 2. His arrogant laughter, it stuns both the Duke and the personal guard. He saunters closer and declares bossily, Duke, there's no need to talk things over. We're men, aren't we? This crude behavior forces the nightgown to intervene. How rude. But Gillette Mo ignores him and makes a direct proposal. Whoever is strongest should be the representative. Just the representative. He looks down at Damian with a challenging gaze. Duke Adam glances at him and asks, Damian, what do you think? Damian sighs inwardly, realizing the Duke is trying to test his strength once again through this annoying knight. Damian thinks to himself, I knew I'd have to show what I'm capable of to settle this. But the young man switches into flex mode. No long introduction needed. He agrees that the strongest should represent them, but argues that an actual fight isn't necessary. However, when Gillette Mo reaches out, trying to grab him, Damian smirks knowingly. I've been wanting to try a few things myself. The beast growls, suggesting they see who's really the strongest, but Damien just scoffs. He replies provocatively, "If I accidentally rip your arm off, don't blame me." Faced with the guy's fiery aggression, Damien taunts, "Oh, I'm so scared." His eyes glow. The look of challenge only enrages Gillette Mo further. He grins savagely, declaring that he'll show mercy by only dislocating Damien's shoulder. Immediately, the giant erupts. With killing intent, he attacks, but Damien is one step faster. With expert technique, he uses his opponent's own momentum to execute a spectacular throw, leaving Gillette Mo only enough time to gasp as his whole world turns upside down. A deafening crash shakes the entire floor. Damien slams Gillette Mo into the ground without a shred of mercy. The floor shakes. Hard. It's like a $100 million action movie. Chelsea, Duke Adam, and the Knight Hogwash are all frozen in shock. Gillette Mo lies flattened on the floor, sputtering in pain. Chelsea is stunned, unable to grasp what just happened, while the Duke can't hide his excitement, shouting, "Incredible!" It turns out that Gillette Mo Breaking tried to grab Damien first, but he used the guy's own strength against him and tossed him to the floor with ease. Seeing that superior technique, everyone realizes Damien isn't just strong, he's incredibly experienced in combat. Humiliated on the spot, Gillette Mo grits his teeth in hatred. He crawls up with eyes burning and roars in fury, "How dare you humiliate me like this?" Damien keeps his cool. He smiles and remarks, "Well, as expected, you're tougher than I thought. I actually planned on dislocating your shoulder." The sarcasm is like pouring gasoline on a fire. Gillette Mo screams like a madman, "I'll tear you to pieces!" He grabs his massive weapon and a deep purple aura of pure rage envelops his body. Even though Chelsea screams for him to stop, the beast charges forward, threatening to crush Damien's skull with a fatal blow. Gillette Mo roars, "Maniacally, I'll crush your skull!" He swings the massive axe, glowing with purple aura, straight toward Damien. A berserker aura explodes. The hall feels like it's about to reset, because the combat is just that intense. But at that hair-breadth moment, a burst of green, holy energy intervenes. Chelsea screams in panic, "Stop!" Meanwhile, Gillette Mo is horrified to find himself blocked by a terrifying pressure. He grinds his teeth and growls, "You dare!" The guard, Gaon Himmlich, radiates an aura that is suffocating. He coldly warns, drawing a weapon in front of someone of such noble status, "Are you tired of living?" Under the knight's stern, glowing gaze, Gillette Mo can only kneel and moan, in pain under absolute suppression. Watching this, Damien silently gauges Gaon's strength, realizing it far exceeds that of an average high-ranking knight. Gaon declares he will let it slide, out of respect for Lady Chelsea, but firmly asserts there will absolutely not be a second time for such insolence. Gillette Mo collapses to the floor, coughing up blood after enduring the pressure from Gaon. Having finished his intense combat, our guy switches to offline mode. Duke Adam Gopik claps his hands, mocking the infighting that just took place inside his own estate. He firmly declares that Damien Hassan will still be the official representative for the upcoming match. However, the Night Earth Hogwash immediately objects, vehemently. He claims the previous match was completely unfair. Earth frantically tries to excuse him, saying Gillette Mo was still not fully recovered from his journey, which is why Damien had such an advantage. Hogwash enters lawyer mode, spitting out excuses faster than a combo chain. Damien can only sigh, watching this annoying jerk. He's clearly trying to pick a fight. Continues to insist that Gillette Mo is a knight who specializes in weapons, so he cannot be judged by a bare-handed fight. Chelsea joins in, demanding an official duel to compare their skills in the fairest way possible. Instead of this childish game, even though Duke Adam tells them not to push their luck, Chelsea keeps screaming in fierce opposition. Duke Adam's rage erupts. He slams his hand on the table and bellows, "I said stop talking about your own incompetence." The harsh reprimand leaves Chelsea stunned. She can only bow her head, bitterly. "I have been disrespectful." She walks away quietly amidst the Knight Horace's frustration. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Damien suddenly raises his hand. "Duke, may I say a word?" To Chelsea's shock, Damien nonchalantly makes a shocking decision. "I can accept Lady Chelsea's proposal." His counter-question leaves the room dead silent. Even Duke Adam narrows his eyes, intrigued by the young man's confidence. Leaving the Duke's estate, Victor won't stop nagging about his master's reckless decision. "Young master, why on earth did you agree to that battle? You wouldn't have lost anything if you just stayed quiet. You are walking right into trouble." Victor hits full-blown panic mode, rambling the whole way. Damien just shrugs. "I have my reasons, so stop complaining." He stops in front of a forge. He remembers the Duke's words. Since his old sword broke in the fight against Hogris, he's had a new weapon prepared for him at the Duchy's forge. Damien smirks to himself. Even though he could take down that idiot Galekmo with a wooden sword, there's no reason to refuse the Duke's kindness. As they step inside, the blacksmith recognizes them immediately. After Victor presents the Duke's order, the man excitedly leads the way. Aha, I've been waiting. Told them they'd be coming here. This way. The door swung open to reveal a dazzling armory, leaving Victor gasping in awe. Damien quietly observed the top-tier gear, all of it glimmering brilliantly, and he silently marveled at how incredible this collection was. Damien turned to ask Victor if he wanted to pick something out. The boy excitedly reached for the most expensive piece, but suddenly he froze as he realized something strange. Damien's gaze settled on a sword glowing intensely inside a glass case. The blacksmith stepped forward to explain that this was an exceptionally special blade. It had originally been commissioned by a knight who once worked here, but due to an urgent situation, he had to leave before it was finished, which meant the weapon had never been held by its true owner. Staring at the sword, Damien pensively asked if that knight had provided the master smith with scarlet steel to forge it. The question stunned the blacksmith. How did you know? Damien had silently realized its shape was identical to the weapon of a legendary master, once known as the Sword Virtuoso. In the past, without a moment's hesitation, he firmly declared, "I'll take this one." Even though the blacksmith looked concerned about the material's unique nature, Damien still stood by his choice. He knew full well that unlike common steel, which only boosts mana, this type of steel possessed the power to amplify mana and create incredibly powerful shockwaves. Damien picked up the sword and felt its weight before asking for its name. The moment the blade left its scabbard, it exuded an overwhelmingly powerful protagonist aura. The blacksmith recalled the words of the knight who commissioned it years ago. He had said that I shall call it the heavenly distant sword. Damien, satisfied, sheathed the precious blade. Just then, the sound of delicate footsteps echoed from behind. A strange woman appeared suddenly, making Damien turn his head, filled with suspicion. It was a maid with glasses and a mysterious smile. She bowed formally, saying, "I am so pleased to meet you. I am Rebecca, an attendant to Lady Chelsea." The maid's smile reeked of drama. She explained that she had come under the orders of the lady and suggested he spare some private time for a chat. "If it's all right, could we spend a little time together?" Even though Damien thought to himself that he had nothing specific to discuss with her, Rebecca persisted with a meaningful tone. "Who knows? The lady is much more than you think. You could have anything you desire, Master Damien." Looking at the maid's calculated smile, Damien silently assessed that she was trying to lure him in. But because there were still things he needed to verify, he considered whether or not to pretend to go along with her. "Of her." Damien nodded in agreement. "Fine, lead the way." He strolled after the maid while Victor trudged along, lugging the new sword behind him. The three of them stopped in front of a luxurious wooden structure. Under the brilliant sunset, Rebecca introduced it. "This is a restaurant run by Lady Chelsea herself, a high-class establishment reserved solely for the nobility, accessible only by reservation and entry." She explained that the entire restaurant had been cleared out today just to host him alone. Rebecca gently pushed the large doors open and invited him inside, as the lady was already waiting. A sense of mystery thickened, and an aristocratic atmosphere permeated the room. Damien stepped inside, deeply suspicious. "Lady Chelsea, what kind of invitation is this?" Suddenly, he froze, catching the scent of something strange. At the same time, a hazy purple smoke began to fill the space. Amidst the eerie atmosphere, the sound of wine being poured into a glass rang out, followed by a haughty remark. "You're a bit late." Chelsea was sitting alone at a lavish banquet table, leisurely pouring wine amidst the vibrant purple haze. She commanded, "Come, sit here." Damien descended the stairs under the dim lights. Chelsea looked bewitching, her eyes glowing red and a mysterious smile on her face as she raised her glass, staring straight at Damien. Inside the luxurious restaurant, filled with mystical purple light, Damien went straight to the point. "So, why did you call for me?" The two began to bicker. Chelsea took a sip of wine and casually teased, "You're easily angered, aren't you? Why not wait until the food is served to talk?" Facing that vague attitude, Damien remained silent, his eyes icy. He stated firmly, "I don't want to waste time. Just say it." Seeing that the other party had no intention of stalling, Chelsea set her glass down and issued an ultimatum. "I have one condition. Give up your position as the representative." Damien gave a faint smirk. He countered by asking if she was worried about that beast of a man, Galekmo breaking. Chelsea scoffed, asserting, "Don't misunderstand. Once Galekmo picks up his axe, people like, you are nothing." She explained her true purpose was to conserve strength for the important battle against the Markey family, and it would be very troublesome if she were injured in a pointless fight with you. Although he found her logic sound, Damien asked calmly, "But why should I listen to you? What's in it for me?" Chelsea confidently declared she would make every wish of yours come true if you give it up. When Damien asked if she really knew what he wanted, Chelsea laughed arrogantly. "A rustic noble like you is so easy to read. Money, fame, things like that." Damien observed quietly, silently evaluating the arrogance and subjectivity of this woman. He sarcastically asked if whatever the Duke bestowed could be better than her. "Promise?" Chelsea leaned in close, her glowing red eyes mesmerizing. "Perhaps, but think about it again. Isn't it wiser to curry favor with the future Duke?" She leaned over the hourglass, using her allure to apply pressure, and ordered him to go tell his father. The atmosphere was thick with psychological manipulation and royal drama. The golden hour. The mystical purple smoke blanketed the space as Chelsea repeated her demand, "Say you'll give it up." Damien bowed his head in silence for a moment, letting the pressure from the young lady surround him, but immediately after, he lifted his head, flashed a defiant smile, and declared firmly, "I don't want to." The flat-out refusal left Chelsea. So shocked, she stood frozen. She stammered in absolute amazement because things hadn't gone according to her script at all. For the first time, the lady's manipulation failed, and her brain started displaying system error codes. Damien silently realized Chelsea was incredibly shocked to see he was completely unaffected by the intoxicating aroma. It was, in fact, a type of dark magic so sophisticated it could create fake emotions to easily control others' minds like puppets. With his vast knowledge of dark magic from his past life, Damien had identified it the moment he stepped into the room. He knew that at such a high concentration, usually anyone would quickly become a slave within an hour. However, the greed power within him had silently absorbed the entire purple haze, which made all the young lady's attempts at manipulation meaningless. Damien casually retorted, twisting the knife into her shock. "Oh, you said things shouldn't have happened like this." "What do you mean?" The sudden question startled Chelsea, terrifying her. She stammered in utter confusion. "I mean, why would you refuse? I said I would give you everything you want." Facing that desperate clinging, Damien turned his back and walked away without a second thought. "I don't need your help. From the beginning, what I wanted was never something you could offer." Chelsea screamed in anger, her eyes blazing with resentment. "Then what is it? What could you possibly want that much?" Damien stopped for a moment. He replied, with a sentence that made the air freeze, "My family's happiness." Chelsea gasped in disbelief. The killer answer even made the villainess herself freeze. For a few moments, she stood frozen, watching the back of Damien's figure as he sauntered out of the banquet hall. Before disappearing behind the doors, he didn't forget to toss a challenge over his shoulder. "Listen up, I'm out. Tell Gillette Mo Breaking to prep for the fight." Chelsea gritted her teeth, her gaze darkening with malice as she watched him leave, murmuring, "Family that must mean everything to you, doesn't it?" She stood tall in the middle of the room, her hand clenched in a threatening gesture as she delivered a cruel ultimatum. "Then we'll do this the hard way. Give up the representative spot, or else." "I'll make sure you vanish into thin air," Chelsea roared with fury, intent on crushing the Hassan family. Her eyes glowed with dark energy, ready to strike out at his loved ones. But before she could act, Damien surged forward like a phantom, grabbing her throat and slamming her against the floor. Stunned, Chelsea could only gasp in pain. How dare you touch me? Damien!" He stood over her, radiating such terrifying pressure that the Go Pixie heiress could only tremble and beg desperately, "Let go!" Hearing the commotion, the guards panicked and kicked open the doors. They rushed into the room, shouting, "My lady, what was that noise?" Seeing their master pinned down, they wildly drew their swords and charged. "How dare you lay a hand on Lady Chelsea?" Damien casually let go, leaving Chelsea collapsed on the ground, coughing uncontrollably as she struggled to breathe. Instantly, he channeled his power, his eyes igniting with a brilliant azure spiritual light. Flashes of steel tore through the air. Damien's terrifying speed left the guards with no time to react, and they fell to the ground in agony, sliced by his razor-sharp strikes. He took down the entire guard detail in a heartbeat. Damien strolled away, casually dropping a mocking warning. "The cuts aren't deep. Put some medicine on them, and you won't die." He paused, coldly calling her by her full name. Chelsea Go Pixie. Looking at the heiress trembling in terror amidst the wreckage, Damien narrowed his eyes. He threatened, Though I'd love to slit your throat right here, I'll hold back because that would be too merciful for you. So, just wait and see." Damien turned his head slightly, a twisted, sinister smirk on his face. "The horrors that are coming for you next." His final smile reeked of a true villain, the ultimate destroyer. He stepped over the fallen guards and walked out of the room, leaving Chelsea slumped on the floor, her entire body shaking in utter shock. Just then, Rebecca rushed into the room in a panic. The maid hurried to support her shell-shocked mistress, asking anxiously, "Lady Chelsea, are you all right?" Chelsea gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with extreme hatred as she watched Damien's retreating figure. She let out a crazed roar. "That bastard dared to humiliate me! I'll kill him no matter what it takes! I will kill him!" The anger gauge inside the lady was glowing redder than a danger warning. She immediately screamed for Mustang, and a stout fat man in a blue robe scrambled inside, trembling as he reported, "Yes, I, Mustang, have arrived immediately as summoned," Chelsea demanded furiously. "Why? Was the soul-binding magic completely ineffective against Damien?" Mustang just broke into a cold sweat, stammering that there are rare cases of immunity to dark magic. Seeing his underling starting to babble excuses, Chelsea angrily delivered a heavy punch that sent him crashing down. "You idiot." She sat down, voice dropping low as she asked about Gillette's location. "Mo breaking." Mustang panicked and reported that the beast was currently at the tavern, blowing off steam after his humiliating defeat that morning. This news made Chelsea even more furious. He's fighting tomorrow, and he's out drinking now? That lunatic. She grabbed Mustang by the collar, demanding to know if Gillette Mo really had what it takes to defeat Damien. He desperately swore that Gillette Mo was a masterpiece of the Yulin organization and the knight most in sync with dark magic he had ever seen. Mustang groveled, promising, "The Yulin organization will definitely help you seize the ducal family." Chelsea looked at him with eyes burning with killing intent, delivering a cruel threat. "You'd better keep your word or you'll be the first one to die." The pressure from the lady was so heavy that Mustang thought his heart was about to stop. He could only tremble and vow to take that warning to heart. While dark plots were quietly brewing, Damien stood alone on the balcony under the brilliant sunset. He looked toward the distant horizon, his expression showing clear determination and deep thought for the upcoming decisive battle. As night fell in the quiet room, Victor had fallen asleep from exhaustion while guarding the weapons. Damien sat quietly in a corner, meticulously inspecting the new heavenly sword he had just received. Flicking the blade lightly, Damien fell into deep thought about the Yulin organization. He realized that the presence of these vile dark mages was a threat that couldn't be taken lightly. Damien was certain that Chelsea Go Pixie was intimately linked to these dark mages. If that was the case, the strange energy he sensed from Gillette Mo breaking must also be dark magic. The young man began connecting the dots, his brain running faster than an acceleration spell. Damien continued to channel his power, a surge of azure energy erupting and covering his body, making Victor jump awake. Instead of finding the Duke to explain the complicated situation, Damien decided he would let him see the truth with his own eyes during the match. The day of the final duel finally arrived. Gillette Mo breaking entered the arena with a roar, full of power, displaying bulging muscles that made the surrounding space seem to tremble. The beast's intimidating presence left the Duke's knights shivering in fear. Babin and his cronies stood watching from afar, unable to hide their anxiety, asking each other who would be the one to emerge victorious. Babin admitted that in terms of reputation, Gillette Mo breaking was overwhelming. The fat knights hoped that after this, they would be free from the clutches of the devil, Damien Hassan. The memory of the one-sided slaughter Damien inflicted on them 2 days ago was still a terrifying nightmare, where he seemed to thoroughly enjoy torturing his opponents. Even though he wanted Damien to lose, Babin bitterly admitted he didn't think he would lose this fight. Damien strolled out onto the stage, ready for the life-or-death confrontation. Gillette Mo looked at Damien with total contempt, sneering, "You didn't run away?" Impressive, but Damien just casually rolled his shoulders to warm up. "Did I sleep well yesterday? My shoulders feel a bit stiff." The guy entered the match like he was out for a walk, his aura of mockery towards his opponent off the charts. His indifferent attitude made the beast grit his teeth in anger, pretending to be calm. Just as the tension peaked, Duke Adam Go Pixie sauntered to his seat and remarked, "Looks like I'm the one. Who's late?" Sitting on his seat of authority, the old Duke loudly declared the final rules. So, as promised, the winner of today's match will earn the position of representative. I hope everyone will accept the outcome happily. The stands held their breath. The group drama combat was about to kick off with a bang. Chelsea sat nearby, glancing at her father with eyes full of malice, silently thinking, "Enjoy it while you still can, father. Because Gillette, Mo will win this fight." The old Duke tossed a white handkerchief into the air, his voice booming, "Now let the battle begin!" Instantly, Gillette Mo swung his massive axes, glowing with purple spiritual energy. Rushing forward like a whirlwind, he roared, "Damien Hassan, accepting this duel was your biggest mistake." He spun his weapon, whipping up a lethal vortex of energy. "Under pressure, I'll show you why they call me a savage beast." A crushing, bone-breaking blow rained down with destructive force, but Damien agilely raised his Heaven's Reach blade to parry it. A split-second defense. Damien tapped his finger against the blade, triggering the resonance energy of his steel, sending brilliant blue shockwaves rippling outward. The sudden, eerie transformation and the surge of pressure left Gillette Mo stunned, clueless about what was happening. A massive shockwave erupted from the blade, striking head-on, blasting the beast man away. Gillette Mo had to grit his teeth and jam his dual axes into the ground to steady himself. Amidst the swirling dust, he collapsed, clutching his chest and gasping for air. Stunned, the crowd wondered, what the hell just happened? Before they could even process the situation, 808, the fight had turned on its head. Watching the shocking scene, Chelsea and her maid, Rebecca, could only stand there, speechless in disbelief. From the spectator stand, Duke Adam remarked with interest, a unique skill that left Knight Gaon wondering, is that skill Gillette's? Mo, driven mad, lunged forward, howling in a blind rage, "Damn you, you bastard knight! What kind of dark sorcery are you playing at?" But his only reply was the ripple of sound, glowing blue waves pulsing continuously from Damien's blade, striking heavy, direct hits against the beastman's body. Gillette Mo's frame began to show bizarre symptoms. He trembled, shaking violently, his eyes bloodshot and terrifying. The broken boss aura was becoming obvious. One look and you knew he was about to fall. A mouthful of thick black sludge spewed from the beastman's mouth, making the scene utterly gruesome. He glared at Damien with hate-filled eyes. You bastard!" Damien coldly raised his glowing sword, declaring, "Enough playtime!" Instantly, he channeled his power into a massive pillar of light that tore through the sky, swallowing Gillette Mo whole. A catastrophic explosion erupted, shattering the ground into 100 pieces amidst the blinding spiritual energy. Gillette Mo shrieked in agony as thick black smoke began to be purged from his body. This horrific transformation of Gilgamesh left the Duke and Chelsea frozen in shock. The beastman crumbled to his knees, frantically vomiting a massive amount of black liquid right there on the arena floor. Damien stood back, calmly observing the gruesome battlefield he had just created. Witnessing the unthinkable, Duke Adam stood stunned, wondering to himself, why? Would Guillermo act like this? Could it be? Chelsea was shaking so hard she turned ghostly pale, stammering, That's impossible." Guillermo at this moment was completely spent. His skin had withered into wrinkles, and his hair turned stark white beneath the fading veil of smoke. He could only moan in agony. Damien strode toward the defeated man, a slight smirk on his face. "How ironic. So, your true nature is finally revealed." Looking at the once renowned knight, now nothing more than a shriveled old man groaning in despair, Damien coldly delivered the final blow. "You fake knight." The muscular boss had lost his stock value faster than a scandal hit company. The brutal truth was laid bare. The legendary Beastman was actually nothing more than a fraud. Witnessing the bombshell, Chelsea gasped. "A fake knight?" Standing amidst the murmuring, shocked crowd, Damien calmly confirmed it. He explained that the man had used dark magic to artificially boost his physical stats, turning an old man into a powerful warrior, when in reality, he was just a talented actor. Guillermo still lay there, his whole body trembling in absolute humiliation. The news of dark magic threw the guests and servants into a panic. They feared that if the church found out about this, untold disaster would befall them all. The urgent priority now was to uncover the truth behind the incident. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Duke Adam Go Pixie looked at Damien and asked, "Did you know his true identity all along?" Damien calmly admitted it and apologized for not reporting it sooner. He explained that he kept it a secret to lure out the true mastermind hiding in the shadows. This reveal left Duke Adam speechless. The mastermind. Damien asserted firmly that a dark sorcerer had secretly infiltrated the Duke's estate, and even more seriously, it was someone already within the household who was involved with them. His words made Chelsea jump in terror. It was her, Chelsea, the culprit. The critical accusation shocked the entire arena. A total plot twist. Chelsea was so horrified by Damien's charge that her face twisted in panic, and she frantically shouted her innocence. "Father, I didn't do it!" "I have absolutely no idea what he's talking about." "Duke Adam, go." Pixie hung his head in disappointment, telling himself that even though he didn't want to believe it, he couldn't deny the truth any longer. Yexiage. His eyes turned ice cold. Filled with rage, he stared at his guilty daughter. "How dare you bring such filth into my home?" He roared at his soldiers. "Don't just stand there," Adam commanded decisively. "Arrest Chelsea and everyone involved. Throw them in the dungeon and extract the truth about who is truly behind this." The family drama exploded, and even the bystanders were terrified. Despite Chelsea crying and begging for mercy, the soldiers lunged forward to seize her, realizing that if she fell into their hands, everything would be exposed. Chelsea frantically ordered her personal guards. "What do you think you're doing? Protect me!" Her soldiers immediately drew their swords, ready to fight to protect their mistress. A chaotic skirmish broke out right in the middle of the mansion as Chelsea's guards desperately tried to hold off the Duke's legion. Faced with their stubborn resistance, Adam Go Pixie just let out a cold, scornful huff. He turned to Gaon and issued a final order. "Arrest Chelsea Go Pixie at once." The elderly knight, Gaon Himmlich, quietly replied, "As you command." He then strode nonchalantly into the middle of the fray. Chelsea's knights trembled as they saw Gaon approach. They could feel a terrifying pressure that made their bodies feel as if they were frozen solid. Gaon's eyes flared with majestic blue spiritual energy, and he coldly commanded, "Move." The power radiating from the high-ranking knight completely suppressed the guards. They realized in despair that they weren't on the same level as an opponent of this caliber. "My lady, we will. Hold them back. Please try to escape." The loyal guards screamed in desperation, trying to block the way to give Chelsea a chance to run. The panic-stricken young lady replied, "Fine," and prepared to turn and flee the chaotic scene. The survival tension was as high as a battle royale final circle, but a cold, heavy sigh suddenly echoed. "How sad." Instantly, the sword in Knight Gaon's hand erupted with a terrifying blue aura. A single sword strike tore through space, creating massive waves of energy that wiped out the guards in a heartbeat, leaving Chelsea standing there, frozen in sheer terror. She let out a piercing scream as the shockwave from the blow. The guards were taken out in a heartbeat, leaving Chelsea standing there in pure terror. Chelsea let out a sharp cry as the shockwave from the strike hit her. "Aye, aye." He shoved her, sending her sprawling. She collapsed in pain, coughing violently. Her eyes were wide with utter shock as she witnessed the gruesome scene right before her. The veteran knight went into serious mode. The battlefield instantly turned into a death trap. Amidst the chaos, the knight Urs tried to struggle to his feet to protect his master, but he was quickly struck by a single blow. A sharp blade cut him down. Fresh blood splattered, contorting Chelsea's face with sheer terror. Chelsea gasped in horror as she saw her last protector fall right before her eyes. Heavy footsteps on the blood-soaked ground drew closer, making her tremble so hard she couldn't stand. She screamed in desperation, "Don't come any closer!" Then, she scrambled backward like a madwoman. Chelsea's eyes were filled with dread as she saw the imposing figure of the Knight Gaon approaching slowly, like a messenger of judgment. In that moment of desperation, Chelsea looked toward Urs and pleaded urgently, "Sir Urs, please, save me! I beg of you!" But all that answered her cry was a cold gaze and the bitter grinding of teeth from the knight, who was being restrained himself. Seeing the pathetic state of the young mistress, he could only curse under his breath, "You idiot, Damien." Standing silently in the background, coldly witnessing the total collapse of one who was once arrogant, Gaon looked straight at Urs Holmes and said in a low voice, "Urs Holmes, a mid-level knight, you have made many glorious contributions to the prosperity of the Duke's clan. Furthermore, the Duke holds you in high regard." However, the veteran knight's eyes suddenly turned sharp and threatening. "But if you persist in protecting Mistress Chelsea, I will end you right here." The pressure from the high-ranking knight was so heavy that even the air felt like it was kneeling. A terrifying wave of pressure engulfed Urs. The absolute power of the high-ranking knight completely suppressed him. He could only tremble and moan in pain, unable to resist anymore. Urs dropped his weapon and slumped to the ground, to Chelsea's shock. She could only utter in despair. Sir Urs instantly, the guards rushed forward to restrain Chelsea. Making her scream in terror, dragged before her father, Chelsea wept and begged, "Father, please, just let me explain. I'm innocent. If you would only give me a chance to clear my name." The young lady, who was once so arrogant, was now reduced to total, desperate pleading. But all that answered her was a cold rebuke from the Duke. "Shut up, you useless brat!" He stood above, looking down, his voice firm, stating that her actions could lead the entire family to ruin. "Dragging us all down into the mud with you." The old Duke's eyes showed pure, utter disappointment as he declared that bringing Chelsea into the family was the biggest mistake of his life. Chelsea was stunned, her eyes red, tears streaming down. She screamed frantically, "It's impossible. I didn't do anything wrong. Let me go!" But the Duke firmly refused to hear another word. He ordered the guards to gag her and drag her out of there immediately. Chelsea was dragged away in humiliation, able only to emit muffled cries in her throat as the guard's iron grip locked her down. She glared back with a look of pure hatred and resentment. In the distance, Damien still stood quietly, observing this entire tragic family drama. Seeing his enemy paying a heavy price, Damien slightly curled his lips into a smile, a mysterious and triumphant smirk. A few days passed since the disturbance, and in the dark, damp dungeon of the Duke's estate, harrowing screams echoed incessantly, tearing through the silent space. The dungeon air was thick with a foul stench, enough to shatter anyone's spirit. Under the heat of red-hot iron bars pressed directly against skin, one of Chelsea's henchmen screamed in extreme agony amidst the gut-wrenching pain. He spilled and confessed the whole truth. "That's all I know. Just by smelling that scent, I was already head over heels for Mistress Chelsea." Observing the torture with a cold face and emotionless eyes, Duke Adam seemed to have gotten the answer he wanted. He lowered his voice to order, "That's enough. Bring in the next one." Everything went exactly as the old Duke had predicted. He bitterly confirmed that Chelsea had secretly expanded her influence right within the Duke's estate, thanks to the help of evil dark mages. Inside the cold dungeon, Mistress Chelsea no longer had her usual haughty and arrogant appearance. She collapsed on the hard stone floor in tattered clothes stained with wounds, her mouth constantly groaning in bitterness. Damn it! In a state of extreme despair, painful memories of the past flooded back into Chelsea's mind once more. She painfully asked herself, "Father, whose fault do you think this is?" The image of a little Chelsea with an innocent face appeared, clear as day when she had only ever craved one thing. "I just wanted to be acknowledged that I am your daughter." She remembered the moment she brightly hugged a fresh bouquet of flowers and ran to her father, hoping for a compliment or a warm look, but all she ever received was a turn of the back and cold, ruthless indifference. The flowers fell and scattered on the ground, much like her shattered heart back then. Chelsea screamed in her mind, remembering the cold, emotionless eyes of her father, still looking at her like a stranger. "Why do you still look at me with those cold eyes?" Returning to the harsh reality, Chelsea collapsed with bloodshot eyes, tears falling, and blood trickling from the corner of her mouth in utter resentment and total loneliness. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from the hallway. A servant silently brought a meager tray of food to the cell door of the young lady, just cast aside by her own family. The sound of the tray hitting the dry stone floor echoed in the stillness of the dungeon. The servant quietly announced, "Mistress Chelsea, I've brought you some food." Between the four cold stone walls, Chelsea sat motionless, her hair disheveled, her blood-red eyes still showing deep darkness and solitude. The villainess had completely lost her composure. Broken away from the aristocratic filter, she tremblingly grabbed a piece of bread, frantically tearing at it like a cornered beast. In Chelsea's heart, a fierce will for revenge surged. "That's right. I can't let it end like this. I won't." She gritted her teeth, crushing the dry piece of bread, swearing to herself that no matter how humiliated she was, no matter what happened, she would survive. Behind the bars, a figure quietly observed her madness with a grave and gloomy look. Meanwhile, in the mansion's hallway, Damien was stretching and relaxing after a long day of training. He thought to himself, "The training at the ruins is over. Time to head back and rest after such a nerve-wracking string of battles." Just then, Victor hurried over to greet his master. "Young master, you've arrived. His lord is calling for you." Damien furrowed his brows in suspicion at the unexpected message from the Duke. The sound of wine pouring into a glass broke the quiet atmosphere. In the luxurious living room, Duke Adam Go Pixie leisurely pushed a glass of wine toward Damien and invited, "Try this." Taking a sip, Damien nodded in appreciation. "Oh, good wine." The old Duke smiled brightly, looking satisfied to see him recognize its value. "I'm glad you realize it's not expensive, but it's my favorite kind." Saying that, the old man casually drank the glass, dry with satisfaction. Adam nodded complacently. "Great, really great." He continued to introduce the angel cheese, a specialty from the Branco region, and insisted on pairing it. "The wine is impeccable, truly. Go ahead, have a taste." Demian accepts it politely. Oh, thank you. This aristocratic drinking session might look chill, but there's a plot twist lurking right at the table. But just as he's about to bring a piece of cheese to his lips, Adam's voice drops, and he drops a bombshell about Chelsea. I've finally made a decision. We're accepting help from the church. Demian freezes, his surprise impossible to hide. Unexpected. I thought you'd want to keep investigating yourself. The old Duke looks down, his expression heavy with contemplation. I feel like I've failed you. After everything you've helped with, Adam clutches his head, looking exhausted as he reveals a grim truth. But we've lost track of every single one of the dark mages. All that effort hunting the boss, and now they've vanished from the map without a trace. Demian is stunned. What, are you serious? Adam explains that even though they rounded up all of Chelsea's henchmen, not a single dark mage was among them. The old man needs Demian to understand the gravity of the situation, fearing that every lead has been wiped clean. Demian grinds his teeth, muttering to himself, damn it, we've lost them all. Maybe I should have stepped in myself after all. Even so, Adam decides to hand the manhunt over to the church to avoid unnecessary suspicion. Demian asks thoughtfully if Chelsea ever let anything slip about their identities. Adam shakes his head slowly, sighing in helplessness. No, even under brutal torture, the girl wouldn't say a word. She was far too stubborn. He takes a sip of wine as if to wash away the stinging pain, drifting back into the past. She wasn't always like this. Adam reveals a little-known secret. Chelsea's mother was actually just a low-born commoner. The memories pull him back to his youth. During a hunting trip with the Knights, he happened to meet her not long after she became pregnant with Chelsea. But instead of taking responsibility, Adam was consumed by doubt and viewed it as a disgraceful mistake. He felt nothing but disdain, thinking that someone of such low bloodline carried the noble blood of the Go Pixie family. It was because of that selfishness that when the two of them came begging for help, Adam ruthlessly drove them away and slammed the door in their faces, ignoring the mother as she collapsed and begged for mercy. Time passed, and one day, curiosity about the abandoned child compelled Adam to order an investigation. The result, however, was devastating. The woman had passed, away from an illness, leaving the child all alone in this world. The mood is as heavy as a 3 a.m. sad boy playlist. Witnessing the image of the small child surviving, all alone beside her mother's body, with empty, haunted eyes, Adam finally decided to bring her to the estate. Adam covers his face and lets out a bitter laugh. Looking back, that was a very unusual move for me. Why did I even do that? Demian quietly observes the Duke, silently realizing the answer to that contradiction. Maybe because she was family. The old Duke stares at Demian in shock, muttering in a daze. Family? Family, you say? Could that really have been what she wanted, to truly be accepted as part of my family? The room goes dead silent, like a voice chat cutting out. A wave of belated regret washes over Adam's face as he realizes the heartbreaking truth. Maybe she thought that doing all of this was the only way for me to acknowledge her. The old Duke sighs with deep regret. She could have lived the life of a normal, noble lady. Looking at the empty glass, Adam smiles bitterly to break the heavy silence. Looks like the wine is hitting me. Listen to me rambling like this. Forgive me for babbling about such nonsense to you. Suddenly, rapid footsteps shatter the room's quiet. A guard rushes in, breathless, and shouts, "My lord, are you here?" Adam barks, annoyed. "What are you shouting for?" The guard, pale as a ghost, trembles as he reports, "Something terrible has happened. My lord, it's Miss Chelsea." Adam's face twists in shock at the news about his daughter. Down in the dungeon, 2 guards collapse in terror, their eyes wide, staring into the cell. A horrific sight unfolds before them. Chelsea is hanging from the ceiling, her body covered in wounds, her clothes in tatters. Victor is struggling to carry a mountain of laundry, his face twisted in frustration. "Young master, are you seriously going to keep doing this?" Demian asks calmly. "What did I do?" Victor complains irritably. "I've told you so many times. When you bring laundry, you have to separate the underwear from the rest of the clothes." Suddenly, Demian stops, his gaze turning towards a room where the silhouette of a long-haired man is standing quietly, facing away. Demian hides behind the door, observing in silence. 4 days have passed since the death of Chelsea Go Pixie. Based on the evidence at the scene, it was concluded that she took her own life. The interrogation of those involved has officially closed, leaving her subordinates sitting in hopeless despair in the dungeon as punishment for endangering the family. Even her resting place was stripped of all dignity. Chelsea's grave was set up haphazardly on a desolate hill, completely unworthy of a noble lady's status. A crisis hung over the Go Pixie estate. seemingly settled under the cover of the quiet night, but Demian knows this is definitely not the end of it. His gaze turns sharp and bloodthirsty as he mutters to himself, "If it's who I think it is, they will definitely." Victor's shout, close to his ear, breaks his train of thought. "Young master, are you even listening to me?" Demian startles. "Ah." He puts an arm around his loyal servant, trying to smooth things over. I know. Stop nagging, you brat." Victor refuses to back down to his young master and snaps back. "You think I was nagging?" The kid keeps grumbling with dissatisfaction about how his master can't even get the simplest things done. Right. This pair bickers like a daily life podcast every morning. The two of them walk down the hall, arguing, while new dark conspiracies are quietly brewing in the shadows. Beneath the rise, hauntingly crimson moon, Sir Earl Horace staggers through a dark alley with a bottle in his hand. He chugs down the liquor as if to forget reality, then collapses against the cold stone wall. In his drunken state, he whispers the name of the departed, Miss Chelsea. Memories of a beautiful past suddenly flood Horace's mind when Chelsea was still an innocent girl in a bright red dress holding a bunch of fresh flowers, asking, "Sir Horace, do you think Father would like it if I brought him these flowers from the garden?" Back then, Horace could only scratch his head in confusion. "Well, I'm not sure. I've never received flowers before." A light flashback that hits harder than a sad movie ending. Chelsea spins around, dancing as she excitedly explains, "Really? But Mother told me that flowers have the magic to bring joy to everyone. Plus, these are the flowers that bloomed in the field when Mother and Father first met." She beams with a smile as bright as the sun, insisting, "So I'm sure Father will be happy too, right?" Seeing her sincerity, Demian blushes slightly and replies with a smile, "Ah, yes, surely." But the cruel reality hits him. Once again, Demian kneels down, tears and belated regret welling up. "I'm sorry I couldn't protect you, Miss Chelsea." He punches the ground in a fit of madness. The earth screamed in sheer, absolute self-loathing. "You fool, you pathetic, useless coward. You should have died right there. You were supposed to protect her." Horace's gut-wrenching wail echoed through the dark night. As he drove his fists into the pavement under the blood-red moonlight of the dark alleyway, Horace collapsed, his breath coming in ragged, painful gasps. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps pattered against the ground, accompanied by a voice that shattered the silence. "You're here, Earl Torvis." It was Rebecca, Chelsea's personal maid, rushing toward him with a look of deep, anxious worry. The air grew tense. A murderous, villainous aura emerged amidst the rain. Recognizing the newcomer, gasped, "Rebecca!" Rage flared violently. He lunged like a wild beast, grabbing her by the throat and slamming her against the stone wall. How dare you show your face here?" Ursa's eyes blazed with murder. He gritted his teeth, roaring that it was because of her that Lady Chelsea ended up like this. Choking, Rebecca could only desperately plead, "My lord, please, just listen to me." A vengeful aura smoked hotter than a hell-spiced pot of noodles, but had completely lost his sanity. He bellowed, "Shut your mouth!" "A filthy dark mage who crawled into that demon's bed. I'll snap your neck." Right now! Caught on the brink of death, Rebecca summoned all her strength and shouted, "Help me take my revenge!" She insisted firmly that her lady had died because she couldn't endure the brutal torture in the dungeons. Stunned, loosened his grip, causing Rebecca to slump to the ground, coughing incessantly as she struggled for air. He stood looming in the shadows, demanding evidence for the insane things she had just spewed. Rebecca looked up with calculating eyes. She reminded him to think carefully, as he, of all people, knew best that Lady Chelsea was absolutely not the type of person to take her own life. Above all, she claimed she had heard bone-chilling truths from those who had been assigned to clean up her body. Rebecca continued to pour cruel, devastating truths about the lady's death into Ursa's ears. She asserted that Chelsea's body was covered in marks of brutal abuse, horrific wounds that no ordinary person could withstand, and they were surely the direct cause of her death. Witnessing the night's agony, Rebecca snarled an accusation. The Duke's estate, the old Duke, clearly covered it all up and staged her death as a suicide to hide his own disgrace. Clutched his head in shock, groaning in disgust as the bitter truth sank in. "Damn it, no, that's entirely possible. The Duke I know is certainly cruel enough to do something like that." Rebecca gently placed a hand on Ursa's chest. She confessed sorrowfully that although she had approached the lady with her own agenda at first, Chelsea had always treated her with the warmth of a real sister. The maid's eyes turned cold and vengeful. "I can't let this go. I will take revenge on the Duke's estate for what they did to her." Rebecca's eyes suddenly flared with a haunting purple aura. She leaned in close, offering a seductive proposition. "And to do that, I need your help, my lord." Under the influence of dark magic, Urs was stunned as his mind began to be invaded by a mysterious energy. His eyes slowly lost their light, replaced by a soulless shade of purple. When he fully succumbed to being manipulated, the mid-level knight wheezed, "What do you want me to do?" An empty bottle of liquor rolled on the ground like evidence of a collapsing will. Urs trudged off into the darkness, following Rebecca's instructions. Shortly after, Rebecca met the fat man, Mustache, waiting in the dark night. You could tell just by looking at this villainous duo that they hadn't lived a virtuous day in their lives. He remarked with satisfaction, "Luckily, you succeeded." The mage with the bizarre mustache laughed sinisterly, admitting he had been worried the spell wouldn't work on someone with the strength of a mid-level knight. He triumphantly declared that no matter how strong a person is, they always have a weakness in their heart, and the greater that weakness, the easier the manipulation. In Horace's case, Chelsea Gold Pixie was the fatal weakness that made it easy to turn him into a puppet. Under the deadly blood-red moon, hidden observers watched silently, smugly thinking the Hassan gang still had no idea they existed. They planned as meticulously as if they were filming a villain's season finale trailer. They assumed even the old Duke had let his guard down, thinking the dark mages had truly vanished. This was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity to seize and strike their only target, nothing less than taking Damien's life at any cost. Darkness enveloped the mansion. Damien was sitting in meditation, his entire body radiating a powerful, deep blue aura. He exhaled, a breath, fully focused on absorbing mana, unaware of the eerie shadows lurking right behind the stone pillars. A flickering candle suddenly flared violently, as if signaling that a purge was about to begin. Suddenly, the shadows lunged from the darkness in unison. Damien calmly said, "What a shame." Fast as lightning, he dodged the encirclement with terrifying speed. He closed in behind them, leaving the assassin staring in shock, unable to keep up with his trajectory. A sword strike imbued with crimson energy tore through the space, directly knocking the assassins away. Through the thick dust, a stranger with ash-blue hair knelt down, groaning in pain after taking such a powerful blow. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with seething resentment as he glared at Damien. Damien looked down at the three knights kneeling at his feet with a look of disappointment. He sighed sarcastically. "Pathetic. I even told you to sneak up and land just one hit on me, yet you still failed." Fabian trembled and bowed his head, apologizing. Seeing the weakness of his subordinates, Damien declared firmly, "All right then. Today's training session ends here." Damien dropped the line coldly, leaving Fabian stunned. Hearing the word end, Fabian felt his spirit respawn on the spot. He thought in total relief, "It's over. It's finally over." "Wait, seriously? It's stopping already?" Seeing the blank expression on the other's face, Damien asked, "What's wrong? You don't like it?" Fabian immediately changed his tune, cheering, "No, I love it," while inwardly thinking he'd expected to be beaten black and blue like every other time. Damien ordered, "I said, get some rest. In 2 days, we have a one-on-one duel with the Leon Bloom family." Damien continued to instruct, "From today on, no more. Combat training. Use the next 2 days to reflect on everything I've taught you." While his subordinates wondered what they had actually learned, besides getting beaten half to death, Damien had his own calculations. He told himself that the reason he trained with them wasn't just to build their physical strength, but for a deeper, more profound purpose. Even though it didn't look like it from the outside. Damien suddenly paused, noticing Fabian's contemplative expression. He curled his lip into a satisfied smile, as it seemed one of them had finally realized his intentions. Damien casually tossed the sandbag back over his shoulder and strolled away, leaving the three knights still kneeling behind him, lost in a haze of confusion. Regarding the upcoming battle, looking down at the plains from the high ground, Duke Adam Go Pixie and his entourage have officially arrived at the dueling site, gazing towards the camp. The Duke's estate camp was coming into view, and the old Duke remarked in a low voice, "We're a bit late." As he spurred his horse toward the camp, Adam turned to ask for the opinion of his companion. "Lord Hexton, what do you think of them?" Damien silently observed the army marching ahead and silently evaluated them. Overall, this was a force with truly formidable strength. It wasn't just their equipment. Their individual skills were also quite impressive. From the guide, you could tell at a glance this army wasn't some weakling force. Seeing this, the old Duke let out a mocking laugh. Right? That fool Leon Bloom might not be good for much else, but he does train his soldiers quite well." Just then, Guard Knight Gaun approached to report, "My lord, messengers from the Marquis have just arrived. They are requesting a meeting between representatives of both sides before the duel. Adam curled his lip with a knowing smirk at the sudden request. Really? It seems they're starting to feel the pressure now. The tension in the air was thicker than a new manual. The old man tightened his reins and decisively ordered the whole team, "All right, let's go." Meanwhile, at Marquis Leon Bloom's camp, the atmosphere was incredibly tense due to the shouting of Holland Leon Bloom. He frantically kicked the side of the Osti bed and roared at his lazy son Michael, "You're still not up? We have to go receive the Duke. How long do you intend to sleep for?" However, Michael just let out a loud, sluggish yawn. Father, you're so noisy." His son's nonchalant response left the Marquis stunned. What was that? Michael Leon Bloom. He stretched lethargically, frowning with annoyance. "Why wake someone who's sleeping so well, Father?" Marcus Holland erupted in a fury. "You brat, do you even know how important your role is in this duel?" But his expectations were met only with indifference. Holland ground his teeth and clicked his tongue in helplessness. He declared he would face that pathetic guy himself. Michael lazily asked why Damien was with the Duke's estate. When he heard his father explain that the Duke had chosen Damien as the representative, Michael's eyes suddenly flared with a bloodthirsty red light. The killing intent was intense. He gripped his sword hilt, a cold, spine-chilling smile on his face. "Oh, really? Then that's perfect." On the field, the two sides officially faced each other. Marcus Holland mocked, "Ha ha, you invite people and then show up late?" Duke Adam wasn't one to stay silent. He retorted about the other party's lack of manners and narrow-minded temper. The two old men laughed arrogantly in an atmosphere thick with gunpowder, making the space feel like it was exploding with sparks flying from their personal attacks. Knight Gaon Himmlich spoke up to break the tense standoff. Holland immediately began trying to recruit him, telling Gaon to leave that boring place and join his family. But the old knight firmly stated he would serve the Go Pixie estate until his bones turned to dust. Refused flatly, Holland sneered. "That's like casting pearls before swine." Turning to look at Damien suspiciously, "Is this the guy?" Adam declared loudly. "That's right, it's him. This is Damien Hexton." As soon as he saw Damien, Holland ground his teeth in hatred, remembering what he had done to his son and his knight. He clenched his fists, harboring intentions to crush him if the opportunity arose. But a strange feeling of unease suddenly invaded his mind. Holland broke into a cold sweat. He couldn't believe a high-ranking noble like himself would feel stressed before a nameless lowlife like this. He worried about the terrifying potential Damien held, even silently comparing him as an equal to Michael himself. In the midst of that, Michael sauntered over. He exhaled a breath and stared straight at him with sharp eyes. Damien Hexton saw the opponent call his name. Damien knitted his brows in suspicion. The air suddenly grew tense, preparing for the all-out battle. Suddenly, Michael wore a crazed smile. He drew his sword and lunged in a frontal attack like a lightning bolt, catching Damien completely off guard. Michael charged like a ghost with terrifying speed, his eyes glowing with murderous red light. The sudden attack made Damien only able to exclaim in surprise as the razor-sharp sword tip was right in front of him. This skull-crushing move was so fast, his brain couldn't even process it. But in the nick of time, Marcus Holland had lunged forward to grab his son's arm and shouted, "Stop it, Michael!" Holland broke into a cold sweat. Even he couldn't believe his own body had acted on its own to stop his son in such a split second. Witnessing the rude behavior, Duke Adam Go Pixie said in a low voice, "Michael, what is the meaning of this?" "I didn't expect you to draw your sword in front of his lordship right before the duel." The old duke growled, reminding him that pointing a sword at a noble was considered a serious crime, and demanded the Marquis Holland take responsibility for this action. Holland could only offer a forced laugh, making excuses that it was nothing more than an arrogant act by a foolish son. In his heart, Holland was still shocked, wondering why his body had reacted like that. He glanced toward Damien and shuddered, realizing it felt like he was facing a true wild beast. Realizing this was a good opportunity to pressure the opponent, Duke Adam suddenly changed his attitude. "Let's see, this is actually a good opportunity, and there's no other choice. I truly wanted to cancel the whole duel, but this time, I will let it slide." This sudden leniency left Holland extremely surprised. He told himself a cunning old fox like Adam surely wouldn't let this go so simply. Just as expected, Adam curled his lip and made the next request. "Instead, I will add a few conditions to your duel." Holland narrowed his eyes and asked, "Let's see, what conditions do you want?" Facing the calculating attitude of the Duke, Marquis Holland could only grind his teeth in bitterness and decisively accepted. "Fine, I will accept all those conditions." Holland announced curtly, then urged Michael to leave quickly. Adam Go Pixie waved goodbye mockingly, silently cursing the old Marcus. What a cunning old fox to know how to take advantage of that moment to set conditions in his favor. The scent of deceit and craftiness wafting around the battlefield was stronger than an end-of-month sale. Turning to Damien, he asked curiously why. Michael suddenly drew his sword to attack you like that. Damien just shrugged. Who knows? Adam silently evaluated. Michael Leon Bloom awakened his sixth sense from such a young age. A true genius, making the upcoming battle something to look forward to more than ever. Meanwhile, Holland was scolding his son for a reckless move that nearly put the clan in danger. Michael retorted, "Did you see that, father?" He explained that Damien knew he would draw his sword, yet he remained calm, smiling as if he'd seen through everything. Michael was incredibly thrilled to finally meet an equal opponent, and the look in his eyes, which was always bored, now burned with excitement. Holland noticed the change in his son's gaze, but Michael suddenly felt uneasy about the disadvantageous position he had just caused for the clan with that stunt. The Marquis called him an idiot for only thinking about it now. Even so, Holland smiled. Confidently, he reassured his son, "Don't worry, the final victory will surely belong to the Leon Bloom clan." On the sun-drenched field, the white lion flag flew proudly. The trumpets blared across the arena, calling the knights from both sides to the center to officially begin. The first match. Duke Adam pondered, knowing that in a first match, gaining the initiative is crucial. He turned to ask for Damien's opinion on who should lead the charge. But before Damien could offer a suggestion, a mid-level knight with spiky hair suddenly stepped forward to ask for the floor. It was Sebastian Vincenzo, the man in charge of training the Duke's knights. Damien quietly realized this was the guy who had trained Paven and those other idiotic knights he'd met before. The scent of lemons drifted in the air. Everyone knew he was about to flex his achievements. Damien noticed Vincenzo was looking wary, as if afraid Damien would steal his prestige and position in front of the Duke. To save the knight's face, Damien casually agreed, "Good suggestion. Why don't we let Sir Sebastian Vincenzo choose the first knight?" Duke Adam was surprised but nodded. He agreed. Vincenzo flashed a confident smile and began introducing the warrior for the first match. This smile was straight up just my bro energy in a fantasy medieval setting. Immediately, a young man with slicked back black hair and a mighty lance stepped onto the stage. It was Fabian Vincenzo, Sebastian's son. The father placed all his faith in his son, and Fabian didn't hesitate to declare firmly, "Don't worry, father. I'll win this match with style and reclaim the Lord's favor." Duke Adam smiled slightly, revealing to Damien that he had heard of Fabian as a brilliant talent. In contrast, Damien just replied with a skeptical sound and walked away silently. On the other side of the line, the first representative of the Leon Bloom clan appeared. It was Ronan, a burly man with blonde hair and a flashy blue and red outfit. As soon as the trumpet signaled the start, Fabian announced his name. "I am Fabian of the Vincenzo clan. State your name and clan." Ronan coldly replied that he came from a nameless clan. Fabian was stunned, unable to believe his opponent was just a low-class commoner. Fabian sneered with disdain. "A commoner daring to face me? Have you even mastered the vision of the Vincenzo clan?" Ignoring the arrogance, Ronan just gave a mocking smile. "So noisy. It seems all the Duke's knights fight with their mouths like women." Before combat even started, the toxic chat was already dealing emotional damage. The word struck a nerve, making Fabian explode with rage. "What did you say, you arrogant brat?" He stomped his foot and lunged like a bolt of lightning, radiating blue spiritual energy. Full of power, "I'll show you the difference in our levels." The crowd gasped as Fabian went on the offensive, his spear strikes carrying blue energy that tore through the air. Fabian kept pressing his opponent with a flurry of attacks. He roared with determination, pouring all his strength into a direct thrust. A combo string looking as intense as a top server highlight reel at the end of the season. The sound of clashing weapons echoed through the arena as they struggled in. A cloud of dust. Yet, despite Fabian's efforts, Ronan just coldly muttered with disdain, "Pathetic." The opponent's calmness left Fabian so shocked that he broke into a cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and roared in humiliation, You lowlife." At that very moment, Ronan unleashed a counterattack with overwhelming power, completely subduing Fabian, who only had time to widen his eyes in terror as he realized the gap in their strength. Fabian collapsed to the ground, his whole body trembling, in absolute fear as he realized the massive difference in ability. Watching the scene, Michael Leon Bloom remained cold and expressionless, while Damien just smirked sarcastically. "Difference in levels, you say?" Standing over the defeated, Ronan declared, "You're done for." Then he landed a punishing blow, making Fabian scream in excruciating pain. Seeing the opening victory, Marquis Holland Leon Bloom wore a smug and sinister smile. The first match officially ended with the Leon Bloom clan winning completely. The Leon Bloom flag flew in the wind, but the atmosphere turned heavy. Fabian was carried out of the arena severely wounded, and he groaned in agony. Sebastian Vincenzo rushed to the stretcher, unable to hide his panic as he shouted, "Hold on a little longer, Fabian!" The faces of everyone present were as tight as a bank account at the end of the month. Witnessing this pathetic scene, Damien observed silently and thought to himself, "I expected too much, but this was too much for you." Standing next to him, Duke Adam Leon Bloom couldn't hide his disappointment. He held his head tiredly. "Damn those bastards from Leon Bloom." Marcus Psyche Holland Leon Bloom laughed arrogantly at the sight of his opponent collapsing. He mocked, "It's a match about winning or losing, so why hack off someone's arm?" Facing the precarious situation, Adam turned to ask Damien for advice. "Damien, what should we do? We've already lost the first of 3 matches. Shouldn't you intervene already?" But Damien remained perfectly calm and analyzed the strategy. "Even if I win, once Michael steps out for the final match, no one will be able to face him." Understanding his intentions, the Duke nodded slightly. "That's true." Adam pressed for the next move, and Damien decisively declared, "For our second night, I've already thought of someone." Then Adam's curiosity piqued. "Who is that?" The answer shocked everyone as Damien placed a hand on the shoulder of Paven Vermin, the purple-haired knight who was shaking so hard his face was completely drained of color. He stuttered in total terror. "Me?" Damien flashed a confident smile and reminded him, "Just remember the training you endured when I beat you to a pulp." Even though Paven was still panicking, saying but, Damien firmly reassured him, "Don't worry, you can win." Paven's brothers cheered. To boost his morale, Big Brother Paven, "We believe in you. One for all, and all for one." Watching this, Duke Adam couldn't help but feel skeptical of Damien. "You're suggesting him? Are you sure about that?" Honestly, Paven has never been a standout knight. Damien smirked, firm in his conviction. "Don't worry, sir. I've given him special training. I live for this moment. He's definitely going to win." While Damien is brimming with confidence, Paven is retching in the back from sheer nerves. Hardly the warrior spirit you'd expect. It wasn't just his digestive system starting the combat early. Eventually, with trembling legs and a sword in his hand, the second knight, Paven Vermin, officially stepped into the arena. Cheers erupted as Paven walked out, his legs shaking uncontrollably. His head was a mess of pure panic. "I'm out here, but what am I supposed to do?" Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure hit him, making Paven break out in a cold sweat. His face went pale as a sheet from terror. His opponent officially revealed himself with an incredibly arrogant demeanor, swinging a massive gleaming greatsword. He boomed out his name. "I am Huey Selection, and you..." With his opponent's aura maxed out and those sharp, predatory eyes locked on him, Paven trembled inwardly, realizing, "Damn it, just by looking at those eyes, I can tell he's stronger than me." He tried to stay calm and stammered his introduction. "I am Paven Vermin." Huey curled his lip in disappointment, thinking he expected Damien to be fighting, so he felt incredibly bored. With eyes glowing with red spiritual energy, he decided, "I'll finish this fast and take the win." Paven focused intensely, reminding himself to be extremely careful if he didn't want to lose his life. The battle exploded as Huey lunged in with a lightning-fast strike, forcing Paven to raise his sword to block. Blocking was an immense struggle. A piercing metallic clang rang out as Paven poured every ounce of his strength into stopping his opponent's blade. The powerful impact sent him flying, but he still managed to keep his defensive stance steady. Through the dust, Huey was slightly surprised to see his prey hadn't fallen yet, saying, "You blocked it? You're better than I thought." Meanwhile, Paven was shocked, feeling something very strange happening inside his body. Could this feeling really just be a coincidence? He realized Huey's attacks seemed to share similarities with everything he had endured during those hellish training sessions with Damien, and it allowed him to start reading the trajectory of his opponent's moves. Huey didn't give him a moment to breathe. He continuously swung crimson glowing sword strikes that tore through the air, forcing Paven to dodge frantically. The constant clashing of weapons created violent shockwaves. Dust filled the arena. Paven was pushed to the point of suffocation. He gritted his teeth, enduring the 1,000-pound impacts from the greatsword, and through the thick haze, he tried his best to hold his ground. With a blade pressed right against his face, both sides were locked in a fierce, high-tension standoff. This fight was as intense as an internet cafe during rush hour. Everyone was psyching themselves out. Huey was shocked. So much so that his eyes widened. He couldn't believe Paven was able to block a strike aimed directly at his blind spot. Paven was equally stunned, sweat pouring off him like a waterfall as he realized what was happening inside his own body. His gaze turned toward the stands where Damien stood, arms crossed, calm and composed, and he silently wondered, "Is this the reason you were so sure I would win?" Damien smirked with smug satisfaction, thinking to himself, "That's right. So you finally figured it out, have you?" In reality, the swordsmanship that he had taught the knights during those hellish training sessions was the Guardian Blade, a signature technique of the Liam Bloom house. After being beaten mercilessly by Damien until he was flattened on the ground, Paven's body had instinctively learned how to block attacks through the sheer power of survival instinct. Even without knowing it, he was already excelling. Truly game meta. Now, Paven gently closed his eyes, and a single tear rolled down his cheek. With instincts honed through those brutal beatings, he could even block every single attack with his eyes shut. Paven realized that while Huey's swordsmanship was powerful, it was too slow compared to the profound depth of Damien's training. A sense of immense gratitude welled up within him, and he whispered, "Thank you, Master Damien Hickson. Thanks to you, I've reached a new realm. Today, I'm transcending my limits." Paven gathered all his spiritual energy and swung. A brilliant blue blade of light tore through the air to counterattack head-on. The powerful impact created blinding sparks. Paven roared with authority, "My blade is the sword of heaven-defying." Both knights poured their all into the finishing move, creating a cataclysmic energy explosion that enveloped the entire arena. Low level but high damage. This build is pretty ridiculous. Huey's selection was horrified as he felt a cold blade pressed against his throat. Amidst the astonishment of everyone watching, the arrogant knight of the Leon Bloom house collapsed to the ground in pathetic defeat. Standing tall in the arena, Paven proudly declared, "The victory is mine." The entire stands erupted with cheers, chanting Paven's name. A satisfied smile appeared on the young knight's lips. He thought to himself in pure, blissful happiness, "I won. I actually did it." With this victory, Paven officially evened the score in the second match. Witnessing the scene, Michael Leon Bloom stepped out onto the stage, smirking mockingly at his comrade's failure. "Huey, you actually lost?" Huey looked stronger, but the royal guard Gaon Himmlich watched in silence, silently concluding, as expected, the final one is him, Michael Leon Bloom. He strode into the arena amidst a wave of spiritual energy as red as fire, radiating a terrifying pressure that made the very air tremble. He arrogantly declared, "So, the result will finally be decided. By us, right?" Michael stopped and stared straight at his opponent, calling out his name, Damien Hickson. Gaon nodded slightly, as if silently placing his trust in Damien, the young master of the Hickson house, who stepped forward calmly to face him. He replied decisively, "Fine by me. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. I live for this moment." Witnessing his opponent's spirit, Michael became excited, to the point of madness. His face flushed red and his eyes glowed with craving. "Ah, wonderful. I've been waiting for someone like you for a long time." Michael looked forward to a decisive one-on-one battle between those he considered his equals, but Damien just smirked with contempt. "Equals? Don't make me laugh. The drama is ramping up. It's like entering a match that feels like a season finale trailer." Michael gripped his glowing sword tightly, roaring in a fit of rage, "That is why I've been so desperately begging for you." His eyes reflected Damien's image, fueling a crazy will to fight, adding the message, "Don't you dare disappoint me." Michael erupted in a crimson aura like a ferocious flame, swinging his sword and lunging into a frontal assault with power that was earth shattering and heaven-shaking. The skill name hadn't even appeared before the screen started shaking, and the system asked for a vacation. Flashing back a few minutes to the Leon Bloom family camp, Huey, the man who just tasted the humiliation of defeat, was kneeling on the ground, painfully begging, "Please, just kill me." But Marcus Holland appeared remarkably calm, reassuring his subordinate, "Get up. You did your best. The knight was simply stronger." With cold, calculating eyes, the old man insisted with certainty, "And in the end, victory will be ours." Holland looked toward his son with absolute faith. "After all, we still have Michael." Hearing this, Huey could only bow in submission. "You are right, my lord." After telling his subordinate to go rest, Holland began to ponder and calculate. He noticed something extremely strange. Huey was clearly stronger than the Duke's knight, so why? Was he overwhelmed so easily, as if every single one of his attacks was being read entirely? The images of the recent match flashed through his mind, leaving a massive question mark about this anomaly. Holland suspiciously whispered to himself, "The guardian blade of our family is only passed down by word of mouth. There is absolutely no way it could have been leaked so easily." While he was lost in thought, Michael suddenly clutched his chest, laughing manically with sheer excitement. "Father, do you know? My heart has never raced like this in my entire life." Michael beamed as he announced this, looking over at Damien, who was surrounded by his comrades. "Father, I've finally found him. Someone just like me." He vowed to never forget Damien and to dedicate this victory to his father. Seeing his son's determination, Holland smirked with satisfaction. "Good, Michael. It's light, but the vibe is so arcade-like, like unlocking a new level." The old man encouraged his son to enjoy the fight to the fullest. Michael Leon Bloom, the third knight of the house. Leon Bloom stepped out with a flushed face and a grin filled with excitement, bordering on hysteria. Childhood memories of holding a wooden sword for the first time flooded his mind. It was that same singular feeling, pure joy. When he first learned swordsmanship from his father, it was so thrilling it drove him mad. He used to dream and wonder how many mighty warriors existed in this world. But as time passed, his hope and excitement quickly withered when he realized the harsh reality. After finishing the game, there were no achievements left to unlock, and even when facing famous, powerful knights, Michael realized they were nothing special. To him, victory was simply inevitable, and eventually, it became meaningless. He let out a weary sigh. How boring. Before he knew of him, Michael had even considered laying down his sword because of this emptiness. And then, a figure suddenly appeared before his eyes. Damien Hickson. Michael's eyes lit up with excitement as he realized this was the opponent he had been searching for all this time. Now standing in the middle of a windswept field, Michael let out a crazed laugh and slowly drew his sword from its sheath. He declared loudly, "Then, I earnestly beg of you, Damien." He charged like a beast with a frantic plea. "Please don't disappoint me." A slash carrying a streak of crimson spiritual energy tore through the air, aimed straight at Damien with terrifying speed. Yet Damien maintained an astonishing sense of calm. He quickly raised his sword to block the attack in the nick of time. A massive explosion of energy erupted. From the impact, Damien channeled his strength to knock his opponent away. Michael was sent sliding back a long distance, his eyes wide with shock at the unimaginable power of the young master from the Hassan Berry family. Perfect frame, the system pinged with a super light skill alert. A world-shaking collision broke out, and a wave of brilliant blue spiritual energy surged, blasting Michael back. Not letting his opponent recover, Damien unleashed a thunderous kick that tore through the air. Michael had to slide along the ground to regain his balance. The combo was skipped before he could even read the manual. He missed the cutscene. Michael was so excited that he went wild, relentlessly unleashing a barrage of crimson sword strikes, but Damien parried them all with ease. Witnessing his opponent's composure, Michael was stunned and whispered to himself, "Are my attacks being blocked that easily?" "Just as I thought!" His fury exploded. Michael roared in extreme excitement. "I didn't misjudge you. You're the best." A brilliant red aura formed, taking the shape of a massive, powerful lion surrounding his body. Michael poured all his strength into a finishing blow against the ground, creating a terrifying energy explosion that swallowed the entire arena. Amidst the thick dust, Damien stood tall like a ghost without a single scratch. Michael panted, gritting his teeth in challenge. "How much longer? Are you going to keep dodging? Draw your sword and make this fight interesting." He leaped into the air, his blade glowing with spiritual energy, readying his next attack. Michael was certain that he would gain the advantage. He told himself there would be no chance for his opponent because his blade would strike first. But in a split second, Damien's eyes suddenly flared with power. In a flash, he swung his sword, releasing a massive wave of blue spiritual energy that tore the air apart. Damien's terrifying speed left Michael only enough time to widen his eyes in horror as he realized he couldn't follow his opponent's trajectory at all. The impact was so strong that Michael collapsed. Damien's figure was burned into his eyes, which were dilated from the shock. Michael lay flat on the ground, dumbfounded, wondering what had just happened when he hadn't even had time to see the attack. Cracks spread across the ground right under the feet of the young Hassan master. Witnessing his son's defeat, Marquis Holland screamed in panic, "Michael!" At that moment, the system only managed to display the word defeat in silence. Holland shouted madly, demanding that Michael get up and draw his sword to keep fighting. What are you doing? Get up and draw your sword!" But Michael just sat there in a daze, touching his face, his whole body trembling from the feeling of death that had just brushed past him. By a hair's breadth, he whispered in shock, "What is this? I should have died just now." The pressure from that last attack had completely shattered the fighting spirit of the Leon Bloom genius. His ping was fine, but his mind had logged out of the game long ago. Damien looked down coldly at the person kneeling on the ground and mocked, "Hey, what are you doing? Kneeling down all of a sudden." A terrifying, dark killing intent radiated from Damien, engulfing the entire arena and leaving Michael shivering in extreme terror. Damien growled, "Do you still think we are on the same level?" Faced with the immense disparity in power, Michael completely crumbled. He gasped in panic and numbness. Could it be that these things were hallucinations? Finally, Michael Leon Bloom hung his head in defeat. "I surrender. Drink heartily and enjoy yourselves." Laughter echoed throughout the camp as a victory feast was held that very night. While Marquis Holland was gritting his teeth, his face red with resentment, Duke Adam was incredibly excited. He raised his glass high and enthusiastically invited, "Everyone, there's still plenty of meat and wine. The more people, the merrier, right?" Haha. The knights under his command also cheered, thanking the Duke for his generosity, despite Holland only knowing how to sit there, emitting angry growls from his throat before huffily turning his face away. Not stopping there, Adam slowly approached the defeated opponent with a bottle of wine in his hand. He wore a knowing smile and said, "Marquis Leon Bloom, even though we had our little dispute, everything is over now. Let's forget about it and join us." He nonchalantly poured wine into Holland's glass and delivered another painful psychological blow. "Here, have a drink. Since I'm the winner, I'll pour you a glass first. After all, who else could it be but me?" The biting sarcasm made Holland so furious that veins popped on his forehead. He could only roar in humiliation, looking toward Damien, who was sitting quietly in a corner. Holland bitterly ruminated on his son's unbelievable defeat. "That brat Michael. I can't believe he surrendered without even drawing his sword. I don't know if I should call it bad luck or what." He angrily downed his glass of wine in helplessness. A perfect victory without needing any buffs, just the opponent quitting the match themselves. Watching the scene from afar, Damien thought to himself, he really is a hopeless guy. He invited people from the Marquis family, looking at Adam's mocking laughter. He saw right through that generosity. On the surface, the Marquis seemed warm and open-handed, but it was obvious what this banquet was really about. It was meant to mock the Marquis's own family. The old man didn't even hesitate to throw insulting gestures right in front of his rivals. Still, Damien didn't let it bother him. As for all that petty bickering, he smiled to himself. He'd already achieved his main goal with that duel. He'd brought victory to the Duke's house, and ensured that Leon Bloom would think twice before messing with them again. Watching the Pabin Knights cheering and clinking glasses by the bonfire, Damien knew that his family's position was safe for now. Though, with the main quest done, the political side quest had just opened up. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Damien's eyes grew deep and distant as he reminded himself. There was still one thing left to do. The shadow of a dark conspiracy still lingered in the back of his mind. While he was lost in thought, a throat-clearing sound startled him. Right beside him, he turned his head, wary. "If you don't mind, could I sit with you?" Michael, his face flushed from the alcohol and his recent excitement, poured Damien a drink and stammered, I respect you." Damien eyed him, narrowing his eyes skeptically, and repeated, "Respect?" Michael confessed that his whole life he thought there was no one on his level, but now he realized Damien wasn't just his equal. He was leagues above him. Damien silently took stock of this sudden change in attitude. Hard to believe, especially after what he'd done to Michael's family. Going from final boss to fanboy after one match, the system definitely had a glitch. Michael scratched his head, looking embarrassed. He admitted that even though he didn't know how things would turn out, even before they actually started sword fighting, his instincts had already whispered the result to him. It turned out Michael possessed a kind of sixth sense far beyond the average person. In the mental space Michael had created, before the duel he had realized a terrifying truth. When facing Damien in that spiritual realm, Michael felt tiny, completely overwhelmed by an entity of absolute power. He realized Damien was on a completely different level from his own petty interests, and it was that very instinctual fear of a superior being that had saved his life. Damien watched Michael quietly, thinking to himself, if you had actually lunged at me, you'd have lost more than just an arm. Michael tilted his head back to look at the brilliant night sky, sighing with emotion that this world was much wider than he had ever imagined. Seeing his rival's awakening, Damien lowered his voice to offer some sincere advice. He reminded Michael that the world was, indeed, vast, and no matter how rare his talent was, he should never be arrogant or delusional enough to think he was the strongest. Damien asserted that even within the Empire, there were at least 3 people who possessed far greater talent than he did. Taking a sip of wine, Damien's gaze darkened as he recalled his own painful past. He bitterly admitted that he, too, had once thought he was the strongest, and he'd paid a heavy price when he faced that person. The image of Ashley Dogo standing coldly amidst the corpses returned like a cruel reminder of the most bitter failure he'd ever endured. As the party turned into a horror story, Michael looked at Damien with admiration and whispered, "So, Damien, do you live with that mindset too?" Damien smirked, confidently declaring, "No, not really. I am the strongest now." That arrogant reply left Michael stunned, and he started to bring up the warning he'd just given, but Damien cut him off coldly. "Exactly. If you're not as strong as me, don't even bother with the delusions." Michael flushed and nodded resolutely. "I will remember that." That answer definitely turned his confidence up to the max. Just then, Duke Adam strolled over with Marquis Holland. The Duke laughed brightly. "Oh, it looks like you two have gotten closer in such a short time. The friendship of youth is always a beautiful thing to witness, right?" Seeing the stormy look on Holland's face, Damien asked the Duke suspiciously, "What brings you here?" Adam excitedly revealed, "Forgive the interruption. I just finished discussing things with the Marquis. Before the match, I promised a reward for your victory, and to open the Marquis's vault for you." The old Duke laughed gleefully, teasing his rival. "This guy here was stingy about handing it over, so I had to convince him with something else." Holland shouted, furious, "Stingy? How dare you say that when you know the value of those treasures?" Turning to Damien, the Marquis's eyes burned with rage. "Damien Hexton, because of what you did to Owen, I cannot forgive you. But given the circumstances, this time I'll let it slide." Holland glared at Damien coldly before suddenly reaching into his coat. "First, I would like to apologize for sending knights to make a show of force." A half-hearted apology ignoring his son's involvement. The old man growled, "I cannot open the vault to an outsider, but as a final compromise to apologize and reward you for the match, I will grant you 1 item from the vault." Damien watched his hands curiously. It was a small wooden box, opened to reveal a treasure glittering inside, a ring enchanted with space magic. Apologizing while still saving face, the true way of the high nobility. The ring in the wooden box emitted a unique aura. It was a spatial magical tool created in the White Tower, capable of holding up to 100 kilograms of items and worth as much as a small castle. Although he realized this gift wasn't exactly the vault opening he was promised, Damien accepted it because its value was far from trivial. The Marquis. Holland explained that even if the vault wouldn't be opened, the Leon Bloom family still had plenty of high-quality weapons. Damien bowed his head slightly. "If you feel that way, then thank you," and took the treasure from the Marquis. The gift wasn't a full treasure trove, but it was enough to make his inventory shine. Looking at the opulence of the greatest knight family in the kingdom, Damien thought to himself that this place must possess some truly perfect swords. Suddenly, he remembered a special item that was still in the Marquis's estate. His eyes lit up. Damien looked straight at Holland and asked, "Then, could I request one more thing before the Marquis could agree?" Damien declared clearly, "I want a bow." This unexpected request left Holland stunned. "A bow? How unexpected? Why would you need a bow?" Damien wore a bright but cryptic smile as he replied casually, "Oh, for my younger brother's wedding gift." Meanwhile, at the Hassan mansion, under the dim moonlight, Aben suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Aben sat slumped in the night. His hand was still holding a needle, stabbing a straw doll with a gloomy expression. He wiped his nose, muttering with annoyance, "Why did I suddenly sneeze?" Standing before the imposing mansion of Duke Go Pixie, Adam looked at Damien with regret and asked, "You're leaving already?" "I'm preparing a banquet to honor you. Can't you at least wait for that?" Damien answered calmly, "I've been away from home for too long, and it's time to return to my family." Quest completed, but still getting held back by the NPC with a side quest buffet. Adam smiled slightly. "If that is truly your decision, I cannot stop you." "All right, but could you at least stay one more day?" I'll have my knights escort you. Seeing Damien hesitate, the old duke added that while his skills were impressive, they might run into bandits on the road. And he wanted him to be perfectly comfortable. Damien thought to himself that while an escort wasn't strictly necessary, it was best to accept the duke's kindness. He bowed politely. Yes, sir, thank you so much for everything. The sound of thundering hooves signaled the start of their journey home. Amidst the knights, Victor waddled along, panting with relief. Phew! Finally, we're heading back. The young master, the sole survivor of a long quest chain, energy level at 30%. The young servant added sarcastically, well, thank the heavens that the trouble you caused has been resolved. Damien shot him an icy glare. Are you trying to talk back to me? Victor jumped, forcing a laugh to cover his nervousness, but soon started whining about having to walk until his legs felt like jelly. Meanwhile, Damien rode his horse in leisure, and the boy grew jealous. Because he didn't have that luxury, he groaned about his aching feet. Damien looked at his servant's state and gritted his teeth. You fat idiot! Ever since we left the Duke's mansion, you've put on so much weight. I'm definitely going to work you to the bone when we get back. Just then, a knight up front called out, Sir Damien, it's getting late. I'll set up camp. Deep in the night, the group halted in the middle of the dense forest under the light of a full moon. Victor was beaming, holding a fragrant skewer of roasted meat. He chirped excitedly. It's fully cooked now, young master. Damien smiled with satisfaction. Good, have a bite. Camp set up. Main quest complete. Time for a food event break. Seeing the two escort knights standing guard strictly, Victor eagerly offered, Knights, please enjoy the meal and eat with us. However, the buzzcut knight looked hesitant and politely declined. No thank you, kid, we'll eat later. Even though Victor kept insisting, come on, it's more fun if we eat together. Damien just observed silently with a calm gaze. Suddenly, he remembered the tearful goodbye with the Pabin knights at the Duke's estate. They had sobbed uncontrollably when they found out he was leaving. Sob, is tomorrow really the day you go? Damien could only sigh at how clingy they were. Side quest, Pabin Fan Club. Still auto-triggering even after out of map. Pabin gripped Damien's hand, tears streaming down his face as he expressed his deep gratitude. Sir Damien, thanks to you, we were able to reach new horizons, and we even contributed greatly to the Duke's family. Damien smiled faintly, acknowledging their effort. Yeah, you guys worked really hard. All three knights were fired up. With renewed spirit, they vowed never to forget the hard lessons he taught them and promised to keep pushing themselves. They bowed in unison, showing deep respect, which left Damien quite surprised. Thank you very much, Sir Damien. Back in the present by the campfire, Damien chuckled to himself. Yeah, no problem. Watching Victor happily enjoying dinner beside the knights, the peaceful atmosphere was suddenly broken by a strange noise from the bushes behind them. The red-haired knight immediately grew alert. He signaled his teammates and turned toward him. Reporting, Sir Damien, I'll patrol the area just in case. Watching the knight's silhouette drift into the darkness of the forest, Damien narrowed his eyes calculatingly and said in a low voice, I think that is unnecessary. The red-haired knight walked off into the shadows, not forgetting to add, It won't take long, I'll be right back. However, the moment he turned his back, Damien felt it immediately. An overwhelming killing intent. Without a second's hesitation, he jumped up, swinging his heavenly sword, creating a flash of violet energy that tore through the air. A loud explosion followed. The surprise attack made the traitorous knight scream in pain as he was swallowed by the magical aura. Damien stood coldly, watching the man who had pretended to be loyal just a moment ago, now lying defeated at his feet. Bailing out faster than a stance swap before the status could even process, he realized. So, the Duke sent people to escort me, huh? Damien narrowed his eyes in contempt. He knew very well that low-level knights like these were absolutely not skilled enough to protect anyone. Suddenly, a dark hand glowing with purple magic emerged from the bushes, firing a magical spear straight at Damien and the sleeping Victor. The spear flew at blinding speed, but Damien was faster, catching it mid-air in the blink of an eye. He gripped the evil weapon tightly and muttered, You pieces of trash can't stop me. The mini-boss appeared and got his damage tested immediately. The remaining knight was terrified, drawing his sword, his eyes wide with horror as a black shadow slowly emerged from the deep forest. He stammered in absolute fear. Who are you? The figure appearing under the blood-red moon was none other than Holmes. But now he was completely twisted, his eyes glowing with a soulless violet light, and black aura shrouded his body. The escort knight screamed in despair. Sir Holmes, why are you doing this? Victor, also jolted awake, the boy only managing to gasp. Young master! As the situation turned dire from above the eerie black shadows of the Yulin organization, watched the scene silently and mocked. Oh my, a pet in the way? Rebecca, Chelsea's maid, adjusted her glasses and wore a sinister smile as she saw the prey had walked into the trap. The purple mist of a sleeping spell began to spread across the campsite, making the escort knight dazed and mumbling in a trance. This scent, Damien realized. Victor was also starting to be affected by the dark magic. He said in a low voice, "Well, no other choice." He whispered, "Sorry, Victor." To protect his servant from the manipulation, Damien dealt a decisive blow to the back of Victor's neck, knocking him out instantly. Victor slumped to the ground, foaming at the mouth, completely unconscious. Meanwhile, Rebecca was still lost in her triumph. She laughed maliciously as she saw the minds of those around her spinning under the influence of her magic. Erst Horace writhed in pain, trying to resist and shouting, "Stop it!" But a heavy 1,000-pound punch imbued with violet aura slammed straight into the traitorous knight's face, knocking him to the ground without a hint of mercy. The entire campsite was now nothing but a ruin under the control of the dark mages. The lobby reset. His team was completely messed up. The hooded figures of Yulin approached Damien slowly. They found it extremely interesting that a low-level knight could resist the sleeping mist. One of them laughed sinisterly, guessing that he must possess some sort of special physique. Rebecca smirked, her eyes glowing with calculation. Exactly. Now I'm curious. Should we kill him and dissect him slowly? Standing before the threat of monsters and who was furiously radiating dark energy, Damien kept his face cold and emotionless. His eyes glowed with determination, ready for a fight. A death match. How interesting. The dark mages looked at Damien with curiosity. They couldn't believe a low-level guy could be immune to their bewitching scent, and wondered if he possessed some kind of unique physique. Rebecca adjusted her glasses, wearing a cruel, excited smile. She coldly declared she would finish Damien off, and only then would she slowly dissect his body to satisfy her curiosity. Facing these gruesome threats, Damien's gaze remained icy and calm. Composed, the villains were planning their next move like they were ordering off a menu, unaware they'd just picked a cyborg. Erst Holmes roared in a frenzy. "Finally, I've found you, Damien Hassan." With soulless, manipulated eyes, he vowed to tear him apart as a sacrifice for Lady Chelsea's grave. In contrast to that rage, Damien just smirked. Full of contempt, he silently mocked the situation. What a joke. The man who was once so scared he wet his pants in front of Sir Keon was now blaming others for his own incompetence. To protect himself. Witnessing Damien's attitude, Rebecca mocked him. Such a cold-hearted guy knowing exactly how to pick at a man's emotional scars. She narrowed her eyes in suspicion, unable to understand where his confidence came from, daring to think he could take on all three of them alone. The Dark Mage leader began to introduce himself, full of arrogance regarding their status. But Damien cut him off immediately. He exposed their true identities as high-ranking dark mages from the Yulin organization. This revelation made Rebecca so shocked that her face distorted. She stuttered, unable to comprehend how he knew such a terrifying secret, spoiling the boss's identity right in the middle of their intro. That's a classic skip the cutscene move. Damien nonchalantly picked his ear and replied, mockingly, saying it was just because his hearing was a bit sharp. Feeling insulted, the leader roared that no matter how much he boasted, today was his last day on Earth. A giant spear glowing with eerie blue mana was summoned, radiating a terrifying pressure. Just as the enemy lunged, a massive burst of energy exploded, tearing through the night and shaking the whole forest. The enemy just cast their skill, and our guy answered without even trying. Quick footsteps tore through the night, and Damien lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, blocking the enemy's attack in a violent clash of mana. Seeing the shocked faces of the fat dark mage and his cohorts, he smirked. Mysteriously, "It seems you've misunderstood something," Damien declared calmly, "because I'm not alone." Immediately, a powerful pressure erupted. From behind him, Sebastian Vincenzo, a mid-tier knight of the Duke Go Pixie line, emerged boldly with his blade glowing in deep blue mana rewinding. Back to the Duke's office, Damien bowed, expressing sincere gratitude. "Yes, sir, I thank you for looking after me all this time." Duke Adam Go Pixie spoke in a low voice. "I have one more thing to ask of you." He revealed crucial news that made the atmosphere tense. The thing is, Earth Hogress has disappeared. He feared that Earth was holding a grudge against both him and Damien for Chelsea's death, and would surely seek revenge. Furthermore, the dark mages whose plans he ruined wouldn't let the one who interfered get away with it. The Duke made a firm decision. I have Sir Keon to protect me, but you don't, right? Therefore, I intend to send an expert to protect you. The main quest was quiet for 10 seconds, and now there's already a revenge-themed DLC expansion. He ordered, "Come in!" The door swung open, and the silhouette of a tall, spiky-haired knight stepped out from the shadows. Damien was shocked to recognize him. It was Sebastian Vincenzo. The Duke explained that since other mid-tier knights were busy with missions, only Sir Sebastian was free to take on the responsibility of protecting him. Duke Adam told Sir Sebastian to look after Damien well. Faced with the commission, Sebastian declared loudly, "Yes, sir, I will protect him even if it costs me my life." It turned out the Duke had already arranged for Vincenzo to follow and protect Damien from the start. Damien calculated silently. If Vincenzo followed him openly, the dark mages might not show themselves. On the surface, it was an escort, but in reality, it was a trap to lure them out of hiding. In the quiet of the night, Holmes smiled sinisterly with a distorted face. "It's been a while since I've seen Sir Sebastian." Sebastian asked in shock why he was here. Gritted his teeth and swore, "Sir Sebastian, I swear I will not forgive anyone involved in the death of Lady Chelsea, not even one of them, to survive." When Sebastian tried to explain that Lady Chelsea took her own life and it wasn't anyone's fault, screamed crazily, "Stop talking nonsense!" He yelled in a fit of rage. How strong was Lady's Excellency? A person like her could never commit suicide. Oh, he claimed for sure that the Duke had murdered her during a harsh interrogation. Under the gloating watch of the dark mages standing behind him, dark purple energy covered his arm. Roaring with lethal intent, "I will not let the lady's death go unavenged. I will kill Damien Hassan, kill everyone who interrogated her, and finally, kill the Duke too." "So many plot twists, I want to check the internal wiki already." LOL. Sebastian replied coldly, "You want to kill the Duke? You must be out of your mind." Chuckled and made an offer. "Heh heh, Sir Sebastian, I won't make it hard for you. Just hand over Damien Hassan and I'll let you live." Standing right behind Damien, he remarked in a low voice. "How bold." Sebastian unleashed his powerful blue mana, drew his sword, and roared, "A lowlife like you dares to say you'll spare my life." Witnessing the overwhelming aura of the mid-tier knight, Damien smirked in appreciation. "Arrogant, aren't you?" "That's right." Laughed insanely, admitting that Sebastian used to be stronger than him, but now everything had changed. Sebastian was shocked as he realized the truth. "Ha, you fool, have you dabbled in black magic?" The dark mage behind him explained smugly that had undergone a forbidden ritual to reach near immortal power, in exchange for trading his own lifespan for superior magic and physique. Patch update. Villain switched his build but lost his longevity. "Open your eyes and look clearly. See what kind of power I have gained," he roared, unleashing a burst of deep purple mana, tearing through the space and forcing Sebastian to struggle to hold his ground. The mid-tier knight couldn't help but be terrified by the monstrous pressure. "Gak, this is terrifying. Has he surpassed even a great mage?" Laughed arrogantly, mocking that Sebastian should have listened to the warning earlier, because if he had just handed over Damien Hassan, he wouldn't have to die. "I already told you!" he screamed in a rage. He unleashed a fatal blow that created a giant cross-shaped explosion, engulfing Sebastian. The earth-shattering impact left Sebastian stunned in surprise. Before being knocked down by the dark power amidst the rubble, Damien just stood watching with a cold, expressionless gaze. The boss is unleashing his ultimate move, and his HP hasn't even dropped. Boom! An energy blast shook the entire forest, sending clouds of dust and debris billowing over the scene. Damien stood tall amidst the swirling vortex of spiritual energy, gazing calmly toward the epicenter of the explosion. Emerging from the gray smoke, Hugris appeared with a distorted face and a hideous grin, the dark sigils on his body glowing with a deadly aura. Casson shifted phases, and the map automatically switched to boss enrage mode. Amidst the silent night, a flash of deep purple energy suddenly erupted, tearing through the space. It engulfed the forest, kicking up clouds of thick dust. Standing before that terrifying surge of power, Damien remained cold and alert. From within the pitch-black smoke, Hugris emerged. With a completely twisted face, eyes glowing with dark energy, and a maniacal, lethal grin. He looked like a literal monster, flaunting his bulging muscles and the wicked spiritual power coating his entire body. Seeing his opponent's terrifying transformation, Damien let out a gasp of surprise. That power was truly impressive. Gritted his teeth, glaring at him with pure hatred. Witnessing this shocking scene, Rebecca and the Black Mage Mustang standing behind were equally stunned. Yet Sebastian Vincenzo managed to pull himself up from the rubble. He declared loudly, "However, I'm not as weak as you think. A simple attack like that won't take me down." Despite his tough talk, the intermediate knight was secretly worried. He wondered how long he could hold out against this unimaginable power. Sebastian turned and commanded sternly, "Sir Damien, leave this to me and go to the Duke to request reinforcements." Damien was stunned for a moment by Sebastian's decision. He observed in silence before giving a firm nod. "Understood, Sir Vincenzo." Damien quickly turned and bolted into the darkness to seek help. Seeing his prey trying to escape, Earth Hogress roared in anger and prepared to pursue him. The black mages behind him also shouted, "Hey, don't think you're going anywhere!" They frantically unleashed blasts of purple spiritual energy to cut off the young master of the Hassan family's retreat. The escape mission began, and the map automatically spawned more mobs to block the path. Earl Sturgis launched himself forward like a bolt of lightning, shouting, "Not so fast, Damien Hassan!" He swung his claws, which were blazing with dark energy, intending to tear Damien apart right then and there. But Sebastian Vincenzo was one step ahead. He swung his sword, glowing with bright blue spiritual power, and blocked the attack mid-air. A fiery clash ensued, the sound of steel meeting steel creating blinding sparks in the dark night. Sebastian put everything into protecting the path, determined to stop the traitorous knight at all costs. An intense block, low level, but his reflexes were like a game hack. Sebastian Vincenzo threw himself into the fight with everything he had, roaring with determination. "Not a chance, Horace. We fight to the death here." Facing the fierce resistance, Urs Horace gritted his teeth in fury. "Damn it, Vincenzo! If that's how you want it, then I'll kill you!" A wave of deep purple spiritual power erupted from the traitorous knight's distorted body, ready to swallow his opponent whole. A cataclysmic explosion shook the entire forest, creating blinding flashes in the dead of night. Amidst the dust, Damien was desperately carrying Victor on his back, sprinting through the trees to escape the pursuit. Waves of dark purple energy were launched at them like lethal arrows. Forcing him to struggle and dodge constantly, Mustang and Rebecca suddenly appeared, blocking his exit, and he sneered with disdain. "Ha, you fool! You should have just run on your own!" The black mage's eyes glowed with malice as he looked at Damien. "You really think you can carry that dead weight with you? You're underestimating us too much." Contrary to his enemy's concern, Damien smirked with a mysterious glint in his eyes. "You guys are the fools here." He gently placed the sleeping Victor against a tree with such care that Mustang couldn't help but ask, confused, "What?" Damien calmly revealed the truth. "I only lured you here because I couldn't go all out, while Sir Vincenzo was watching." He stretched his limbs, his eyes glowing with determination as he declared, "So let's make this quick. I have to kill you two and go save Sir Vincenzo." Damien's arrogance, bordering on insanity, left both Rebecca and Mustang frozen in shock. A mid-fight plot twist, the boss admits he was holding back. After hearing that, even they were impressed. Mustang roared in rage, his eyes glowing with dark purple energy. "You plan to take us both on alone? How insolent!" He turned to his subordinate, Rebecca, "Step back for now," and she immediately obeyed. "Yes, Captain." Instantly, the black mage erupted with a terrifying wave of deep purple spiritual power. Ancient magic circles appeared around his transforming hands. His body began to swell, radiating a suffocating dark pressure as he mutated into a menacing demonic form. The boss team split up, one left to solo the phase. Looks like they're preparing to unlock the final form. Mustang Fury radiated dense dark energy, manifesting a giant demonic phantom behind his back, roaring arrogantly, "Let me reintroduce myself properly. I am the captain of the Yulins, Mustang Fury, and this is my lieutenant, Rebecca." Mustang's form was now completely mutated, with crimson skin, bulging muscles, and menacing spiked tentacles. Damien quietly observed the horrific transformation, silently assessing that he had thought they were officers, but they were far worse. "Looking at how you transform using dark magic seems like you're from the Frenzy Guild." Damien's knowledge took Mustang by complete surprise. He grinned sinisterly. "Oh, you know us? Then you must also know just how strong we are." Immediately, the demon launched a lightning-fast attack that left Damien barely able to gasp in surprise before quickly dodging. A massive blow slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater. Amidst the thick dust, seeing his opponent unharmed, Mustang exclaimed excitedly, "Whoa, didn't expect you to take that." He silently assessed that the rumors about the young master of the Hassan family weren't exaggerated at all because Damien didn't just possess great destructive power, his movement speed was also remarkably impressive. Damien braced himself for the next attack, thinking to himself that based on physical ability alone, they were at least above the intermediate level. The The dark tentacles, glowing with purple spiritual power, came at him frantically again. Tearing through the night, Damien performed skillful acrobatics between the trees to dodge the attacks encircling him from the waves of dark purple energy. They swept through the space, tailing him without a moment's rest. But in a moment of vulnerability, Damien realized with a jolt that he had fallen into the enemy's sights. Mustang roared triumphantly, "Gotcha!" then slammed a giant fist directly into Damien's face. The battle closed with an image of the demon's glowing red, murderous eyes staring down at his prey. That combo was too long, so the boss skipped to the position reading skill. Damien raised his hand to block Mustang's 1,000-pound punch. He unleashed his ultimate technique, all-seeing insight, leaving the demon stunned. Thanks to his persistent efforts in consuming the divine herbs provided by the Duke every day during training, Damien had reached a level where he could use the move freely. Seeing his opponent still standing at this peak, Mustang roared in frustration, "That's just a cheap trick," and charged madly. A full collection passive build meant for heavy hits, but he still got countered easily. Like a bolt of lightning, Damien swung his sword, tearing through the encroaching dark tentacles. The bright blue sword slashes crossed each other at blinding speeds, directly hacking the demon's body to pieces. In a blinding energy explosion, the overwhelming power from the heavenly sword completely shredded Mustang midair. The demon stared in horror at his disintegrating body. He could not believe that Damien possessed such terrifying power and suspected he had been hiding his true strength all along. Even though he admitted Damien was strong enough to defeat Agito, Mustang was still arrogant. Man declared that all those tricks were useless. He frantically tapped into the restorative power of his dark mana to regenerate his body instantly. Witnessing that recovery was astonishing, but Damien wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, a grin of pure delight spread across his face. He smirked, telling himself he had been worried the fight would end too soon. But the current situation pleased him immensely. The boss just respawned right in the middle of combat. This game clearly has no cooldowns. Damien's eyes lit up with excitement as he stared down the monster. Roaring and snarling, the more you let loose, the more fun it is, right? A brilliant blue spiritual aura began to radiate intensely from his sword, ready for a real slaughter. His mood shifted to a long-term boss farm. He was no longer planning to end it early. In the dark forest, earth-shattering explosions erupted one after another, tearing through the night with rays of deep purple. Deadly and intense, Sebastian was using every ounce of his strength to hold off the ferocious attacks from Urs. Watching the middle-ranked knight panting in exhaustion, Urs didn't miss the chance to speak. He mocked Sebastian, saying the old man was really struggling. He clicked his tongue, adding that at least he had managed to hold on until now. And that was truly commendable. Those words of praise were like salt in the wound of Sebastian's pride. He gritted his teeth bitterly, thinking how humiliating it was to be losing to someone using such filthy dark magic. Urs sneered arrogantly, sauntering closer and firmly stating that Sebastian's death was only a matter of time. He growled, challenging him to see how much longer he could hold out before being completely defeated by his hand. Sebastian collapsed to his knees, blood pouring from the corner of his mouth. He bitterly admitted the enemy was right, and for now, he could only desperately try to buy time. In his critical state, the knight prayed silently, "It hurts to admit it, but he's right. Now all I can do is hold on. Please come back day and night." Contrary to Sebastian's desperate plight, Damien was incredibly thrilled to be facing off against the demon Mustang. He smirked, telling himself he had worried this battle would be over too quickly. But now, he could finally cut loose. The young man's overconfidence drove Mustang into a rage, roaring, "Ha! You're more arrogant than I thought. Let's see if you can dodge this." "Can you?" The demon frantically gathered a massive orb of purple spiritual energy right in front of his chest, preparing to unleash a destructive attack to crush Damien instantly. The boss just triggered another phase. Because his trigger was pulled, Mustang poured all his dark mana into a giant purple sphere, and then insanely launched a blast of destructive energy directly at his opponent. Amidst the blinding light, Damien stood firm, his heavenly sword emitting shimmering blue sonic waves to intercept the attack just in time. Watching his signature move being neutralized, Mustang was stunned, shouting, "How did you block that?" His max-level anti-skill had just been cast, encountered as if it were nothing. Before the opponent could react, Damien swung his sword, creating blue slashes that tore through space, hacking directly into the demon's body and making him scream in agony. Despite being severely wounded and constantly leaking purple fluid, Mustang stubbornly threatened, "You won't block it a second time." but the subsequent slashes from Damien completely overwhelmed him, causing him to collapse as he realized with despair that his regenerative ability was fading. I need to heal quickly, my healing technique, Damien. Damien strolled over to the defeated foe and asked coldly, "Can't heal anymore, can you?" He calmly explained that the source of his healing was dark mana, so it couldn't be used recklessly. Mustang trembled in terror and demanded, "You bastard, how do you know that?" Damien replied enigmatically, "That's my business." Then he shoved his sword tip against his throat and asked if cutting off his head would finish him off for good. Suddenly, Mustang broke into a crazed laugh. "Heh heh heh, you fell for it!" Then he shrieked his comrade's name, "Rebecca! Rebecca!" Instantly triggering his trump card, he cast the 8th tier Dark Magic, Instant Death. A giant skeletal reaper appeared behind Damien, raising its scythe ready to claim his life. Mustang seized the opportunity, grabbing Damien's head and roaring triumphantly, "Gotcha!" Even in the heat of combat, the system still autocast skills. It was an enemy team skill. Despite being restrained by the monster, Damien remained perfectly calm. A glowing magic sigil in his hand emitted a powerful burst of energy, completely shattering the Reaper's apparition and breaking the dark scythe, leaving the enemy in shock. The boss was going full power, but he was still AFK mentally. No hacks needed to win. Mustang was so stunned his eyes rolled back. "How can this be?" Damien looked at him with pure disdain and sneered. "What is that pathetic dark magic? Is that your best effort?" Mustang roared furiously that this was the crystallization of Yulani's life's work in dark magic, a secret technique capable of killing even a high-level powerhouse under the right conditions. The demon bellowed in utter humiliation as his signature move was easily neutralized. Looking at the pathetic state of his opponent, Damien said coldly, "You disgusting creatures." He exposed the truth that dark magic was merely a parasitic force that drained other souls. To become stronger, not as profound as they imagined. Damien tapped the ring on his hand, his eyes glowing dangerously. "I've just thought of a fun game. I'll use the very power you worship to destroy you all." A pitch-black aura erupted, causing Rebecca to scream in terror. "Captain, is that dark magic?" Damien stood tall amidst the swirling black aura. He declared that vermin like them had surely never seen magic of this caliber. Immediately, he cast the 9th tier Dark Magic, Absolute Darkness, creating a pitch-black sphere radiating destructive pressure. Rebecca couldn't believe her eyes. 9th tier? Impossible. Damien wore a cold smile as he watched his enemy's terror. The massive dark sphere swallowed Mustang, crushing the demon's body in an earth-shattering energy explosion. Mustang's screams were silenced amidst the thick purple-black smoke that tore through the forest. Damien stood amidst the ruins, his eyes glowing with cold indifference as he looked toward Rebecca, who was frozen by his absolute power. The boss had barely entered the fight before being sent back to the lobby, not even getting to type GG. The giant dark sphere contracted and detonated, crushing Mustang in a massive surge of spiritual energy. The absolute power from the 9th tier spell caused the demon to vanish completely. Leaving no chance for resistance, Damien stood tall amidst the rubble. His eyes glowed coldly as he surveyed the remnants of his enemy, who had just been wiped out. Ultimate cast, map reset. Still in enemy mode, droplets of purple-black liquid from the dark mage dripped from Damien's sleeves, staining the ground. Just then, Victor began to stir from his unconsciousness. The boy groaned, Where am I?" Damien turned around, catching sight of his servant's dirty face, and exclaimed, "Victor! Your face, Victor!" Still confused about what had happened, the boy reached up to touch his face and innocently asked, "Yes, what's wrong?" The moment Victor saw that dark purple liquid on his hands, he let out a terrified scream. His world completely shattered, and he collapsed onto the ground, sobbing in despair. "So, this is how I die. Follow you?" Damien stood frozen, staring at his servant's dramatic panic with a completely blank expression. He let out a long sigh and corrected him. "No, I was going to say that the dark mage's blood splattered onto your face." Victor went silent immediately. Meanwhile, a crucial thought struck Damien. "Oh right, I forgot to ask those Yulin guys about Dogo before I killed them." Glaring at the black sludge of his enemies on the ground, Damien's voice dropped. "I didn't want to use this method, but I have no choice." He reached a hand wreathed in dark energy toward the ruins and began casting a forbidden, soul-summoning ritual. Dark purple streams of energy swirled violently, dragging out the fragmented, remnant souls of the mages. Horrifying screams echoed through the air as their spirits were painfully compressed into glowing spheres. The scene shifted into something straight out of a horror movie. It was enough to make your skin crawl. Demian watched the glowing purple orbs hovering in the air, telling himself he had to get that information now, since he didn't get a chance to while they were still alive. He spoke coldly, and the souls trembled in absolute terror. Demian's eyes burned with authority. He held out his hand and commanded, "Spit it all out." The mood shifted from a battlefield to an interrogation room, the air turning as cold as a server restart. Meanwhile, at Sebastian's battlefield, a massive, earth-shattering explosion had just occurred. Sebastian was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth under the overwhelming power of Urs. The traitorous knight, now in his demonic form, gripped his spear tightly and trampled the ground as he closed in. Sebastian could only gasp in shock at the crushing gap in their strength. He collapsed against a tree, his body broken and weary from his severe wounds. He was past the point of resistance. Urs lumbered toward his dying prey, his face twisted in madness, dark killing intent radiating from him. He wore a cruel grin and declared, "This is the end, Sebastian. I'll finish you off quickly." Sebastian gritted his teeth in agony, silently resolving that even if he had to die, he would drag this bastard to hell with him so he wouldn't achieve his goal. Just as things hung by a thread, Demian's voice unexpectedly cut through the deadly silence. "Impressive. You held your own quite well, Vincenzo." Demian strolled out from the shadows with a relaxed air, holding the glowing soul spheres in his hand. Seeing him appear, Urs roared, "In pure hatred, you bastard, I was going to find and kill you, but it seems you've walked right into your own grave." Demian smirked, a defiant smile playing on his lips. "Oh, is that so? We'll see about that." Gripping the purple soul spheres tightly, Demian gave a cold warning. "Take one more step, and you'll be the one dying." The sheer madness made Urs grit his teeth and bellow, "I don't know where that confidence comes from, but enough talk. Die!" He lunged forward with his spear pulsing with dark energy to strike him head-on. But Demian stood his ground, completely unshaken. In a flash, he caught the spearhead with his hand and offered a mysterious smile, leaving Urs in stunned disbelief. But how? The strike had been incredibly powerful, yet it was countered instantly. Watching this impossible scene from the base of the tree, Sebastian could only stare in a daze, wondering what on earth was happening. Right after that, a surge of purple spiritual energy erupted from Demian's hand, swallowing the traitorous knight whole. Urs screamed in excruciating pain. He glared at Demian with deep-seated hatred. "You bastard, I'll kill you." But the dark power vanished completely, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. He thought he was in his most powerful form, but it turns out his ability got turned off right in the middle of the fight. Demian looked down at his defeated opponent from above and mocked, "You fool, haven't you realized it yet? If the soul of the dark mage controlling you is destroyed, all the spells they cast vanish too." Seeing Urs reduced to nothing but a withered old man lying motionless beside his broken spear, Sebastian asked in shock, "What just happened?" Demian explained the situation casually. "It's exactly like what happened with Gilgamesh. It's likely a side effect of the dark magic leaving his body." Though still dazed, Sebastian nodded in agreement and asked anxiously, "About the fate of those dark mages?" Demian stepped forward, kindly helping the heavily injured knight to his feet, and said firmly, "Let's head back to the Duke's mansion. I'll explain everything on the way."